Chapter 9:18. Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang were both saint-grade mid-rank alchemists, but the amount of time and resources they spent on alchemy were completely different. For the past 10 years, Xia Ning Chang had been running around with Meng Wuya and rarely had a stable day to spend on improving his alchemy technique. On top of that, Treasurer Meng could not easily gather the materials needed for alchemy like Yang Kai and constantly squander them to practice alchemy. It could be said that Yang Kai's alchemy technique had grown to its current level entirely due to the accumulation of time and a large number of materials. Little senior sister, on the other hand, had extraordinary talent and a special physique, so the amount of time she spent on alchemy and the number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines she consumed was only a fraction of what Yang Kai had. She had also reached the level of a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. Shocked, Yang Kai was also full of joy. The more powerful his little senior sister was, the happier he was. Unlike other men, who were afraid that the woman they liked would surpass them in some territory, Yang Kai felt a sense of accomplishment. Rest assured, in the future, you will have a lot of herbs to practice with here. I believe your alchemy technique will soon improve and it won't be long before you reach the same level as Li Lao. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand, sending a white light towards Xia Ning Chang's soul avatar. This light contains all the knowledge of the true alchemic way. Little senior sister, take some time to comprehend it. I know. Xia Ning Chang opened his mind and body, allowing the light containing the true alchemic way to integrate into his soul avatar and immediately began comprehending it. Yang Kai didn't disturb him and quietly left. Leaving his room, Yang Kai came to the main hall of the Holy Master Court. Ling was holding an account book and seemed to be counting the harvest of the Holy Land during this period, her pretty face filled with joy. Yang Kai's arrival did not alarm her. She was still immersed in the work in front of her, constantly recording something. It wasn't until Yang Kai sat in front of her and poured himself a glass of water that Ling looked up at him. She pursed her lips and smiled. What? It's been a long time since we last met, shouldn't we spend more time together? Why did you come out in just 2 days? Yang Kai's expression became awkward. I've said what I should say. What else do you want? Just saying. Ling curled her lips. What do you think we're doing inside? Yang Kai found that her expression was quite strange, and immediately understood that she must have some strange thoughts in her mind. Who knows? It's normal for a single man and a single woman to be together for a lifetime, Ling teased. She seemed to be in a good mood. You're not jealous, are you? Kai Yang stared at her in amazement. Ling snorted. Don't flatter yourself. The elders all think that we have that kind of relationship. Don't take it seriously. You should be the first saintess to dare speak to the Holy Master in such a manner, Yang Kai chuckled. Who told you to be different from the previous Holy Masters? It was you who gave up this opportunity. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you. All of the Holy Land's income is here. Do you want to take a look? Let me see. Yang Kai casually picked up the account book in front of her and skimmed through it. It was densely filled with records of what kind of pills the Holy Land's grandmasters refined and what kind of rewards they received. Everything was recorded in detail. Most of those rewards were crystal stones of equal value, but there were also many rare materials, and even secret treasures, secret manuals, and cultivation methods. There were all kinds of strange things. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and tossed the account book back. Forget it, just keep recording. Sweeping the Holy Master Court with his divine sense, Yang Kai asked in surprise, where is Treasurer Meng? Why isn't he here? Hearing him ask this, Ling replied, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Senior Meng said that he would be going out for a while and that you should take good care of his disciple. He also said that if you dare bully her, you won't be able to bear the consequences. He went out? When did he go out? Did he say when he would be back? He left yesterday and didn't say when he would be back, and Ling shook her head. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Although he didn't know why Meng Wuya had left the Holy Land as soon as he arrived, he could faintly guess that there was some unusual information. It was probably related to the strange world he had entered before and even the words Great Demon God's Soul Clone had said. However, Treasurer Meng's strength had now been restored to its peak, so as long as he didn't go to the demon capital to challenge the demon commander like before, he shouldn't be in any danger. While contemplating though, Su Hui suddenly rushed in from the outside and called out, "Holy Master, Wizard Tribulation requests an audience." Yang Kai raised his brow. Wizard Tribulation? Something seems to have happened, his expression is a bit strange, Su Hui reported. Let him in, Yang Kai hurriedly said. It had been several months since Yang Kai last saw Wizard Tribulation, but from what Su Hui and the others said, after absorbing many elites from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple, Wizard Tribulation's Netherworld sect had greatly increased its strength and was now developing well. A moment later, the black-robed Wizard Tribulation appeared and cupped his fists. Holy Master, Master. Sect Master Wizard, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Has something happened? Wizard Tribulation nodded lightly and quickly said, there is something, it's related to the stone forest in Shattering Mystical Palace. Yang Kai's expression changed. What happened to that stone forest? Holy Master, Master, if it's convenient, please follow me to have a look, Wizard Tribulation did not explain. However, from his demeanor and tone, Yang Kai faintly guessed something and no longer said anything, nodding and stepping out of the Holy Master Court. Sending a divine sense message to Li Rong, the three of them flew towards Shattering Mystical Palace. Master, is there a problem? Li Rong asked in confusion. Wizard Tribulation said something happened in that stone forest and asked me to go take a look. Stone forest? Li Rong raised her brow. That stone forest that leads to Star Field? What happened there? I don't know, Yang Kai shook his head. After a stick of incense worth of time, the three of them arrived above the stone forest where they had last arrived. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. In the center of the stone forest, a dark entrance opened silently, just like the situation in the Holy Tomb. Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Who opened the entrance to Star Field?" Wizard Tribulation shook his head. It was accidentally discovered by one of my disciples. Because this wizard knows that this place is important to Holy Master, since last time, I ordered my disciples not to enter or leave Shattering Mystical Palace. However, yesterday, a few disciples were flying nearby when they suddenly discovered the situation below. Curious, several of them went in to investigate but never returned. The remaining disciples hurriedly returned to the sect and told me what had happened, after which I immediately rushed to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Listening to his story, Yang Kai nodded lightly. You should be glad you didn't go in to investigate yourself. Wizard Tribulation smiled. This wizard knows his place. So, is that really the entrance to Star Field? Last time Li Rong and I went in to investigate, it really does lead to the legendary Star Field. Anyone below the Third Order Saint Realm who enters will die without a doubt. Your disciples shouldn't have been able to return. Wizard Tribulation paled slightly. Only Third Order Saints can enter? The Star Field has a terrifying pressure that only Third Order Saints can resist. Li Rong also nodded. Wizard Tribulation couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, feeling some lingering fear. Secretly rejoicing, it was fortunate that he had rushed to inform Kai Yang the moment he received the news, and had not rashly ventured in. Otherwise, with his current level, he was afraid that he would have ended up like those disciples, never to return. It's just, who opened this entrance? Li Rong muttered with a confused expression. Maybe it opened by itself, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Opened by itself? Li Rong and Wizard Tribulation both looked at him with some surprise. And, there is also a mysterious small world in the Holy Land called the Holy Tomb, which was originally the resting place of the previous Holy Masters. However, some time ago, the entrance to this mysterious small world opened by itself, causing Great Elder and the others to panic for a while. Even now, there is no way to close it, Yang Kai explained casually, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger. The entrance to the Holy Tomb had opened, and the entrance to the Star Field had also opened, and all of this had happened in the past few days. Strictly speaking, it should have been the day he brought Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang back. Could it really have something to do with that strange world? The distance between them was too far, so how could it be related? Holy Master, how should we deal with this place? Do you need to arrange some people to watch over it? No, go back and warn your Netherworld sect disciples not to intrude. I'm not joking, anyone below the Third Order Saint Realm who enters this place will not be able to return. Yes, this wizard firmly believes Holy Master's words, Wizard Tribulation nodded solemnly. I will also warn the Holy Land's disciples not to come here. As for outsiders, if they want to enter, let them, whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. Yang Kai snorted lightly, that's all, go back first. Then this wizard will also take his leave. This time, I went to the Holy Land mainly to inform Holy Master of this matter. Do as you wish. By the way, if you have any saint pills you need to refine, feel free to come to the Holy Land and find me, Yang Kai said again, I can help you refine them first. Wizard Tribulation was overjoyed when he heard this and thanked Yang Kai profusely, claiming that he would go back to prepare the materials and visit Yang Kai again in a few days. In fact, he had long wanted to go to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to ask for saint pills, but because his relationship with Yang Kai was quite good, he was a bit embarrassed to do so at this critical juncture. He didn't want to fall victim to rumors and damage the reputation of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. However, since Yang Kai had taken the initiative to ask, how could Wizard Tribulation refuse? So he immediately left excitedly. After parting ways with Wizard Tribulation, Yang Kai and Li Rong rushed back to the Holy Land. Along the way, Yang Kai's mind was racing, recalling what great demon god Soul Clone had said in that strange world, trying to find any clues or useful information. Chapter 919. Yang Kai and Li Rong returned the way they had come. Seeing his contemplative look, Li Rong didn't say a word, not daring to disturb him, simply following behind him. After a short while, they returned to the 9 Peaks. Li Rong suddenly called out softly, Master, there seems to be a situation with the people who came to request alchemy pills. Yang Kai awoke from his contemplation and looked down. Sure enough, he found that there was some commotion down below. Many of the cultivator who had come to request alchemy pills had gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to one another. Some of them even stopped waiting and left the 9 Peaks to fly away. Seeing their hurried appearance, it was as if they had made some kind of incredible discovery. Because the Holy Land had been ordered not to provide any alchemy services for 10 days, the cultivator waiting outside the 9 Peaks had become somewhat bored, but they couldn't give up on this alchemy trip and leave just because of this. What's more, the number of cultivator who had left was simply too high. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why such a scene had occurred, quickly turning around and flying towards the stone pavilion below. Inside the stone pavilion, Meng Tianfei and Luo Sheng, the 2 Holy Land elders, were sitting there, maintaining order. At this moment, they were also looking at the commotion in the crowd in confusion, not knowing what was going on. In a flash, Yang Kai and Li Rong appeared. The 2 elders quickly stood up and saluted. What happened here? Yang Kai motioned for them to remain silent and asked softly. Subordinate doesn't know. A stick of incense ago, a cultivator who came to request alchemy pills joined the group and said a few words to the other cultivators nearby. Many of them left, Luo Sheng replied. Where is that person? Yang Kai asked. The one at the back of the group. Luo Sheng pointed. Yang Kai looked over and found a middle-aged transcendent realm man standing at the back of the group with a shrewd look on his face. His eyes were shining brightly. As the cultivator and the team continued to leave, he also slowly moved forward. There was even a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. "Do you want this subordinate to investigate the situation?" Luo Sheng asked. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Luo Sheng immediately obeyed. A moment later, walking back with a strange expression, he reported, "Holy Master, that guy said that he found an entrance to a mysterious small world on the way here. Those who left all went to explore that mysterious small world." "The entrance to the mysterious small world?" Yang Kai muttered. "Yes, his words are very convincing. It doesn't look like he's lying. Since he found the entrance to this mysterious small world, why didn't he explore it instead of coming here to spread the news? Let the others go forward. If there were any benefits inside, wouldn't it be taken away by someone else?" Meng Tianfei had a suspicious look on his face. "Is this guy planning something? He said that he was weak and alone. I don't dare to enter recklessly." Luo Sheng shrugged. Yang Kai fell into deep thought as his expression became dignified. Turning his gaze towards the direction of that person, he asked after a while, "Have you found where the entrance to that mysterious small world is?" "About 2,000 kilometers from here, to the east." Luo Sheng pointed. "Li Rong, let's go take a look." Yang Kai immediately stood up. "Holy Master, do you want me to inform Great Elder and ask him to go with you?" Luo Sheng asked. "No need, we're just going to take a look. If I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be anything good inside that mysterious small world," Yang Kai said confidently before leaving with Li Rong again. Once there was no one else around, Yang Kai summoned the Flying Heavens shuttle, turned into a streak of blue light, and disappeared. Aboard the Flying Heavens shuttle, Li Rong asked, "Master, do you believe what that person said? The entrances to mysterious small worlds have always been extremely well hidden and generally can't be found. What he said is very suspicious. In this world, there were many hidden spaces of varying sizes. These spaces were called mysterious small worlds by the world. Some mysterious small worlds were completely barren, while others were inhabited by living creatures. There were even some mysterious small worlds that contained ancient ruins that contained shocking wealth. Once discovered, one could become rich enough to rival an entire country and live a carefree life. Therefore, in Tongxian realm, there were some cultivator who specifically searched for mysterious small worlds, exploring them in order to obtain treasures and make a living. However, as time passed, the number of mysterious small worlds that remained undiscovered became fewer and fewer. Those that were easy to find had already been explored by the cultivator, leaving behind only the most well-hidden mysterious small worlds. The cultivator who came to ask for a pill said he had found the entrance to a mysterious small world, which naturally aroused suspicion. However, everyone in the world was here for profit, so it was inevitable that some people would be confused by his words and rush to the location he said to investigate. If there really was a mysterious small world, they could enter it and perhaps find something. Even if there wasn't, there wouldn't be any losses. I know, but this time I'm afraid it's different. His strength isn't high, so if he really dares to spread such rumors, when those people return, they will take his life. With his shrewd appearance, how could he dig his own grave? Listening to what Yang Kai said, Li Rong suddenly felt that it made sense and nodded. "So, he really found it? His luck is really good." Yang Kai shook his head. "It may have nothing to do with him. Maybe the entrance to that mysterious small world opened on its own and he was just passing by, so he discovered it." "Opened on its own?" Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, her beautiful eyes lighting up, "Is it the same as the entrance to the Holy Tomb and the Star Field's entrance?" "It's just my guess, so I need to see it with my own eyes," Yang Kai nodded. "I wonder if there's anything good inside." Li Rong couldn't help but look forward to it. "There shouldn't be anything inside." Yang Kai laughed. "That person must have already investigated it, or someone else must have gotten there first. It's not like he said, that he didn't dare to rush in because his strength was too low. It was precisely because he was sure there were no treasures inside that he spread the news and let the cultivator in front of him leave, so he could reduce the time he had to wait to ask for pills. Master, your observation is quite detailed. Li Rong looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. The main thing is that guy's eyes are always looking at others, and when he sees someone leave the line, he shows a look of joy. Yang Kai smiled faintly. His thoughts are written all over his face, it's difficult for me not to see them. Those cultivators who left the line didn't notice this because they were blinded by greed. After talking for a while, the Flying Heavens shuttle had already traveled 2,000 kilometers away from the 9 peaks. The blue light stopped mid-air as Yang Kai and Li Rong released their divine senses and spread out. After a while, Yang Kai's expression changed and he controlled the Flying Heavens shuttle to fly in a certain direction. After a dozen breaths, the two appeared not far from the entrance to a dark void corridor. Just as Yang Kai had expected, this place had already been occupied by someone else. Many cultivators were gathered outside the entrance, vigilantly looking around, secretly condensing their strength, making it clear that no one was allowed to approach. Yang Kai secretly observed them and found that their strength wasn't high, only at the immortal Ascension boundary. There wasn't even a single transcendent, so he no longer concealed himself and strode over with Li Rong. Who goes there? Stop. As soon as they saw the two of them reveal themselves, those martial artists that guarded the entrance instantly seemed as if they were facing a great enemy, and one of them shouted with a grim voice. This is the restricted area of my Chen clan, and outsiders aren't allowed to trespass. If you still don't stop moving, then we won't hold back anymore. Master, do you want to? Li Rong inquired. Be gentle, Yang Kai nodded lightly. An invisible spiritual energy burst out from Li Rong's knowledge sea, causing all the cultivators gathered around the entrance to stare blankly in place, as if they didn't see Yang Kai and Li Rong at all, allowing them to pass by and enter the entrance. With Li Rong's means, dealing with these immortal Ascension boundary cultivators was a simple matter, deceiving their perception was a piece of cake. However, since Yang Kai didn't order them to kill, Li Rong also showed mercy. It wasn't until the two figures disappeared from the edge of the entrance that the cultivators suddenly woke up. Looking around, they found that the man and woman from before had disappeared, immediately realizing how terrifying their opponent's strength was, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Inside the mysterious small world, Yang Kai and Li Rong leisurely appeared. When Xiao Qin spread out his spiritual sense, he discovered that there were many cultivators moving around. They seemed to be searching for something. Yang Kai summoned the Flying Heavens shuttle again and together with Li Rong, transformed into a blue light and disappeared. Half an hour later, the pair returned to the entrance. There was indeed a ruin inside this mysterious small world, but there were no signs of life. The cultivators should have entered later and were currently searching for treasures inside. Moreover, this mysterious small world wasn't very large, only about a third the size of Demon God Citadel. However, the Chen family should have gained a lot this time. This family didn't have any masters, and even the most powerful cultivator was only a transcendent realm cultivator. It was almost the same as the central capital's 8 great families. The artifacts and martial books obtained from this ruin could be used as capital for the family's growth. Let's go, there's nothing to see here. Yang Kai took a light breath and returned with Li Rong from the entrance. When the cultivators outside saw this man and woman appear again, all of them widened their eyes, but they no longer dared to be as aggressive as before. Instead, they were a little frightened. The methods of these two were too amazing, they could see it clearly. What made them feel slightly relieved though was that this man and woman didn't intend to embarrass them. After walking out of the mysterious small world, they walked straight into the distance. Right, there are many saint transcendents heading this way, they should arrive here in half a day at most. You should inform the elders of your families to quickly withdraw from this mysterious small world, otherwise there may be a bloody disaster waiting for you. Yang Kai turned back and kindly reminded them before leaving with Li Rong. It wasn't until the backs of the two disappeared that the cultivator who had shouted angrily at Yang Kai wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly entered the mysterious small world. Apparently, he was going to inform the elders of his family about the words Yang Kai had said before he left and let the patriarch and elders decide. Chapter 920. Back in Nine Heavens Holy Land, after Yang Kai returned, he immediately called Su Hui and asked him to send people out to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai didn't tell him what kind of information he needed to inquire about, only ordering him to send out a lot of disciples in all directions and tell them to pay attention to the places they passed through to see if there were any major events, then to return to the 9 peaks within a month. Su Hui did as he was told and didn't ask any questions. From the dignified expression on Yang Kai's face, Su Hui also smelled an unusual aura. The Holy Master must have discovered something, otherwise, he would never have acted like this. A few days later. Early in the morning, Yang Kai came to his room and quietly walked over to his bed. On the bed, Xia Ningqiang still had her eyes closed, her tender body motionless, obviously still digesting the information in the true alchemic way. Yang Kai waited quietly for a while, but seeing that she didn't respond, he broke into her knowledge sea. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the little senior sister slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, giving her a beautiful appearance. "How is your harvest?" Yang Kai asked. "Almost, all I need to do is familiarize myself with it," Xia Ningqiang gently nodded. Yang Kai nodded. He had wrapped the information in the true alchemic way with his spiritual energy and directly sent it to the little senior sister's soul avatar. With her aptitude and comprehension of alchemy, it wouldn't be difficult for her to fully understand the true alchemic way in a few days. "Come, let's start alchemy now. I'll introduce you to a few grandmasters while we're at it." Yang Kai grinned and took the initiative to withdraw his soul avatar. The next moment, both of them woke up. Inside the private room dedicated to alchemy, Yang Kai and Xia Ningqiang walked in together. The 5 grandmasters had been waiting for a long time. Each of them had their own alchemy furnace placed in front of them. These alchemy furnaces were small and exquisite, with fluorescent lines flowing across their surfaces. None of them were ordinary, all of them were saint-grade alchemy furnaces and were the most important artifacts of each grandmaster. After 10 days of rest, the 5 of them were in high spirits and full of anticipation. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the 5 grandmasters couldn't help but smile and nod. Changbao leaned his fat body against the wall and joked, "I haven't refined any alchemy for 10 days, so this old man is starting to miss the feeling of refining alchemy. Boy, let's hurry up and start." Yang Kai smiled. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Alchemy is one thing, but why did you bring your beloved woman here? Don't tell me you can't bear to part with her for even a moment?" He Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Young people are so hot-blooded. Don't kiss in front of us old guys later. We're not young anymore. If the scene is too exciting, we won't be able to take it." Hong Feng also laughed. Xia Ningqiang was at a loss of what to do. With a face full of embarrassment, her tender face turned bright red. She kept glancing at Kai Yang, as if she was too ashamed to show her face. "Come little girl, come sit with this old woman, don't pay attention to these old men." Kong Ruoyu beckoned to Xia Ningqiang affectionately. Xia Ningqiang looked at Yang Kai and after Yang Kai nodded, she walked over to Kong Ruoyu and sat down cross-legged. A very docile little girl, her eyes clear and flawless, untainted by the ways of the world. "Yang Kai, you can't mistreat her in the future," Kong Ruoyu said sincerely. "Senior, please rest assured, this junior has nothing but love for senior sister and will never mistreat her." The 5 grandmasters were startled, none of them having expected Yang Kai to say such blatant words in front of so many people. However, if he didn't speak from the bottom of his heart, he wouldn't have said such words. Now that they realized how deep Yang Kai's feelings for this masked girl were, all of them couldn't help showing praise. Xia Ningchang's eyes also couldn't help flashing a look of happiness. Alright, let's not talk too much. Let's start now. Du Wani smiled and didn't interrupt. Only now did he open his mouth. Yang Kai called out towards the door, "Great Elder." Su Hui pushed open the door and entered, his expression solemn as he said, "Subordinate has been waiting for a long time." As he spoke, he put down the medicinal ingredients he had prepared and said, "These are the ingredients for today's 20 batches of pills. I'll have to trouble the Holy Lord and the Masters. When evening comes, this subordinate will come back to collect the pills. Great Elder, go outside and bring in 10 more batches of pill materials," Yang Kai ordered. Su Hui was stunned. Bring in 10 more batches. The 5 grandmasters also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Chang Bao said, "Little brat, alchemy is a matter of balance between work and rest. If you are in poor condition and force yourself to refine pills, it is very likely that you will fail or the quality of the pills you refine will be poor. You can refine 10 batches a day by yourself, we've already seen it, but all of us old fogies can only refine 10 batches a day. How are you going to deal with the extra 10 batches? If you can't refine good pills, you might as well not refine them at all." Du Wani also tried to persuade him. Outstanding alchemists also had strict requirements for the pills they refined. If the quality of the pills they refined wasn't good enough, it was very likely they would ruin their reputation. Therefore, outstanding alchemists would not allow inferior pills to circulate outside. If they refined such pills, they would personally destroy them. Yang Kai glanced over at them and laughed, "I understand what several grandmasters are trying to say, but don't worry, the extra 10 batches won't need to be refined by me, nor will the several grandmasters need to refine them." "Then who will refine them?" He Feng's eyes widened as he suddenly turned to Su Hui, a look of suspicion filling his face. The Great Elder quickly waved his hand and smiled, "Grandmaster, don't look at me like that, I only know how to take pills. The alchemic way is 9 out of 10, I still don't understand one thing." He Feng nodded lightly, "You don't look like you know how to perform alchemy." Su Hui's face went black, secretly thinking that these alchemy grandmasters were quite direct with their words. Yang Kai. Kong Ruoyu thoughtfully glanced over at Xia Ning Chang a few times, "You don't mean to say that the extra 10 batches will be refined by your senior sister, do you?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone turned to look at Xia Ning Chang. Yang Kai chuckled, "That's exactly what I meant. She can also refine saint pills?" Chang Bao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he cried out, "That's impossible, she's only a little older than you. Even if she started learning alchemy in her mother's womb, it's impossible for her to have the ability to refine saint pills." Yang Kai smiled bitterly, "I didn't start learning alchemy in my mother's womb either." The several grandmasters looked at him angrily, "You're different, you can't be judged by common sense. Can she really refine a holy elixir? This old master doesn't believe it. Little brat, don't make fun of us, be careful or these old fogies will get angry with you." This was the territory they were most proficient in and the territory they held the most authority over. Being surpassed by Yang Kai was one thing, but there were always 1 or 2 such geniuses in this world, but if they were also surpassed by his senior sister, who knew how these grandmasters would feel? They would definitely be very disappointed, perhaps even suffering a blow and never be able to recover. "I will." Xia Ning Chang suddenly said. Duan's brow furrowed as he suddenly remembered something, staring towards Yang Kai and asking, "She's the senior sister you mentioned before, the one whose alchemy skills are even better than yours?" Back in Grand Boulder City, Yang Kai had casually mentioned to him that there was a senior sister whose attainments in alchemy were even better than his own. At that time, Duan didn't believe it, but now he suddenly remembered. Yang Kai nodded. Duan took a deep breath and quickly said, "Seeing is believing, I'll have to trouble Great Elder to bring me 10 more sets of materials." Su Hui didn't say anything more and quickly left. A short time later, 10 more sets of materials were brought over. The door to the room was closed, leaving only the 7 grandmasters sitting cross-legged. The 5 grandmasters didn't rush to begin alchemy but instead stared towards Xia Ningchang, seemingly wanting to know if this little girl could really refine a saint pill as she claimed. Being stared at by the 5 grandmasters like this, Xia Ningchang couldn't help turning a timid look towards Yang Kai. However, she soon discovered that Yang Kai had already begun to refine pills, causing her to purse her lips. "Little girl, what kind of pill furnace are you using? Can you take it out and let this old woman have a look?" Kong Ruoyu asked pleasantly. Seeing that Xia Ningchang seemed a little nervous, she deliberately tried to ease her mood. "I don't have a pill furnace," Xia Ningchang replied softly. "You don't have a pill furnace?" The 5 grandmasters were all shocked. Chang Bao shouted, "How can you perform alchemy without a pill furnace?" This smelly brat really wanted to make fun of this old master, but this old master was naive enough to be fooled by him. It really makes this old master angry. "Don't be noisy." Kong Ruoyu glared at him before turning to Xia Ningchang with a smile. "Don't you use a pill furnace to perform alchemy?" Xia Ningchang gently nodded. This time, even Kong Ruoyu couldn't help showing a strange expression. Although she couldn't quite believe it, she vaguely felt that this little girl with such clear eyes must have a pure heart and couldn't possibly be lying. Patiently, she said, "Then how do you usually perform alchemy? How about we observe it now? The few of us aren't interested in anything else but alchemy, so we'd like to see how you can refine a saint pill without a pill furnace." Xia Ningchang nodded her head and slowly closed her eyes, as if she was trying to calm herself down. A moment later, when she opened her eyes again, the grandmasters were shocked to find that this little girl's temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change in an instant. The original Xia Ningchang was extremely shy, but now, she exuded an aura of self-confidence. There was no trace of panic in her eyes and her every movement was extremely calm. A set of alchemy materials was placed in front of her and she meticulously examined them one by one. "Saint pill materials." Kong Ruoyu whispered softly, "She's already eyeing the saint pill materials, could it be that she can really refine them?" The 5 grandmasters all paid close attention to Xia Ningchang. But the little senior sister was no longer nervous. At this moment, she seemed to have escaped into another world, leaving only the set of saint pill materials in front of her. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a gentle power burst out from Xia Ningchang's body. The moment they felt this power, the 5 grandmasters were all stunned. Chapter 921. What stunned the 5 grandmasters wasn't the strength of Xia Ningchang's strength. Although she was a third-order transcendent, the grandmasters didn't care much about her and only thought of her as a martial Dao genius like Yang Kai. Most importantly, the energy in her body was not of the fire attribute, nor was it of the yang attribute. Whether it was alchemy or artifact refining, one needed to use a burning hot energy to fuse medicinal efficacies with the essence of ores in order to refine pills and artifacts into their desired shape. Therefore, alchemists and artifact refiners must cultivate fire or yang attribute secret arts, and the yuan qi in their bodies must also contain a certain degree of heat. However, within the power that Xia Ningchang released, there was only a very gentle aura that was close to nature. How was she supposed to perform alchemy like this? The 5 grandmasters were all stunned. But in the next moment, they were all shocked. The saint-grade herbs were wrapped in an invisible force as they floated in front of Xia Ningchang. Under the gentle force of nature, the herbs were all decomposed and the essences of the herbs condensed together, forming drops of incomparably pure medicinal liquid, while the useless impurities were all expelled from the liquid. Xia Ningchang's body remained motionless, but the strength in her body continued to circulate, her 2 jade hands forming a series of strange seals as she sent them towards the herbs. The expressions of the grandmasters all changed, each of them wearing an expression of disbelief as they stared at Xia Ningchang for a moment, afraid they would miss any of her actions. With the eyesight of the 5 grandmasters, they could naturally see that this little girl in front of them had extremely profound attainments in alchemy. Her technique of condensing medicinal liquids had reached the point of perfection. Even if they were to do it themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do a better job than Xia Ningchang. None of the medicinal efficacies in the herbs were wasted, and under her wondrous technique, they were all condensed and gradually gathered together. Drop after drop of the medicinal liquid floated in front of Xia Ningchang like pearls. She pointed with her jade finger, and the power in her body continuously burst forth. Xia Ningchang used her finger as a brush and yuan qi as ink to inscribe exquisite spirit diagrams in the air. His speed was extremely fast. Everyone keenly discovered that the spirit diagram she used was almost exactly the same as the one Yang Kai used. It was obvious that they were taught by the same person. Gradually, the 5 grandmasters were drawn in. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing Xia Ningchang. They no longer doubted whether or not Xia Ningchang could concoct pills. The miraculous scene in front of them clearly explained this problem. It was impossible for someone who couldn't concoct pills to understand the spirit arrays used in alchemy, and it was impossible for them to perfectly condense medicinal liquids. Moreover, Xia Ningchang's alchemy technique had a kind of aesthetic feeling to it that made them intoxicated, forgetting their own existence. Following Xia Ningchang's movements, the 5 grandmasters all discovered that they seemed to have fallen into a magical world, a world that belonged to alchemy. A broad road lay beneath their feet, and the light in front of them was bright. At this moment, everyone felt as if their souls had been baptized, and their alchemy skills that had soaked in silver for 100 years seemed to show signs of sublimation. Gradually, a complex and profound spirit diagram took shape. The lines on the diagram flickered with light, guiding the medicinal liquids to gather at the center. Clearly, the medicinal liquids were fusing and clashing with each other, producing a delightful change, faintly forming the shape of a pill. The 5 grandmasters all stared with wide eyes, looking very excited. They had been alchemists for so many years, but never once had they clearly seen a pill take shape right under their noses. The pills they refined were all formed inside their pill furnaces, so they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only when the pill was formed could they see the true appearance of the pill. It wasn't until this moment that they realized the formation of a pill was so fascinating and eye-catching. It was like the birth of a new life, exuding a vigorous energy aura. The grandmasters' emotions fluctuated, and they were almost unable to speak. All of them stretched out their necks, seemingly wanting to get closer and observe more carefully. As the pill slowly took on a beautiful appearance, the grandmasters poured their minds into the pill, feeling extremely nervous as it was born. After a long time, a pill fragrance suddenly filled the air, shaking everyone's spirits. They felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts, and their bodies and minds relaxed. Xia Ningchang reached out and grabbed the pill in front of her, her slender white fingers pinching it as she carefully examined it for a while. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as if she wasn't very satisfied, but she still put it into a jade bottle prepared in advance. At the same time, Yang Kai also refined a saint pill. He reached out and patted his pill furnace, causing the saint pill to fly out and fall into the jade bottle in his hand, where he sealed it. 2 slightly different pill fragrances filled the air in this room, making people feel refreshed. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the strong thumping of the 5 grandmasters' hearts could be heard. Xia Ningchang finally awoke from the world of alchemy. As soon as she raised her head, she saw 5 pairs of eyes staring at her like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow. Several seniors. Xia Ningchang was startled and hurriedly turned to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that they had all just recovered from their shock and had yet to recover, so he simply said, "Several grandmasters believe this junior's words now, right?" Duan glanced at him and nodded with a wry smile. Really, seeing is believing. Everyone finally recovered, with Changbao frowning and a puzzled look on his face, but I still don't understand, without the fire and yang attributes of Yuan Qi, how could she condense the pill's efficacies? It's fine if she doesn't use a pill furnace, but this yuan chi's attribute isn't right. I'm not too sure, does alchemy not require a burning power? He Feng also shook his head. Although watching Xia Ning Chang perform alchemy was a huge gain, it also subverted their long-held understanding of alchemy, causing them to begin to doubt their own knowledge. Kong Ruo, you seem to be deep in thought. After thinking for a long time, she said, have you heard that there is a special physique in this world that is specially born for alchemy? A special physique? Duwan's expression shook as he suddenly remembered, you mean, sacred spirit medicine body? Hong Fong exclaimed. Yes, it is the sacred spirit medicine body. Kong Ruoyu stared at Xia Ning Chang with a burning gaze. This little girl may possess the sacred spirit medicine body. If that's the case, then it explains why she can perform alchemy without using a pill furnace or burning power. Duwan nodded in agreement. As top alchemists, the several grandmasters had naturally heard of the sacred spirit medicine body and knew just how miraculous this special physique was. Comparing it with Xia Ning Chang's performance, they became more and more certain of their speculations. Boy, does your senior sister have a special physique? Chang Bao asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. No wonder, it turns out to be the legendary physique. The eyes of the several grandmasters became brighter as they stared at Xia Ning Chang as if they were looking at the greatest treasure in the alchemy world, their expressions filled with warmth and friendliness. You senior sister and junior sister really know how to shock others. Duwan smiled bitterly. This old master no longer has any confidence in his alchemy skills. I also wonder if I've lived in vain for so long. He Feng also couldn't help sighing. But if we really compare, this junior isn't as good as this little girl. Hong Fong laughed. Both of them are refining saint-grade pills, but in terms of time, this little girl has the upper hand. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. Senior sister's attainments in alchemy have always been better than mine. No, junior brother seems to have only studied alchemy for a short time. He didn't even know how to perform alchemy before. Xia Ning Chang quickly waved his hand. You don't need to praise each other. Hurry up and continue refining. There are still 30 pills to refine today. Chang Bao couldn't wait to watch them again and urged them. But let's make it clear first, after being shocked by you, us old fellows won't be refining today so as to avoid wasting herbs, He Feng added. Good, today's 30 pills will be handed over to me and little senior sister. Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly, no longer saying anything, and continued to immerse themselves in their alchemy. Time passed by. The 5 grandmasters had been gathered around Xia Ning Chang, not missing a single detail of her movements. Yang Kai was completely ignored. They had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for some time now, and now that Xia Ning Chang had joined them, naturally they weren't willing to miss out on these new techniques. Yang Kai was also happy to see this, and Xia Ning Chang was even happier. She didn't have many saint-grade materials to practice with before, but now that she had come to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, she no longer needed to worry about materials, so she spared no effort in refining. On top of that, with her sacred spirit medicine body's special constitution, when she performed alchemy, the speed at which her strength improved was countless times faster than when she meditated. Xia Ning Chang herself had said before that alchemy was a form of cultivation, so she didn't feel tired at all. After busying herself for a long time, the 30 pills were finally refined. Yang Kai felt a little exhausted, but Xia Ning Chang was still full of energy, seemingly wanting to continue. Su Hui came forward and took the 30 pills, brought them out of the Holy Land, and handed them to the cultivator waiting outside the 9 peaks. The cultivator was full of praise, praising the Holy Land's grandmaster's methods. After 10 days of cultivation, the number of pills he could refine had actually skyrocketed. This made the people who were waiting in line to ask for pills extremely happy. The number of pills refined by the Holy Land's grandmasters increased every day, so the time they needed to wait became shorter. At this moment, Yang Kai, Xianxia, and the 5 grandmasters had all returned to their rooms, closed their eyes, and meditated, comprehending the day's gains. The next day, the same continued. It wasn't until 3 days later that the 5 grandmasters began to perform alchemy, sharing their own insights in the process. Inside the room, the fragrance of pills filled the air as one after another spirit-grade and saint-grade pills were produced, creating a pleasing scene. Chapter 922. Time flew by, and a month later, the Holy Land disciples sent out by Su Hui to inquire about the situation returned one after another. After listening to their reports, Great Elder also faintly realized that something had happened in this world and immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court to request an audience with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had also been waiting for this day to come, so he had not gone to perform alchemy. Inside the hall, Su Hui said with a strange expression, "Holy Master, the disciples we sent out recently discovered a very strange phenomenon after a month of traveling and inquiring about the various major events that occurred along the way." What? Many entrances to different mysterious small worlds suddenly appeared throughout the world. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his expression became dignified. After the opening of the Holy Tomb, the opening of the Star Field, and the appearance of an entrance to a mysterious small world 2,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai faintly had a bad feeling in his heart, which was why he had asked Su Hui to send out disciples to investigate. The results of this investigation were basically the same as what he had guessed, making him feel a little uneasy. Su Hui continued, after the disciples' investigation, they found that the entrances to these mysterious small worlds all opened at the same time, all by themselves. During this time, all the cultivators in the world have fallen into a frenzy of entering these mysterious small worlds in search of treasures. Countless people have entered and exited these mysterious small worlds one after another, but according to the disciples, most of these mysterious small worlds are empty and devoid of life. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of these mysterious small worlds do contain ancient ruins and treasures. Did you find out when these entrances opened? Su Hui nodded. It seems to have been about a month and a half ago. A month and a half. This further confirmed the suspicions in Yang Kai's heart. This was when Yang Kai rescued Meng Wuya and Xianxia. Could the strange space where Great Demon God's soul clone was located really be related to these mysterious small worlds? Great Demon God had said that this place was the center of the entire world, and if it was destroyed, unimaginable events would occur. Could he be referring to the current situation when he said that? It was precisely because this place was the center of the world that, after it was destroyed, the mysterious small worlds hidden all over the world were able to reappear. However, this didn't seem to be a bad thing. Why was the great demonic god's divine clone so cautious? Moreover, the tone of his voice at that time was as if a great disaster was about to befall, which made Yang Kai very concerned. Seeing Yang Kai's expression fluctuating, Su Hui didn't dare to say anything and simply stood aside, waiting for further instructions. After a long time, Great Elder tentatively asked, "Holy Master, should our Holy Land also search for mysterious small worlds? Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. The disciples have been cultivating for a while now, so it's time for them to go out and walk around." Yang Kai looked up at him, pondered for a moment, then suddenly nodded. "Good, the Holy Land's disciples can go out at will to explore this mysterious small world, but I want them to help me keep track of some news. Saint Lord, please instruct me. If any mysterious small world appears in the central capital, Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land, or Tian Lang Dynasty, report it immediately, don't delay." Yes. Su Hui didn't ask much about the significance of these places. Just by looking at Yang Kai's expression, he knew these places must be very important to him. Also, help me find Wizard Tribulation, tell him I have something I need his help with. Yang Kai ordered again. Only then did the Grand Elder depart respectfully. Sitting on a chair in the hall, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Although this time's events were unexpected, perhaps it was an opportunity to return to the central capital. For a long time, he had been very worried about his relatives in the central capital, but he had never been able to find a way back. In the past, he had wandered around aimlessly and his strength was low, but now that he had finally settled down and grasped a huge amount of power in his hands, he naturally wanted to bring his family and friends here so that they could enjoy a better cultivation environment. This time, the entrances to all the hidden mysterious small worlds across the continent had all opened on their own, and some of these entrances would definitely lead to the world he came from. Because the central capital, strictly speaking, was also a mysterious small world. However, it was slightly different from other mysterious small worlds as the central capital's world was much larger. If some Saint Realm master with bad intentions headed to the central capital, with the heritage of the 8 great families, they would not be able to resist. He had to find a way back as soon as possible and return to the central capital one step ahead of everyone else. An hour later, Wizard Tribulation hurried over. Yang Kai asked him to use the current strength of Netherworld sect to help him keep an eye out for news from the central capital. Wizard Tribulation readily agreed and hurried back to deploy his forces. Since establishing a relationship with Yang Kai, Wizard Tribulation's Netherworld sect had become much smoother, so he naturally would not refuse Yang Kai's request. After doing all this, Yang Kai gave some instructions to Xia Ning Chang before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle alone, transforming into a streak of blue light and disappearing into the 9 peaks. A day later, he appeared in Soaring Heaven sect. Inside Serene Resplendent Peak, he found Feiyu Martial Ant and asked her to use the power of Soaring Heaven sect to help him keep an eye out for news. Without much delay, Yang Kai left again. 2 days later, Dragon Phoenix Palace. Inside Dragon Pavilion, Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor, sat cross-legged, cultivating the most precious secret martial skills of Dragon Phoenix Palace. Since Sun Yu successfully entered the Dragon Valley restricted area a few years ago and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, he had become the most eye-catching existence in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Palace Master Chen Zhou and the elders also regarded him as the greatest hope for revitalizing the sect, providing him with the best cultivation environment and abundant materials. It had been a year and a half since he safely escaped from Dragon Valley, and during this time, Sun Yu's cultivation had made some progress, but it was not enough to satisfy him. Because when Sun Yu entered Dragon Valley, it took him 2 years to soar from the Yuan Qi Boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, crossing an entire great realm. But now, after a year and a half, he had only reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, making his progress somewhat disappointing. However, because of his identity as the Dragon Emperor, the Palace Master and the elders did not say much and simply waited patiently for him to soar to the heavens. Only Sun Yu knew in his heart that the real Dragon Emperor was someone else. During the 2 years he spent in Dragon Valley, his strength had grown rapidly because of the guidance of that senior. More than a year after that senior left, Sun Yu had diligently cultivated, but the only thing he could do was ensure that his strength grew faster than others. However, this kind of speed had undoubtedly disappointed the Palace Master and his master. Coupled with the fact that the Palace Master had been constantly trying to help him find the Phoenix Empress, Sun Yu was so annoyed that he could only enter secluded retreat. The search for the Phoenix Empress was thus put on hold. While meditating, Sun Yu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if there was a pair of eyes watching him, and the aura in the room also changed. Opening his eyes, Sun Yu shouted, "Who is it?" A person was standing in front of him, looking at him with an amiable smile as he praised, "Your vigilance is not bad, it seems you've grown quite a bit." Hearing this person's voice and looking at his physique and appearance, Sun Yu was overjoyed and quickly got up and called out, "Senior Yang?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "Why are you here? When did you arrive?" Sun Yu was extremely excited as he rushed over to Yang Kai and asked. "I just arrived," Yang Kai replied casually, "Speak softly, there are 2 transcendents guarding this place outside." Sun Yu glanced outside and couldn't help shrinking his neck, lowering his voice as he politely brought over a chair, "Senior Yang, please sit." After Yang Kai sat down, Sun Yu respectfully poured him a glass of water before standing to the side and looking at him with a smile, as if he had just seen the person closest to him. Sweeping Sun Yu with his divine sense, Yang Kai gently nodded. Your cultivation has progressed quite well. You've been cultivating hard this time, right? Sun Yu's expression became bitter as he said, Senior Yang, please don't make fun of me. This progress may be very good compared to the average person, but compared to the expectations Palace Master and Master have placed on me, it's far from enough. Moreover, I'm not satisfied with it. Don't worry, strength is something you grow slowly. Senior Yang, when can you explain everything to Palace Master? I've been under a lot of pressure lately, Sun Yu said with a bitter expression. I understand, Yang Kai nodded, but now is not the time. Sun Yu had suddenly changed from an ordinary disciple to the hope of the entire sect. Perhaps at the very beginning, Sun Yu would have been secretly delighted, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, but after he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders, he understood what it meant to not be in a position where one should not be in a position where one should not be. Being under a lot of pressure was normal. Wait a while, Yang Kai comforted. He planned to wait until he found Su Yan and brought her back to inherit the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest before explaining this matter to Dragon Phoenix Palace's people. When the time came, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress would both appear. Presumably they would be happy to accept. Then, what business does Senior Yang have with us this time? There is indeed something I need your help with. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he explained to Sun Yu about his request to the wizard Jia and his martial aunt Feiyu. Sun Yu naturally did not refuse. Half a day later, under the command of Palace Master Chen Zhou, many of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elites were dispatched from all directions. Yang Kai bid farewell to Sun Yu and left Dragon Phoenix Palace. Standing atop the Flying Heavens shuttle, he released his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. Yang Kai had used all the connections he could to inquire about news from the central capital as soon as possible. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to go to Water Spirit Temple again, but after thinking about it, Shui Ling knew his origins. If they really did find the entrance to the central capital, Shui Ling would send someone to deliver the news to Nine Heaven's Holy Land even if he didn't say anything. Flying at a high speed, Yang Kai released his divine sense. Once he detected any void force fluctuations nearby, he would immediately investigate to see if there was an entrance to a mysterious small world. If there was, he would enter directly and see if this mysterious small world was his home. Disappointment after disappointment and emptiness after emptiness made Yang Kai extremely anxious. The central capital's 8 great families were second to none, but compared to Tongxian realm, they were nothing. If some great force really did find this place and set their sights on it, it was likely they would make a big fuss. Chapter 923. One day, 2 months later, Yang Kai returned from the outside world. Returning to the Holy Master Court, he called Su Hui and asked him if his disciples had found anything during this time, but there was no harvest. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. 2 months ago, he had used all of his connections to ask several great forces to pay attention to news from the central capital. In addition, Nine Heaven's Holy Land itself was also investigating, but he still couldn't find anything. Over the past 2 months, Yang Kai himself had been searching everywhere for the entrance to a small sealed world. He had entered and exited 20 to 30 small sealed worlds, but none of them led to the central capital. The Flying Heavens shuttle's incredible speed was of great help at this time, so after 2 months, Yang Kai had almost traversed half of the human territory. Every 3 days, Yang Kai would return to the Holy Land so as not to miss any useful information. But he still hadn't obtained any news. Su Hui had already left when a fragrant wind blew past. Yang Kai looked up and saw Xia Ning Chang standing in front of him in a light muslin dress. Seemingly understanding the anxiety in Yang Kai's heart, a look of deep sympathy flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai reached out and pulled his little senior sister into his arms before asking, "Have you finished refining the pills?" Xia Ning Chang nodded gently. Thanks to the small sealed world, fewer and fewer people are coming here to ask for pills, so there aren't many pills to refine now. Because of the sudden appearance of so many small sealed worlds, most cultivators wanted to get a share of the pie, so they left the 9 peaks one after another to seek opportunities outside. As a result, there was no longer a need to line up outside the 9 peaks to ask for pills. This also allowed Xia Ning Chang and the other grandmasters to have some free time. The senior sister and junior sister were touching each other's skin as they breathed in each other's scent. "Junior brother, are you looking for the entrance to the central capital?" Xia Ning Chang suddenly asked. "Did you ask, Great Elder?" Yang Kai was stunned. Xia Ning Chang shook her head. "I can see it myself. Strictly speaking, the central capital is also a small sealed world. Before, we couldn't find the entrance, but now that the entrance has opened on its own, it should have been discovered long ago, but there hasn't been any news about it. Junior brother, you must be very worried. You've been running around a lot these days, so I guessed it. And I've been looking for it, unfortunately I haven't found it. There will always be some clues, junior brother, don't worry." Xia Ning Chang comforted him softly, taking the initiative to hold Kai Yang's big hand. Faintly sighing, she said, "At such a critical time, I don't know where Master ran off to. If he's here, we can't. Treasurer Meng, he probably has something important to do." Kai Yang didn't know where Treasurer Meng had run off to at this critical moment. But since he had left as soon as he arrived at Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even leaving Xia Ning Chang in Yang Kai's care, it must be something important. Yang Kai even suspected that he had run off to the demon land. After all, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of the demon commander, so perhaps after restoring his strength, he had gone to find trouble with the demon commander again. If this was the case, Treasurer Meng's future was bleak. Asterisk dang 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 asterisk suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Xia Ning Chang was like a frightened rabbit as she hurriedly jumped out of Yang Kai's arms, blushing slightly as she stood aside awkwardly. When no one else was around, she could be affectionate with Yang Kai, but in front of outsiders, she couldn't let go. The one who came in was Su Hui, and he seemed to be in a hurry. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "Is there something else, Great Elder?" Su Hui had just reported to Yang Kai the news his disciples had gathered, but now he had hurriedly returned. Obviously there was something he needed to report. "Holy Master, there are 2 women outside who want to see you." Su Hui carefully glanced at Xia Ning Chang's expression before lightly coughing and reporting. "Women?" Yang Kai frowned. "What kind of women?" Very beautiful and very young," Su Hui didn't hesitate to ask. Su Hui didn't even blink as he reported bluntly. He spoke in a serious tone, clearly thinking that these 2 women were Yang Kai's love debts from outside and were now looking for him. Xia Ning Chang also thought the same and couldn't help smiling, her beautiful eyes faintly staring towards Yang Kai as she whispered, "Junior brother, I'll return to my room first." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he righteously said, "I don't know any beautiful young women outside. Are they Yun Xian and Ruan Xinu from Bold Independent Union? When those 2 came to the Holy Land last time, Great Elder also saw them." "Not them." Su Hui shook his head, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Right, those 2 girls should be twins. They look the same, but their temperaments are somewhat different. One is charming while the other is like a fairy. And both of them are rare beauties." From his expression, it seemed Yang Kai's luck with women wasn't shallow. Obviously, he had determined that these 2 women had some kind of ambiguous relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stood up and muttered, "Twins?" Su Hui didn't know why Yang Kai's reaction was so strong and stared at him in amazement before continuing, "And according to this old master's observation, these 2 girls should be cultivating some kind of special secret art. Their life auras are exactly the same, even the auras they exude are exactly the same. As for their strength, they should be around the first order transcendent realm, but they give off a feeling that they can't be ignored. It's really a bit strange, even if they are twins, their life auras and auras shouldn't be the same. Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened and a strange light flashed across his eyes while Xia Ningchang also stopped in her tracks, covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and joy. The senior sister and junior brother glanced at each other and both thought of the same possibility. Where are they? Yang Kai quickly asked, releasing his divine sense at the same time. Just outside the mountain peak. Take me to them. I'll go too. Xia Ningchang hurriedly said. Su Hui was speechless as he stood in place, secretly feeling anxious for Yang Kai, wondering if this senior sister of the Holy Master was planning to embarrass these two women. But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she would do such a thing. What are you gawking for? Yang Kai shouted before flying off with Xia Ningchang. Su Hui braced himself and followed, secretly deciding that if these women started fighting, he would immediately run away and leave the Holy Master to deal with. Good luck with women wasn't easy to enjoy. Su Hui, as an experienced man, naturally knew how terrifying a woman could be once she started making a scene. Outside the 9 peaks, 2 women with graceful figures were quietly standing there. Both of them were outstanding beauties with ample breasts and graceful waists. However, their temperaments were different. The one on the left had a charming expression while the one on the right was a little more lively. When the two of them stood together, they couldn't help but give birth to a kind of captivating visual impact. The several Holy Land disciples guarding this place constantly stole glances at these 2 women, secretly marveling at their stunning beauty. None of them dared to stare too excessively, from time to time taking advantage of the 2 women's distraction to sneak a peek. Elder sister, these people are really annoying, they keep stealing glances. The woman on the right pursed her red lips and whispered softly into the ear of the woman on the left. Don't pay attention to them. The woman on the left shook her head and smiled. Can't they just steal a few glances? In any case, it's not like they'll lose anything. All men are like this. There are many more people who are more annoying than them. But that person is different, that person. The elder sister's face also became dignified, revealing a look of reminiscence. That person has been gone for more than 10 years without any news. I wonder if the person here is him. I think so. The elder sister glanced over at her younger sister and sneered, although I also hope so, I still feel like it's impossible. According to others, this 9 heavens Holy Land Holy Land's Holy Master is a 3rd-order transcendent. The 2 of us sisters have only been able to reach our current cultivation because we obtained a supreme inheritance. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to increase his cultivation faster than us. With the 2 of us working together, our cultivation speed is twice that of an ordinary person. Elder sister, have you forgotten all the miracles he created in the central capital and war city? Anything that is impossible is possible with him. I hope so, but if it really is him, how could he become the master of this place in just 10 short years? This kind of force is not something the 8 great families can compare with. The elder sister sighed. Although she still held out some hope, she still felt it was somewhat unrealistic. I wonder what the situation with the sect is like. The younger sister wore a worried look. No matter what happens over there, we can't go back now. Our only hope is to find him quickly and ask him to think of a way. Someone's coming. While speaking, the elder sister raised her head and looked into the distance, just in time to see 3 figures rushing towards them. The speed of these 3 people was extremely fast, so even with her current cultivation, all she could see was a series of afterimages. When the 3 people landed in front of them, the beautiful eyes of the 2 sisters lit up. They couldn't believe their eyes, but they also felt relieved as they looked in front of them. Disciple greets Holy Master, greets Great Elder. The Holy Land disciple guarding this place respectfully saluted. Great Elder waved his hand but didn't say anything, simply standing behind Yang Kai and observing his expression. He found that when he saw these 2 girls, the Holy Master smiled, and although it was silent, it was obvious he was reuniting with an old friend. It really is you. Xia Ningchang also covered her mouth and exclaimed, Yang Kai. The two sisters also seemed to be a little too excited and shouted in unison. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the great elder, they rushed over and gave Yang Kai a big hug. Their movements were so orderly that it was as if they were the same person. Hugging left and right, their tender bodies were soft to the extreme, and their breasts were shockingly flexible. Kai Yang stood there at a loss, obviously also stunned. Too enthusiastic. After not seeing each other for 10 years, these two sisters had become so enthusiastic, even taking the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, making Yang Kai feel overwhelmed. Xia Ningchang just stood to the side and chuckled, not seeming to mind at all. Great Elder looked up at the sky with a focused expression, as if there was a great mystery in the sky. Chapter 924. Outside the 9 peaks, Yang Kai held 2 identical beauties in his arms, and a young senior sister with a veil covering her face stood next to him. The Holy Land disciple in charge of guarding this place stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, a look of admiration and envy filling his face as he thought to himself, Holy Master is truly a holy master. Even such beautiful sisters have been conquered by him. He really is a role model for all men. That's enough, what are you two doing? Yang Kai was almost out of breath from being hugged so tightly, and the amazing softness of their chests made him restless for a moment, so he quickly touched the waists of the 2 women. The 2 sisters released him and glared at him while gnashing their teeth. What? Yang Kai looked vigilant. It was you who delivered yourself to me, not me who wanted to take advantage of you. I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still so annoying. The charming woman snorted, we've been worried about your safety all these years, but it turns out you've already become a holy master here. We've been worried about you for so long in vain. Are you worried about me? Yang Kai looked at them in amazement, then I'm really honored. I'm not, it's Mei who keeps talking about you, the woman blushed and denied. Elder sister has. No. Okay, don't quarrel as soon as you see each other, let's go inside and talk, Xia Ningchang also recovered and said. Yang Kai grinned and beckoned to the 2 sisters, come with me. Since you're already here, don't treat yourself as an outsider. I won't, the elder sister snorted and pulled her younger sister along with Xia Ningchang, taking the lead into the 9 peaks. Yang Kai shook his head with a smile as he stared at their backs, his expression gradually becoming serious. The 2 sisters were none other than the Hu sisters of Blood Battle Gang, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei. Because Yang Kai had been inquiring about the central capital during this time, when he heard the great Chief Chalk report that a pair of twins had come to see him, the figures of the Hu sisters involuntarily appeared in his mind. The words of the great Chalk elder after that also confirmed his guess. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai and Su Yan had obtained the final inheritance, which was Dragon Phoenix Palaces. However, the Hu sisters also had their own opportunities and obtained a set of twin Qi shared branches divine technique. After cultivating this technique, their life aura and energy waves would be exactly the same. Since they had appeared here, it meant that the central capital and Tongxian realm had really been connected. Perhaps something had happened that made him worried. Holy Master, those 2 girls. Su Hui stammered, wanting to inquire about the origins of the twins and their relationship with Yang Kai, but also feeling that he was being too nosy. It's not what you think. Yang Kai glanced at him. Subordinate understands, Su Hui nodded quickly. After entering the 9 peaks, the 2 sisters looked around as they walked, constantly exclaiming in amazement. 9 Heavens Holy Land was a top force even in Tongxian realm, and the scenery inside the 9 peaks was pleasant and the world energy aura was rich. The central capital simply couldn't compare. When they arrived here, they immediately felt as if their horizons had been broadened. The 2 sisters were like 2 village girls who had entered a bustling city. It was too much for their eyes to take in. In the Holy Master Court, Xianxia arranged for the two sisters to sit down while Yang Kai personally poured them a cup of tea. And Ling also served them a plate of rare spirit fruits. The Hu sisters seemed to have not had a good rest for a long time, their pretty faces filled with exhaustion and their strength had been greatly consumed. Smelling the fragrance of these spirit fruits, they couldn't help feeling hungry. Hu Jiao unceremoniously picked up 2 fruits and handed one to Hu Mei before taking a big bite. Yang Kai and Xianxia sat next to the 2 sisters, waiting for them to recover. After eating several spirit fruits, the 2 sisters seemed to have recovered and Yang Kai asked, looking at how travel-worn you are, have you been traveling for a long time? The Hu sisters nodded together, about 3 months. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, you've worked hard. The 2 of them were now first-order transcendents, so traveling for 3 months had consumed a great deal of their strength, so it was inevitable they would feel exhausted. Yang Kai, you have to hurry back to the central capital, something may have happened there, Hu Jiao suddenly frowned and said anxiously. I know, Yang Kai gently nodded. You know? The Hu sisters looked at him in amazement. To be honest, some things have happened here recently. I've been looking for a way back but haven't been able to find it. It just so happens that you came here today, so tell me in detail, how did you get here? The Hu sisters glanced at each other before Hu Jiao said, do you remember the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened? That was one of my Hu family's mines. Of course I remember, Yang Kai nodded. About 3 or 4 months ago, some strange phenomena suddenly appeared there. After listening to Hu Jiao's story, Yang Kai understood why the 2 sisters had come to Tongxian realm and why they had traveled so far to find 9 Heavens' holy land. 3 or 4 months ago, in the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared, a dark cave suddenly appeared. The Hu sisters received a report from a disciple and went together to investigate. Because in today's blood battle gang, or even the entire world, the Hu sisters' strength was considered top-notch. It was precisely because they had some confidence in their own strength that the Hu sisters were not afraid of danger. They entered the pitch-black cave, intending to carefully investigate what was inside. After all, the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared there and they mistakenly thought that the cave was similar to the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but they didn't know that it was the entrance to the void corridor that led to Tongxian realm. In a moment of carelessness, they had arrived in Tongxian realm. The 2 sisters investigated the surroundings for 2 days and found that the world here was completely different from what they had imagined. There were actually many traces of cultivator activity, and among those cultivator, there were many masters that even they couldn't see through. They immediately understood that they had come to an extraordinary place. Just as they were about to return to Blood Battle Gang, they were shocked to find that the entrance they had come through had been surrounded by cultivator activity from another force. That force had countless masters, and the 2 sisters were alone, so they couldn't get close. Once they got close, they would be intimidated and forced to retreat. As a last resort, the 2 sisters could only stay nearby and see if they could find a chance to return. But they were unable to do so. At this time, they remembered Yang Kai, who had left the central capital 10 years ago, and with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one, they inquired about Yang Kai, wanting to know if he was also in this world, and if so, if there was any way to return to the central capital. They didn't have much hope, but when they asked, they found out the truth. In today's world, the prestige of 9 Heavens' holy land was unparalleled, and the name of the Holy Master, Yang Kai, was widely known. After some inquiries, they discovered that the age and appearance of the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' holy land was very similar to the one they knew, so they hurried over to 9 Heavens' holy land. The reason why the 2 sisters were so excited and enthusiastic when they saw Yang Kai was entirely because this Yang Kai really was the one they knew. The burden that had been hanging in their hearts for several months suddenly fell to the ground, causing them to lose their composure. I didn't expect you to really be the Holy Master of this place, but now it's easy. Since you're in charge of the Holy Land, you must have the ability to communicate with that force and prevent them from harming Blood Battle Gang and the central capital, right? Hu Jiao'er looked eagerly at Yang Kai, pinning all her hopes on him. Do you remember where you came from? What is the name of the force that drove you away? I don't remember where we came from. Hu Jiao'er slowly shook her head. This place is too big, but I heard from a nearby cultivator that the force we encountered was called Free and Unfettered. Free and Unfettered? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely feeling that he had heard this name before. That place isn't close. Enling, who had been sitting nearby and listening, interjected, these two girls should have taken a detour, otherwise they should have been able to reach my holy land within 2 months. Do you know this force? Yang Kai turned his eyes to her. Enling, pursed her lips and smiled, the saintess knowledge is very diverse, naturally including the strength of the world's forces and their geographical distribution. This free and unfettered force isn't weak, it has several saint realm masters, the most powerful of which should be a second-order saint. That means it's on par with my holy land. You could say that. Enling, smiled and nodded, however, in terms of reputation and prestige, it naturally can't be compared to the current Holy Land, but it still can't be underestimated. Listening to her, the Hu sisters' expressions became dignified. In their opinion, this Nine Heavens Holy Land was already quite tyrannical, but it could only fight to a draw with the free and unfettered force. They didn't know if they could rely on the strength of this place to resolve the crisis in the central capital. That depends on whether they are sensible or not. If they are, I will naturally treat them well, but if they are not, then what will you do? Just wait and see. Yang Kai grinned, a cold light flashing across his eyes, as sharp as a sword. The beautiful eyes of the Hu sisters shone with extraordinary splendor. This man is still as strong as he was in the past. Anyone who dared to underestimate or oppose him would pay a heavy price. The two sisters' hearts instantly relaxed, secretly thinking that as long as Yang Kai took action, they would no longer have to worry about the situation in their sect. A divine sense spread out from Yang Kai's knowledge sea, and a moment later, the sound of fluttering robes rang out outside the hall. The Holy Land's 6 chalk elders and the 4 great commanders of the ancient demon clan all appeared. Holy Master! Master! Everyone saluted as they stared solemnly towards Yang Kai. They didn't know why he had summoned all the elders of the Holy Land, but they could faintly smell an unusual aura. Feeling the tyrannical strength of these 10 people, the Hu sisters didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the central capital, their strength was top-notch, and when the sisters joined forces, they could be said to be invincible, but at this moment, they were shocked to discover that none of the people standing here was someone they could resist. While they were shocked, they also felt inspired by the power Yang Kai had grasped. Chapter 925. Master, is there a reason you have summoned us all here today? Inside the hall, Li Rong asked while sizing up the Hu sisters, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. With her strength, she could naturally see that although the strength of these 2 sisters was not high, the secret art they cultivated was quite strange. Even if they were twins, there shouldn't be no difference between their vital signs and auras. The other Saint Realm experts also noticed this interesting phenomenon, and all of them took a few more glances at the Hu sisters. I'm going out. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and said casually, Li Rong and Han Fei will come with me. The 2 great commanders of the ancient demon clan nodded. In addition, I need an elder who is familiar with the way to lead the way. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he turned his eyes to the 6 elders. Which one of you knows the way to the free and unfettered? Subordinate knows. Shi Kun stepped forward. Then Elder Shi Kun will also come with me, everyone else will remain in the Holy Land. Holy Master, is there some kind of dispute between you and the free and unfettered? Su Hui frowned and asked. Yang Kai's expression and tone were somewhat different from usual, causing Su Hui to feel that something was wrong. There is no dispute, but there may be. so I need to take a few masters with me. Then subordinate will also, Great Elder, you don't need to go. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting, there needs to be someone in the Holy Land, so you should stay here and deal with the situation here. Su Hui thought about it for a moment and felt that Yang Kai was right, so he didn't insist. Little senior sister, you should also stay. Yang Kai turned to Xia Ning Chang, Treasurer Meng may return soon. I won't go, I'll stay here and perform alchemy while waiting for Master. Xia Ning Chang nodded obediently. We want to go. The Hu sisters said in unison. Yang Kai looked at them and noticed the determination in their eyes, nodding lightly. Only then did Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er smile. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Yang Kai waved his hand and walked out without delay. Outside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai gave a few simple instructions to the elders and great elders before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle. After the group of 6 people boarded it, the shuttle turned into a blue light that instantly disappeared. The shuttle of Flying Apsara was about 30 feet long, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to carry 7 or 8 people. Moreover, because the shuttle of Flying Apsara was equipped with a defensive barrier, no matter how fast it flew, it wouldn't feel the wind blowing against it. However, Yang Kai's heavens, Yang's, Yang Kai's, Yang, Yang's was, is, Yang Yang, 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 and the Holy Heavens elders and Yang. The elders, and the elders and elders, and elders and elders and elders was a sect. Along the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the Hu sisters' origins and the purpose of this trip to the free and unfettered. Li Rong and Han Fei finally understood why Yang Kai was being so cautious. Yang Kai grew up in the central capital, so Yang Kai naturally had special feelings for it. Now that all the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened, the free and unfettered elders who entered the central capital's world might not take advantage of it. If they relied on their strength and didn't put the central capital's cultivator in their eyes, they might oppress and enslave the cultivator there. Yang Kai's friends and family were there, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? During the flight, Shi Kun glanced back from time to time with a strange look on his face. Elder Shi Kun, do you have something to say? Yang Kai couldn't help asking when he saw Shi Kun's hesitant look. Shi Kun smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just feel that the auras of these 2 girls are very similar." "Oh, that's because they cultivate a special secret art. So that's how it is." Shi Kun scratched his head, but if Holy Master hadn't said so, I'm afraid I would have thought the 2 of them were from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Twin Spirit Pavilion? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering the name of this great force. The last time he was in Dragon Phoenix Palace, when Sun Yu had come out of Dragon Valley, his master Ling Jian had told him to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a while, saying that Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship. "Senior, why do you think we're from Twin Spirit Pavilion?" Hu Jiao Er asked. "Because in Twin Spirit Pavilion, there are many twins like you," Shi Kun explained with a smile. Shi Kun smiled and explained, "This faction is very special. The disciples they take in are all twins, without exception. Although there aren't many of them, because of the special cultivation method they cultivate, if sisters or brothers join forces, they can often fight above their level. When they cultivate to the extreme, their life aura and energy fluctuations will gradually transform into the same, but not as thoroughly as you 2. The 2 of you are basically indistinguishable from each other. When I was young, I went out for life experience and once met a pair of brothers from Twin Spirit Pavilion, so I had some understanding of that place, so I thought you were from there." "We've never heard of it," Hu Jiao Er shook her head and shook her head. The 2 of them had been here for a few months and had been constantly on the move, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai's eyes, on the other hand, lit up and after a moment of hesitation asked, "Elder Shi Kun, was Twin Spirit Pavilion very powerful in the past?" "It wasn't very powerful. Although there were Saint Realm Masters in Twin Spirit Pavilion, their strength wasn't very high." "Oh right, that pair of brothers said that a long, long time ago, Twin Spirit Pavilion was indeed a great sect, but unfortunately, for some unknown reason, its inheritance was severed and it slowly declined. What they said was true, but who knows if they were telling the truth. Their inheritance was severed? Hu Jiao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing, apparently thinking of something. Yang Kai also had a rough idea. He was basically certain that the twin chi shared spirit divine art the Hu sisters cultivated should have originated from Twin Spirit Pavilion. The situation of the two of them was similar to his and Su Yan's, both having obtained inheritances from long ago. If this was the case, then there was a reason why Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always been on good terms. The two sects were both top forces a long time ago and had a good relationship, but now that their inheritances were severed and they had both declined, it was only natural for them to share the same fate. One of them pondered for a moment before slowly walking out and blocking Yang Kai and the others, raising his hand and shouting, "Halt! This is the small sealed world discovered by the free and unfettered sect. Your Excellency, please explore elsewhere." Because all the entrances to the small sealed world had opened during this time, almost every force and cultivator was exploring and trying their luck. Often, the first sect to discover a small sealed world would send disciples to guard the entrance, preventing outsiders from approaching. The powerful forces naturally wanted to monopolize the benefits of the small sealed world, and the free and unfettered sect had this ability. Chapter 926. The entrance the Hu sisters had come from was not far from the free and unfettered small world, so naturally they had arrived first. Even if the nearby small forces and families were envious of them, none of them dared to provoke the free and unfettered small world. Under the Saint Realm cultivators' shout, Yang Kai and the others also stopped. Before they knew what the situation in the central capital was like, Yang Kai did not intend to act against them. The Saint Realm cultivator nodded lightly, expressing satisfaction, crossing his hands behind his back and continuing, "Please return, this is my free and unfettered small world. If you want to enter this mysterious small world to seek opportunities, please go elsewhere. Please forgive us for any impoliteness." His words were quite polite, obviously because he was aware of the strength of Li Rong and the others. Otherwise, he would have directly driven them away. Shi Kun stepped forward and cupped his fists. "How should I address this friend?" The man glanced over at Shi Kun and frowned somewhat reluctantly. "Free and unfettered, Yu Chun." Shi Kun acted as if they were old friends and laughed. "So it is Brother Yu, it's an honor to meet you." Yu Chun gently nodded and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to my free and unfettered small world?" "This one is Nine Heavens Holy Land." Shi Kun. "Nine Heavens Holy Land?" A burst of exclamations rang out as all the nearby cultivator, regardless of their cultivation, turned their gazes towards them. Yu Chun even swept his eyes over Shi Kun, trying to see if he was lying. Nine Heavens Holy Land's reputation had spread far and wide over the past few years, so it was difficult not to notice. The old Holy Master had passed away, and a new Holy Master had succeeded him. Unfortunately, this new Holy Master was a brat who had colluded with evil demons, and before the storm had died down, a new top alchemy grandmaster had appeared. All sorts of rumors had spread, and the Holy Land's name was Unparalleled. Yu Chun suddenly turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, "Could this be the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land?" When he saw Shi Kun standing behind Yang Kai and showing a respectful attitude towards him, Yang Kai naturally had some guesses. "It is our Holy Master," Shi Kun nodded. "So it's Yang Shengzhu, no wonder you look familiar." Yu Chun suddenly smiled, a strange smile. "Where have we met before?" Yang Kai frowned at him. "Holy Master Yang, it is only natural that you do not remember this but Holy Master Yang should remember my spirit religion's religion master, Wu Zheng, right?" "Wu Zheng?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as he thought for a long time before suddenly remembering, "The Wu Zheng we met outside the Nine Peaks." More than a year ago, Yang Kai had brought the ancient demon clan from the endless snow mountain range to Nine Heaven's holy land. Because a large number of demons were detected, a large group of human race masters had followed Yang Kai's group. Finally, outside the Nine Peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong had gone to negotiate with these masters. At that time, 3 people had talked to Yang Kai. One was Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion, one was Fang Yu Bai of Smokelock Tower, and the last was Wu Zheng of the Free and Unfettered. All 3 of them were second-order saints. Yang Kai still remembered that Chu Yi and Fang Yu Bai had quickly left after hearing him promise that the ancient demon clan would not do any harm, leaving only Wu Zheng with a look of hatred and unwillingness. Yang Kai naturally had some impression of him. Yes. Yu Chun nodded. It seems that although Yang Shengzhu is young, he still has some memory. I thought Yang Shengzhu was as arrogant as ever, but it turns out that he still remembers my spirit religion's religion master. Hearing this, Shi Kuan's face turned cold and his expression became unfriendly. He didn't know what was wrong with this Yu Chun, but after learning Yang Kai's identity, he seemed to be targeting the Holy Master, which made him very unhappy. Of course I remember. Yang Kai smiled faintly, speaking of which, the Holy Land was also blessed by your religion master. Before my Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster became famous, it was lively for a while. What do you mean by that? Yu Chun's face changed slightly as he shook his head. I don't understand. You know what I mean, Yang Kai smiled coldly. In the past, the Holy Land had many strange cultivators loitering around the Nine Peaks in an attempt to find secret treasures, so it was obvious that someone was behind all of this. Yang Kai suspected that Wu Zheng was behind this, and seeing Yu Chun's expression at this moment, he immediately confirmed his guess. However, this was a small matter, so Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue it. Yu Chun seemed to feel that there was no need to discuss this issue any further, so he glanced sideways at Yang Kai and asked, "Then dare I ask Yang Shengzhu, why did you bring your Holy Land's elder to my Free and Unfettered? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this woman should be a demon, right?" A demon? The cultivator guarding the entrance to the void corridor suddenly paled, all of them turning their eyes to Li Rong. Yu Chun laughed loudly. Yang Shengzhu's courage is quite big. Colluding with evil demons is one thing, but he actually dares to bring a demon with him. Does he really think there is no one in my human race that can stand up to him? Following his shout, the other 4 Saint Realm Masters also wore unfriendly expressions. Humans and demons were irreconcilable enemies. Regardless of whether they had any grudges with Li Rong or not, upon seeing a demon in human territory, their first thought was to kill her. Yang Kai's expression became impatient as he shouted, "I didn't come here to embarrass you, I just want to enter this entrance." "You think we can enter just because you say so?" Yu Chun waved his hand. "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, not to mention my Free and Unfettered sect isn't afraid of your Nine Heavens Holy Land. Isn't Yang Shengzhu too arrogant? Whether you're afraid or not has nothing to do with me. I'm going in now. If you dare stop me, I'll take action." Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking a step forward and walking straight towards the void corridor. Yu Chun's expression became cold as he signaled to the other 4 Saint Realm Masters. The 5 of them all stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Kai, pushing their strength as one of them shouted, "Yang Shengzhu, if you dare take another step forward, don't blame us for..." Halfway through his sentence, Yu Chun's expression suddenly became extremely ugly, as if there was an invisible hand pinching his throat, causing him to be unable to make a sound. His entire body trembled, and sweat dripped down his forehead. His pair of eyes filled with panic as he stared towards the woman from the demon race. Before she took action, Yu Chun only knew that this demon woman's strength was quite good, but after she released her aura, Yu Chun discovered that this woman wasn't someone he could resist. Even if he joined forces with the other 4, he wouldn't be able to win against her. This was a peak third-order Saint Realm Master. Realizing this, Yu Chun's expression changed incessantly, and it was particularly interesting. Yang Kai had already led everyone past them and glanced over at him. "What are you going to do about it?" Yu Chun couldn't move his body, couldn't speak, so how could he answer? Hu Jiao sneered and made a face at him, pretending to be a fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. She and Hu Mei had wanted to return from this place a few months ago but were mercilessly expelled by the free and unfettered sect's disciples, causing her to be extremely angry. Now that she saw Yang Kai's might, her heart was suddenly filled with excitement. When a man was strong, there was always a particularly attractive taste to him, which made her eyes shine brightly. Not long after, the group arrived in front of the void corridor. The surrounding cultivators were all trembling with fear, but none of them dared to stop them. At that moment, Yang Kai frowned and stared at the void corridor that was several dozen meters above the ground. At the entrance, a burst of light flickered and became extremely unstable. After a short while, a group of people walked out of the void corridor. The first to come out was a few free and unfettered sect's disciples. After they appeared, they immediately gathered near the entrance of the void corridor, each of them beaming with joy, as if they were in a good mood. A moment later, another group of people appeared from there one after another. However, this group of people looked embarrassed, their expressions dispirited, and their auras dull and oppressive. Obviously, they had been imprisoned. After coming out of the void corridor, these people looked around blankly and helplessly, their eyes dim, as if they couldn't see the light. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" The first few free and unfettered sect's disciples scolded them and threw them to the ground without any trace of politeness. Pang, pang, pang. One after another, the cultivator was thrown to the ground, followed by a series of painful howls. The Hu sisters covered their small mouths and shouted, "It's the Stormhouse's disciples." Yang Kai's eyes shrank, and his face suddenly became cold. "This little girl is not bad, ha ha ha." Another woman walked out of the void corridor. Her figure was petite and charming, but she was full. She attracted the attention of a free and unfettered sect's disciple, who chuckled at her with a lewd look on his face. Following behind the woman, a man walked out. When he heard this, he quickly stood in front of the woman and glared at the free and unfettered sect's disciple who was laughing lewdly. "Dui Shuang, Fang Ziki." Yang Kai curled the corner of his mouth. The woman who walked out first was the Stormhouse's little sister Du. When they were adventuring in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai had cooperated with her. At this moment, the one who stood in front of her to protect her was naturally the Stormhouse's first disciple, Fang Ziki. After not seeing each other for many years, Fang Ziki had also reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, but in front of a free and unfettered sect's disciple, it was still somewhat insufficient, not to mention that his strength was currently sealed. Fang Ziki's attitude annoyed the free and unfettered sect's disciple. He stretched out his hand and sent out a palm strike, which blasted Fang Ziki's body and sent him tumbling through the air several times before landing heavily on the ground. "Barbarian, you overestimate yourself." The free and unfettered sect's disciple acted as if he had done something insignificant. Looking around, he quickly flew down and cupped his fists to Yu Chun. "Elder Yu, the sect master asked us to escort this group of people back first. He said that although the cultivation of this group of people isn't very good, they can still be used as coolies. They are quite useful for mining and transporting things. Moreover, there are many beautiful women among them that can be rewarded to the disciples who have contributed." "Elder Yu?" The free and unfettered sect's disciple reported, but found that Elder Yu didn't move at all. He couldn't help but feel strange. Looking up, he was surprised to find that Elder Yu was sweating profusely and had an incomparably difficult expression on his face. For a moment, he was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 927. At the entrance to the void corridor, one by one, Stormhall's disciples were escorted out, their eyes dim, each of them wearing a look of extreme shame and humiliation. The free and unfettered cultivator stood in front of Yu Chun and made a report, but when he found that Elder Yu didn't respond at all, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. "Did your religion master say that?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the disciple. Who are you? The disciple glanced over at Yang Kai and found him unfamiliar, frowning as he asked. Yang Kai grinned, it doesn't matter who I am. Let me ask you, did your religion master instruct you to arrange for this group of people? And, what's the problem? This group of barbarians was quite dishonest and actually tried to resist, but after killing a few of them, they had no choice but to cooperate, the disciple replied matter-of-factly. The disciple replied matter-of-factly. When he saw Yang Kai standing here, he thought he was a guest of the spirit religion, so naturally he would speak as if it was one. Good, Yang Kai nodded lightly, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Master. Seemingly feeling his murderous intent, Li Rong's face also became cold as she called out inquisitively. Kill them all. Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded lightly, not saying a word as a monstrous demonic qi gushed out from their bodies, causing the world around them to suddenly become pitch black, without a trace of light. In that instant, everyone felt a strong sense of death flowing through their hearts. At the same time, there was also a kind of coldness that penetrated their hearts. No sounds of fighting could be heard, nor were there any screams or cries of alarm. In a short 10 breaths of time, when the darkness that had shrouded the world dissipated and light returned, all the cultivators who were related to free and unfettered spirit temple were frozen in place, all of their vitality drained away, each of them staring with wide, bloodshot eyes, as if they had seen something horrifying before they died. The 5 First Order Saint Realm cultivators were relatively stronger, and even though they were imprisoned by Li Rong's aura, they did not immediately die. Yu Chun stared at Yang Kai, gritted his teeth, and said, "How dare you?" It was only at this moment that he realized how vicious Yang Kai was. Once there was a disagreement, he would immediately kill without leaving any leeway. Kacha, a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out as the 5 Saint Realm Masters were covered in ice crystals and turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Han Fei snapped her fingers and the 5 lifelike ice sculptures exploded, transforming into 5 fluorescent lights that scattered across the surrounding area. The disciples of Stormhouse who came out of the void corridor were scared silly, and all of them looked at this inconceivable scene with pale faces. They were fully aware of the strength of the cultivator who had captured them. However, these seemingly invincible enemies were actually powerless in front of the other cultivators. They were crushed to death like ants. Then what kind of heaven-defying and earth-shattering cultivation did these people have? While they were frightened, they were also excited as they all turned to look at Yang Kai's group. Soon, many of the Stormhouse disciples' eyes flashed with surprise. It's the 2 Hu family sisters. Are they the helpers they found? Hey, the man leading them looks familiar. Yes, I also think he looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. A burst of whispers began to spread among the Stormhouse disciples. Some of them began to vigorously call out to the Hu sisters, thanking them profusely. Many of them also began to look at Kai Yang suspiciously. Some of them had already recognized his identity, causing a storm to rise in their hearts. Somewhere on the ground, Dui Shuang supported Fang Ziki and slowly stood up. Yang Kai strode towards them with a smile on his face. After seeing his appearance, Dui Shuang couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim. Fang Ziki stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost, and his mouth was wide open. Brother Fang, long time no see. Yang Kai stood in front of him and waved his hand to undo the seal on his body, and gently nodded. Fang Ziki didn't say anything, but still stared at Yang Kai. Suddenly, he whispered, "Shuang, pinch me." "Why would I want to pinch you?" Dui Shuang asked in surprise. "I want to know if this is a dream." Dui Shuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother, this is not a dream. In other words, the person standing in front of me is really Yang Kai? If it's not me, then who?" Yang Kai also laughed, and the previous haze in his heart was swept away. "Brother Yang, you finally appeared." Fang Ziki couldn't help but show an expression of relief, and firmly grasped Yang Kai's hand, and eagerly said, "Let's go back to High Heaven Pavilion. Our 3 sects have been bullied." Yang Kai nodded, and narrowed his eyes. "I came because of this matter, so let's talk later. It's not safe here, so you have to come back with me." Fang Ziki nodded heavily, and gritted his teeth. "We really have to go back." Li Rong waved her hand, and a gentle force burst out from her, and all the Storm Hall disciples who had been imprisoned by her suddenly regained their freedom. "Han Fei, you and Elder Shi Kun bring up the rear, Li Rong and I will go first," Yang Kai said, and led Li Rong into the void corridor. Just as they flew to the entrance, another free and unfettered disciple appeared, and before he could understand the situation, he saw a big hand coming towards him, and before he had time to react, he exploded into a bloody mist. Bathed in this blood, Yang Kai's blood boiled, and the fire in his heart burned fiercely. He then flashed into the void corridor and disappeared. After a moment of weightlessness, Yang Kai and Li Rong's eyes blurred as they appeared above a mining area. It was the Blood Battle Gang's mine. There were many people gathered below, divided into 3 groups. Standing mid-air, Yang Kai swept his eyes around and immediately determined that these 3 groups were based on the 3 nearby sects. Everyone's strength had been sealed, and the people closest to the void corridor were the Storm Hall's people, who were being cursed and whipped by the free and unfettered Spirit Temple's disciples, unable to control themselves as they passed through the void corridor. The people from Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion were still waiting. Yang Kai glanced at the people from High Heaven Pavilion and saw familiar faces. The attitude of the free and unfettered disciples towards these 3 sects was quite bad. At this moment, the several elders of High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be arguing with several free and unfettered disciples, loudly shouting. The disciples were holding thorny whips in their hands, constantly lashing out at the several old elders, causing their skin to split open. In the middle of these elders was a young man. The treatment of this young man seemed to be somewhat different from the others. Not only was his strength imprisoned, but his body was also tied up. His body was riddled with scars, and he sat paralyzed on the ground, staring at the free and unfettered disciples with hatred in his eyes. His eyes were red, but he was powerless to resist. Sassafras. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know why this young man was being treated like this, he didn't say anything. Pushing his strength, a brilliant spear appeared in his hand and he fiercely threw it downwards. *Shio, *A whistling sound rang out as the heaven-punishing spear directly pierced through the body of one of the free and unfettered disciples who was whipping the High Heaven Pavilion elder. The violent force from the spear blew his body apart, sending it flying in all directions. His companions who were standing next to him couldn't dodge in time and were all riddled with holes, blood gushing out of their bodies as they fell to the ground dead. The clamor suddenly died down as countless pairs of eyes looked up at the same time. Deep in the night, the moon shone like a silver plate. In front of this bright moon, a figure stood, the wind howling around him causing his clothes to flutter in the wind, his body exuding a terrifying chill. "Who goes there?" A loud shout rang out as several Transcendent Realm Cultivator flew up into the air, shouting as they charged towards Yang Kai. *Pu pu pu. A few muffled sounds rang out as the several Transcendents who had flown over were severely injured and fell to the ground, all of them dying inexplicably. Inside the void corridor, Fang Ziki took the lead and appeared behind Yang Kai, the power in his body exploding as he roared towards the heavens. "Yang Kai is back. Brothers and sisters, kill these bastards for me." As he shouted, he had already sent out a series of martial skills towards the nearby enemies. One figure after another appeared from the void corridor and followed behind Fang Ziji. Like frenzied beasts, they launched suicidal attacks at Fang Ziji. "Yang Kai is back." The cultivator from the 3 sects was stunned for a moment, only waking up when the 2 sides began fighting, all of them turning their burning gazes towards the sky, wanting to confirm with their own eyes whether or not this person was Yang Kai who had disappeared 10 years ago. A moment later, shouts shook the heavens as all the people who had been escorted here began to move, roaring like they had been injected with chicken blood. Even if they couldn't use the power in their bodies, they still acted like ordinary people and attacked the nearby free and unfettered disciples. Li Rong, help! Yang Kai shouted, his figure flickering as he condensed his yuan qi into a tangible form and blasted towards the enemy. The free and unfettered disciples were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why, after hearing Yang Kai had returned, these people would attack without any regard for their lives. What did this Yang Kai mean to them? There weren't many masters among the free and unfettered cultivator here, and after the few transcendent realm cultivators were killed, the rest were insignificant characters. In just 30 breaths of time, before Elder Shi Kun and Han Fei arrived, all the free and unfettered cultivators had been killed. Corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river, but everyone who was still alive wore a look of excitement as they glanced around, searching for something in the crowd. After a while, everyone's eyes turned towards a certain direction. There, Yang Kai was walking towards the High Heaven Pavilion elders. Great Elder Wei Shitong, Second Elder Su Xianwu, Third Elder Hebei Shui, Fifth Elder Yu Zai, and with the exception of Fourth Elder Zhou Fei, who was killed by the Demon Lord, all the other High Heaven Pavilion elders were here. They still couldn't believe their eyes, but after Yang Kai arrived in front of them and saluted them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Shitong burst into tears and said, "It's good that you're back, the sect can be saved." Yang Kai stared at him deeply and said, "Disciple came back late, causing several elders and the sect to suffer." Chapter 928. Not at all, not at all, you came back just in time, Su Xianwu wiped the corners of his eyes and said with relief. At their most critical moment, Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere and helped them resolve the crisis. Just like more than 10 years ago, the events of the past were still vivid in their minds. Although things had changed over time, what remained unchanged was the absolute confidence everyone had in Yang Kai. It seemed that as long as he was here, there was nothing to worry about. Brother-in-law Su Mu, who was still tied up, stood up shakily and grinned at Yang Kai. He was a little ashamed, but more than that he was excited. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, Sassafras had already grown to the first-order transcendent realm. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he patted him on the shoulder and laughed, "Long time no see, your strength has grown quite well." As he spoke, Yang Kai had already broken the ropes binding him and unlocked the seal on his body. Sassafras's growth was much faster than Fang Ziqi's. This was most likely related to the benefits he obtained from Heaven's Cave inheritance. Sassafras had also obtained some benefits from Heaven's Cave inheritance, but no one knew what he had obtained. Moreover, the myriad drug liquid that Yang Kai had given to Su Yen had also been shared with Sassafras by his elder sister. With the myriad drug liquid improving his physique, it was not an exaggeration for him to grow to his current level in 10 years. Where's elder sister? Did she come back? Sassafras looked around but did not find Su Yen among the people who had come, so he could not help feeling a little disappointed. "No, don't worry, Su Yen is now in a very safe place," Yang Kai comforted him. Sassafras nodded. While Yang Kai was talking with these old acquaintances, Li Rong and the others had already unlocked all the seals on the cultivators from the three forces and restored their strength. Many of the cultivators wore looks of surprise and excitement as they gathered around. Li Yun Tian and Zhao Hu, who were familiar with Yang Kai, couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Their strength hadn't grown much, and they hadn't reached the Heaven's Gate realm yet. All of them were only at the Yuan Qi realm. After all, they didn't have the opportunities and aptitude of Sassafras and Yang Kai. Even if they spent their whole lives, their achievements would still be limited. "Where's Grand Master?" Yang Kai frowned. He didn't see Ling Tai Su's figure, so he asked worriedly. Grand Sect Master went to the central capital a few months ago to ask for help, but the situation there may also be Su Xianwu explained sadly. Grand Sect Master? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Who is the sect master now? Sassafras chuckled and pointed at himself. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and gently nodded. With Sassafras's current strength, he was qualified to assume the position of High Heaven Pavilion sect master. After all, none of the elders had reached the transcendent realm yet. Sassafras said bitterly, "Brother-in-law, you don't know, but after you left, Grand Sect Master began to wander the world and didn't care much about the sect's affairs. A few years ago, he suddenly returned and passed the position of sect master to me. I had no choice but to accept. No wonder you're the only one tied up and treated differently, it's because your status is different." Kai Yang laughed heartily. "Brother-in-law, don't make fun of me." Sassafras scratched his head awkwardly. "How could I compare to you?" "Right, brother-in-law, what's your current cultivation? Why do I feel like I can't see through you?" "Third Order Transcendent Realm." "Ah!" Everyone cried out in alarm, inexplicably horrified. Ling Tai Su was still only a second-order transcendent, a dragon that rarely showed itself. The Hu sisters, who had been called the world's #1 master in recent years, were only first-order transcendent realm, but Yang Kai had already reached the third order. When he left the central capital that year, he was only an Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. Now, only a little more than 10 years had passed. This kind of progress was simply shocking. "What about my sister? She shouldn't be too bad, right?" Sassafras asked excitedly. "She should also be a third-order transcendent." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "But I haven't seen her for several years, so I'm not too sure about her current situation." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "What's the situation with the sect now? Has it been occupied by someone else?" "Yes." Sassafras smiled bitterly. "Not only has our High Heaven Pavilion been occupied, the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall have also been occupied. There aren't many of them, only a few hundred at most, but there are many powerful masters among them, so we can't resist at all." Everyone talked at once about the current situation. Just as Yang Kai had guessed, the entrance to this world had appeared near the Free and Unfettered, so naturally the Free and Unfettered had come to investigate. When they discovered the vastness of this place and the potential wealth it contained, they immediately sent out a large number of masters to suppress the 3 nearby forces. High Heaven Pavilion, Storm Hall, and Blood Battle Gang were all imprisoned. In order to ensure that they could swallow this big fat piece of meat, the Free and Unfettered had also called in 2 or 3 people from other forces to help them. Then, using this place as a springboard, they marched towards the central capital. This was already a month ago, and the current situation in the central capital was still unknown. The people here hadn't heard any useful news. However, judging from the strength of these enemies, the central capital had no ability to resist at all. Otherwise, Ling Tai Su would not have left without returning. It was very likely that Ling Tai Su had also encountered some kind of accident. The cultivator from the 3 nearby sects also resisted, but every time they resisted, many people were killed. They didn't treat us as human beings at all, killing and plundering as they pleased. Many people were killed without even knowing why, as if they were slaughtering pigs and dogs. Sassafras said angrily. "Many of my Blood Battle Gang's female disciples have been harmed by those beasts." Hu Man also rushed up and shouted angrily. Listening to him, the Hu sisters' eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. They also rejoiced. When the entrance to the void corridor opened, if the 2 of them hadn't gone 1 step ahead to investigate, perhaps they would have also suffered a disaster, not to mention finding Yang Kai as reinforcements. "Nephew Yang, what are you going to do? We'll listen to you." Storm Hall's lord, Shao Ruahan, walked up and looked at Yang Kai. "Are they really going to bully us like this?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, his eyes cold. "Fine, I didn't want to make such a big fuss, but since they're so despicable, there's no need to have any scruples." Li Rong. "Master. Li Rong also felt a little angry hearing this, her chest heaving up and down. You and Han Fei go out and clean up all the invaders from the 3 nearby forces, don't miss a single one. Yes. Li Rong nodded, and together with Han Fei, their tender bodies flickered and disappeared. The group of people were all stunned, and before they could even react, Li Rong and Han Fei had already left. Nephew Yang, don't be rash. Xiao Ruohan was startled and quickly tried to stop him. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so rashly, not even bothering to inquire about the enemy's strength before directly attacking. There are a few powerful masters among those people. And there are more than a dozen transcendents among them, many of them 2nd or 3rd order transcendents. I even heard that one of them is a Saint Realm master, apparently even stronger than a transcendent. Hu Man also chimed in, isn't it a bit too rash for you to just let those 2 girls go? Saint Realm? Yang Kai grinned and shook his head, don't worry, even if there is a Saint Realm master, they aren't worth mentioning in front of those 2. What realm are those 2 in? Wei Shitong's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai. They're also saints, but they should be much stronger than the enemy. Not to mention there is only one Saint Realm master here, even if there were 100 of them, they still wouldn't be their opponents. Everyone was suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Not to mention his own cultivation, which had grown from the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage to the 3rd order transcendent realm in just over 10 years, creating a legendary miracle. He had actually brought 2 such women with him this time. From the way the 2 women addressed Yang Kai before and the way Yang Kai treated them, it was obvious that Yang Kai held absolute dominance over them, ordering them around like a master. Not only did they not have the slightest complaint, they even obeyed Yang Kai's every command. Weren't their strengths much higher than Yang Kai's? Why were they so obedient to his orders? This strange phenomenon left everyone baffled and unable to explain it. Good girl. Hu Man quietly walked over to the Hu sisters and whispered, it looks like you 2 still have a long way to go. What way? Hu Mei looked at her father suspiciously. Hu Man said, those 2 girls are strong, beautiful, and obedient. You 2 can't compare to them. Why should we compare to them? Hu Mei became more and more confused. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes and suddenly understood something. Glaring fiercely at Hu Man, she said, who asked you to speak so much? Hu Man smiled meaningfully, isn't this because I'm worried about the lifelong happiness of my 2 daughters? Don't miss out on such a good husband. And, father supports you, I will always support you. Just find an opportunity to throw yourself at him. You must take the initiative, don't be too passive. A person like him won't lack women. Hu Mei finally reacted and said shyly, what are you talking about? Hu Jiao smiled sinisterly, if you still want someone to take care of you in old age, then shut your mouth. I won't say it, I won't say it. Hu Man immediately shut up and sighed faintly, thinking to himself, this old man has more than 10 wives, working hard every day, but why do I only have 2 daughters? Why can't I give birth to a son like Yang Kai? Now, when I want someone to take care of me in old age, I have to look at my daughter's mood. Everyone. Yang Kai stood in place and talked to the people of High Heaven Pavilion for a while. Suddenly, he said in a clear voice, it's almost time to return to the sect. If you feel unsafe, you can temporarily stay in High Heaven Pavilion. Sassafras, can High Heaven Pavilion accommodate people from 3 sects? Sassafras seriously thought about it and said, it shouldn't be a problem to squeeze in a little, but the conditions may be a little worse. N. Tower Master Xiao, clan leader Hu, whether you want to come to High Heaven Pavilion or not is up to you. I will return to the pavilion with several elders first. Yang Kai said to them and then walked towards High Heaven Pavilion. Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan looked at each other and followed without saying a word. The invasion of the free and unfettered had really left a psychological shadow in their hearts. They secretly felt that if they didn't follow Yang Kai, they wouldn't feel at ease. Chapter 929. High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Group Gang, and Stormhouse's invaders were all swept clean. All of them fell to the ground, dead. With Li Rong and Han Fei's methods, how could the free and unfettered people be a match for them? Before they could figure out the situation, they had all died. In the face of absolute strength, their resistance seemed futile and powerless. Before they died, they could understand how High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall felt these past few months as they were bullied and humiliated. This kind of hopeless despair filled their hearts, making them wish they could die sooner rather than later. At this moment, Li Rong and Han Fei were standing in an open space inside High Heaven Pavilion, curiously looking around, wondering if this was the land where their master grew up. They couldn't see anything special about this place, but it was actually able to cultivate such a miraculous person like their master. It was really strange. Not all of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples had been escorted to the Void Corridor, a large number of them were still inside the sect. Li Rong and Han Fei were like divine soldiers, cutting off the free and unfettered people like a bolt of lightning. These disciples couldn't help looking at them in amazement, not understanding why they had saved them and even unlocked the seals on their brothers' bodies. A large group of people majestically galloped in from the main entrance. After seeing the appearance of the people leading the group, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had stayed behind immediately shouted excitedly, "It's the sect master and several elders. They're back. Hey, isn't that person beside the sect master junior brother Yang Kai? It really is junior brother Yang Kai." The shout spread out and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had been hiding in the dark came out from all directions, crying bitterly as they rushed forward. Sassafras comforted them for a while before calming the excitement of his many brothers and sisters. This time, brother-in-law Brother Yang has returned. From now on, we don't need to be afraid of those bastards anymore. We'll kill our way to the central capital and drive them all away. Chase all of them away. The shouts of the disciples echoed Sassafras's call. Among the excited crowd, there was one person whose expression changed. He quietly slipped to the back and hid in the dark, as if he was preparing to secretly leave. Sassafras suddenly looked in that direction and shouted, "Brother Jia, where are you going?" Many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples stopped shouting and followed the direction Sassafras was looking, only to see Xia Hongchen standing there helplessly. All sorts of disdainful gazes were cast on Xia Hongchen, causing him to look extremely embarrassed, unable to show his face. The several High Heaven Pavilion elders also shook their heads and sighed, revealing a look of disappointment. "Brother Jia?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he also turned to Xia Hongchen. This brother of his was the second strongest master of the sect's younger generation, second only to Su Yan. He had also had a number of disputes with Yang Kai. However, as Yang Kai became stronger and stronger, Xia Hongchen no longer cared about this person. But at this moment, seeing the disdainful looks of the sect's elders and brothers, Yang Kai faintly understood why he had angered so many of them. After not seeing him for many years, Xia Hongchen had also grown to the Immortal Ascension boundary 6th stage, neither low nor high. "Brother Jia." Sassafras sneered softly, walking towards him step by step, gritting his teeth. "Brother Jia's care these past few months, my pavilion's brothers and sisters are deeply grateful. Junior brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out." Xia Hongchen stepped back step by step, feeling the murderous intent and hostility from Sassafras, his body and mind turning cold, as if death was beckoning to him. "Do you think someone like you is worthy of calling me junior brother?" Sassafras shouted. "Sect master." Xia Hongchen's legs went soft and he almost fell to his knees, pleading, "Brother, I had no choice but to submit to those bastards in order to show weakness to them. I wanted to see if there was a chance to save everyone, but brother had no choice but to endure humiliation." "Endure humiliation?" Sassafras suddenly burst into laughter. "Brother, no matter how I look at it, you were like a dog obeying the orders of those bastards, reporting all the secrets of my sect to them. Not only that, you even killed a junior brother to show your loyalty. Sun Huan, junior brother, died at your hands, right? Don't try to deny it, many people here saw it with their own eyes. Xie Hongchen was speechless, feeling the determination and murderous intent of Sassafras. He panicked and quickly looked at the elders, kneeling on the ground and begging, "Elders, this disciple knows his mistake, please spare this disciple's life." The 4 elders looked at him coldly. Wei Shitong shouted, "Spare your life? I can't wait to cut you into pieces, Xie Hongchen, you have disappointed this old man. This old man raised you as the hope of the sect, but I didn't expect you to be such a heartless and unscrupulous person." This old man was really blind. The other 3 elders also looked like they wanted to kill Xie Hongchen. In a sense, this person in front of them was even more hateful than those invaders, he deserved to be killed. Junior brother Yang, junior brother Yang. Xie Hongchen saw that the elders were not speaking up for him, so he looked at Yang Kai. "I know you have the most face, you saved my life. Xie Hongchen will repay this kindness." Yang Kai looked indifferent and said lightly, "Brother Xie, you talk too much." Xie Hongchen was stunned. Sassafras, was ordered by the Grand Master to take charge of High Heaven Pavilion. When the sect was in danger, disciple Xie Hongchen, for his own selfish desires, killed his junior brother, and lived an ignoble existence. He recognized a thief as his father, his crime is punishable by death. Today, this sect master is here to clean up the sect. I hope that all brothers will take this as a warning and work hard every day to shake the prestige of High Heaven Pavilion. Sassafras shouted loudly, slowly raising his hand and looking down at Xie Hongchen, his eyes cold and piercing. The yuan qi in his palm surged, forming a terrifying tornado. The palm gradually enlarged in Xie Hongchen's eyes, and the violent wind engulfed him. None of the surrounding High Heaven Pavilion disciples showed the slightest sympathy, instead they showed a look of extreme satisfaction. As the wind blew, Xie Hongchen softly fell to the ground, his eyes turbid, his body turning into a pool of blood and then exploding. Master's junior brother really does look like a sect master, Li Rong chuckled to the side, looking at Sassafras with some surprise. Sassafras didn't look old, slightly younger than Yang Kai, but now he had the demeanor of a sect master. Yang Kai also gently nodded. "Sect master, please make arrangements for the disciples of our 2 sects," Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan walked up together and said to Sassafras. Sassafras nodded and first asked the junior brother to dispose of Xie Hongchen's body, then hurriedly discussed with the elders to make arrangements for the disciples of the other 2 sects. Everyone busied themselves, while Yang Kai walked alone through High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion had been destroyed once before. At that time, the Qiu family's first young lady, Qiu Yimeng, came with a number of masters. After a fierce battle with her Grand Master and several elders, she set fire to the sect. The current High Heaven Pavilion had been rebuilt. However, the structure was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai went to the small wooden house he had lived in before. This wooden house carried many of his memories. When he was weak and helpless, he lived here. He still remembered that when he was a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, he had to eat 3 meals a day. In this small wooden house, Yang Kai obtained the wordless black book, and since then, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. The wooden house had been renovated, and the tables and chairs inside were the same as when Yang Kai left, but because no one had lived here for a long time, they were all covered with a thick layer of dust. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai remembered that night when he returned from outside. When he saw his senior sister, Xia Ningchang, sleeping soundly on the bed, the moonlight pouring down, Yang Kai was stunned. It was from that moment onwards that a beautiful figure was left in his heart. Every time he thought about it, his heart was filled with sweetness. It was a brand that could never be erased. After sitting in the wooden house for a while, Yang Kai went to Su Yan's small loft. It was in this loft that Yang Kai inadvertently saw the scene of Su Yan changing her clothes. That enchanting curve of her back was something he could never forget. At that time, Su Yan was furious and used her ice attribute to seal Yang Kai in ice. It took several days for Yang Kai to break free and use this opportunity to comprehend the mysterious martial skill Unyielding Will. Xia Ningchang and Su Yan, the two most important women in his life, had met here, gotten to know each other, and gotten to know each other. His heartbeat quickened, and he became flustered. High Heaven Pavilion held many of Yang Kai's memories and emotions. Walking along this road, just like when he was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion many years ago, he stepped on the familiar path he had once walked, reminiscing about everything from the past. The contribution hall was still the same contribution hall. Kai Yang seemed to be able to see Treasurer Meng clasping his hands together, squinting his small eyes, lecherously looking at the beautiful bodies of the female disciples who passed by. Looking at those plump breasts and perky buttocks, he commented. The Martial Skill Pavilion was still the same Martial Skill Pavilion, containing many of High Heaven Pavilion's secrets. However, these things no longer had any value to the current Yang Kai. He once again arrived at the Coiling Dragon Stream. Next to the Coiling Dragon Stream, the wind howled and the bottom of the stream was immeasurably deep. Several fruit trees stood there, swaying in the wind. These were the fruit trees Yang Kai had planted in the past. At first, they were only as tall as a person, but now they were full of leaves and branches, enough to provide shade. Jumping up, Yang Kai allowed his body to fall into the Coiling Dragon Stream. Halfway down, Yang Kai nimbly turned around and entered the secluded cave he had painstakingly carved out all those years ago. Inside the secluded cave, there were some bonsai plants Xia Ningchang had brought over. Without the evil demonic qi flowing down from the stream, many green vines had climbed up. There were even a few flowers blooming around the cave entrance. Inside the cave, there was still the faint scent of Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. This secluded cave was a secret place for the three of them. Several times, when Yang Kai and Su Yan were having sex, the little senior sister would be sleeping on the stone bed. Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, closed his eyes, and opened his mind and body. After walking around, seeing and reminiscing, he suddenly felt as if his soul had been sublimated. This indescribable feeling made him feel very comfortable. With a burst of buzzing sounds, Yang Kai's flesh began to squirm, and the yuan qi flowing through his body surged like a river breaking through a dam. Chapter 930. 2 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly as if they were filled with lightning. However, a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. He was a little confused about his current situation. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion and seeing the familiar scenery, Yang Kai suddenly fell into a strange state. At first, he thought he was about to break through, so he let nature take its course, but after waking up, he discovered that he had not broken through to the Saint Realm at all. His cultivation was still only at the Third Order Transcendent Realm, but the yuan qi flowing through his body was very different from before. Closing his eyes and examining himself with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the yuan qi flowing through his meridians and physique had become more condensed and pure than before. If his previous yuan qi was like a gurgling river, now his yuan qi was like tiny and subtle crystals attached to his physique and meridians. When not in use, this yuan qi no longer flowed freely, but once it was used, it became more fluid and filled with more destructive power than before. The yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's dantian also seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation, turning into a dazzling golden gem that dazzled the eyes of all present. Yang Kai was confused and didn't know what was going on. Carefully examining his physical condition, Yang Kai didn't find anything wrong with his body. On the contrary, he felt quite refreshed, as if the change in his strength was a positive one. Not only was there no harm, but there were also huge benefits. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that he had become stronger. Sending out his divine sense, Li Rong and Han Fei flew over together and entered the secluded home, bowing respectfully. "Master, what instructions do you have for us?" These 2 days, Li Rong and Han Fei had also been guests in High Heaven Pavilion, helping out with the current mess. Both of them had noticed that Yang Kai was cultivating here, so naturally, they hadn't come to disturb him. It wasn't until Yang Kai took the initiative to summon them that they hurried over. "I have some questions to ask the two of you." Yang Kai gestured for them to sit down and speak slowly. The two of them glanced at each other and smiled, even Han Fei showing a faint smile, causing her ice attribute domain to melt slightly. In their impression, Yang Kai seemed to be omnipotent. This time, Yang Kai actually said that he had something to ask them, which made them feel very surprised. The two of them sat down. Li Rong asked, "Is there something that Master doesn't understand about cultivation?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and relaxed his body and mind. "Use your divine sense to check the energy in my body and see if you can find anything wrong." "Inappropriate?" Han Fei was surprised. "Then we'll be offending you." Li Rong did not waste time and released her divine sense to investigate Yang Kai's body. A moment later, her beautiful eyes lit up and she muttered, "Yuan Qi holiness?" Han Fei also showed a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai happily, chuckling, "Congratulations, Master. With Master's cultivation speed, I'm afraid he's not far from the Saint Realm. Master has already reached the point of Yuan Qi holiness. Master's growth rate is incredibly fast. I estimate that it will take him at most 2 or 3 years to break through to the Saint Realm. If he has some kind of opportunity or epiphany, I'm afraid that time will be even shorter." "Stop." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, frowning as he stared at the two of them blankly. "Explain first, what do you mean by Yuan Qi holiness? Why are you so certain that I'm not far from the Saint Realm?" Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes, but soon, the two of them burst into laughter, their giggles like silver bells ringing throughout the cave mansion. Yang Kai's stomach was filled with disgust. Li Rong laughing so heartily was one thing, but even Han Fei, who had always maintained a cold expression, was also laughing so hard it was obvious she had found something funny, and this discovery was definitely related to him. However, Yang Kai didn't know anything about it. "Are you two done laughing?" Yang Kai glared at them angrily. Noticing that Yang Kai seemed to be a bit angry, Li Rong and Han Fei quickly restrained their laughter, but they still couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands as their shoulders trembled slightly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead helplessly. After a while, Li Rong and Han Fei's expressions finally became serious, the former asking, "Master, have you not been systematically taught anything about the Saint Realm?" "Why do you ask?" "Because if someone had systematically taught you, you should know what Yuan Qi sanctification is and that it is the key to breaking through to the Saint Realm." "The key to breaking through to the Saint Realm?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "Tell me more about it." Li Rong and Han Fei immediately began explaining one sentence after another. "In this world, there are many transcendent realm cultivator, but of these transcendent cultivators, less than 1% can successfully break through to the Saint Realm. Why is it that so many transcendents are unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm? The biggest reason is that Yuan Qi sanctification. A cultivator, from the very beginning of their cultivation to the Saint Realm, progressing step by step, every major breakthrough is extremely difficult. It can be said that every breakthrough to a great realm is a baptism from the inside out. However, during this process of growth, there are 2 major changes in the strength of a cultivator's body. The first time is when a cultivator breaks through from the separation and reunion boundary to the Yuan Qi boundary. The Yuan Qi in the cultivator's body transforms into Yuan Qi. Comparing the two, the disparity in strength between them is something Master must have deeply experienced. Yang Kai nodded gently. Before reaching the separation and reunion boundary, a cultivator would have Yuan Qi flowing in their body, but after breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, the energy flowing in their body would be Yuan Qi. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Disregarding the improvement of one's cultivation, just from the transformation of strength, when Yuan Qi transforms into Yuan Qi, a cultivator's combat effectiveness will suddenly soar. The second time is when a cultivator breaks through from the transcendent realm to the saint realm. Li Rong said excitedly, because what flows in the body of a saint realm master is not Yuan Qi. It's not Yuan Qi. Yang Kai raised his brow, somewhat unable to accept this. No one had ever told him about this before. What flows in the body of a saint realm master is Saint Qi, which is not on the same level as Yuan Qi. Yang Kai was shocked and was unable to speak for a long time. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, for example, between two crystal stones of the same volume, high-rank crystal stones naturally contain much more energy than low-rank crystal stones, and saint crystals contain much more energy than high-rank crystal stones. In comparison, Yuan Qi is inferior to low-rank crystal stones, Yuan Qi is high-rank crystal stones, and Saint Qi corresponds to saint crystals. Such an obvious truth, how could Yang Kai not understand? The Yuan Qi in Master's body, because of some kind of opportunity, has begun to transform into Saint Qi. Once this transformation is complete, Master will understand the mysteries of the Saint Realm and break through to the Saint Realm. Li Rong looked at him excitedly, feeling sincerely happy for his rapid growth. Has no one told Master about this before? Han Fei asked in surprise. The reason why they hadn't told Yang Kai about this was because they thought Yang Kai knew about this common knowledge, but Yang Kai was completely ignorant. It's normal that no one told Master about this. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Master's growth is too fast. Those seniors and elders probably didn't expect that he would already be undergoing the process of true Qi sanctification. Even if Master doesn't ask now, someone will mention it to you in the future. At the very least, the Holy Land's great elder will tell you. Kai Yang gently nodded. After understanding the cause of his current situation, he was able to let go of his worries. Then what should I do now? Kai Yang hesitated for a moment before asking. Nothing, just maintain your previous appearance and do what you need to do, Li Rong replied with a smile. Is there no other way to speed up the progress of Yuan Qi sainthood? Yang Kai frowned. I remember that when Yuan Qi is transformed into Yuan Qi, one can use some kind of medicine to assist in the process, making Yuan Qi more condensed and pure. That was when one's foundation was still being established. Those who can reach the Yuan Qi sainthood have already begun to develop their foundations. Now, there is no way to speed up the process, we can only let nature take its course. I understand. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, feeling a little bit of excitement in the depths of his heart. When all Yuan Qi was transformed into Saint Qi and comprehended the mysteries of the Saint Realm, one would be able to reach that realm. Yang Kai wasn't worried about comprehending the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Perhaps for others, this would be a challenge, but for Yang Kai, it was nothing. He had absorbed too much of a Saint Realm cultivator's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. These insights had become his own nourishment, so breaking through to the Saint Realm was naturally not a problem. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the Saint Qi in his body to transform, so the time it would take was much shorter than Li Rong had estimated. After a while, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about the Saint Realm, stood up, and asked, "How is the situation in High Heaven Pavilion?" "Everything has been settled," Li Rong replied. "Good, then we should go." Yang Kai said so and took the lead to fly out of his secluded home. He had planned to revisit his old haunts and immediately rush to the central capital, but because of Yuan Qi's sainthood, he had been delayed for 2 days. High Heaven Pavilion was overcrowded with disciples from all 3 sects gathered here. Sassafras could only arrange a place for them to rest, but he still couldn't find enough space. Many people could only sit on the ground, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. Inside the main hall, Sassafras and several of the pavilion's elders were present. Blood battle gangs human, the twin flower sisters, Stormhouse's Xiao Ruahan, and Fang Ziki were all gathered together. When Yang Kai arrived, they seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, all of them were staring at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. "Brother-in-law, are you going to the central capital?" Sassafras suddenly asked. Yang Kai nodded. "Then I wish you victory and a triumphant return," Sassafras shouted. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Sassafras grinned, "We know our place, so we won't drag you down, but brother-in-law, you have to teach those people a lesson, don't show any mercy." Yang Kai smiled and nodded seriously, "Don't worry, I won't let any of them go back alive." Turning around, he shouted outside, "Shi Kun. Subordinate is here." Shi Kun answered and appeared. "You stay here and help me take care of the people here. If anyone dares to invade, report the Holy Land's name. I'd like to see who dares to offend my holy land." "Yes." "If you want to kill, just do it, don't talk nonsense," Xiaoli shouted impatiently. Cho Su sneered, looking down at the group of people below with his only remaining eye. His eyes swept over the dozen transcendent realm cultivator, ignoring their angry glares, suddenly stretching out his finger and pointing at one of them, "She'll be fine, I like to kill women, especially beautiful women." Saying so, he glanced at the woman called Xiaoli, intentionally or unintentionally. Xiaoli snorted, knowing what he meant, but she didn't pay attention to him. The face of the woman who was pointed out by him turned pale. "Yu Xian." The others all paled. Tang Yu Xian smiled bleakly, "Life and death are up to the heavens, don't resist, the place they came from should be where the little lord went. When you get there, do everything you can to find the little lord and have him avenge me and my dead brothers and sisters." Everyone shook their heads. "Woman, if you have any last words, I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Cho Su stood in the air and laughed wildly. "They've gone too far, I'll kill them." Tu Feng roared, his blood qi madly rising, apparently preparing to use Yang Kai's blood warrior's mad tyrant blood skill. "If you want to die, we'll die together. In any case, we can't just stand by and watch you get killed." Ingzio's figure flickered as he prepared to use his dancing shadow strike at any moment. At that moment, an invisible pressure descended, making everyone unable to move. The mad tyrant blood skill that Tu Feng was about to use was also directly suppressed, causing Ingzio's figure to stiffen in place. Cho Su laughed loudly, "I say you're overestimating yourselves, but you still don't know your limits. How can a transcendent compete with a saint? Now I'll let you see the huge gap between the two of you. If I want to kill you, it'll be as simple as crushing an ant." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Tang Yu Xian, who was standing in the crowd, exclaimed as she suddenly found herself being bound by an invisible force and slowly floating up into the air. A moment later, she stopped a few dozen meters above the ground. The invisible force that bound her body slowly became stronger and stronger, causing Tang Yu Xian to struggle to breathe and her face to turn red. Although she wanted to resist, she was unable to exert any strength. Screams and cries came from below. Cracking sounds came from Tang Yu Xian's body as her bones seemed to be on the verge of being crushed. Feeling death beckoning to her, Tang Yu Xian's heart remained calm as she stared coldly at the one-eyed man named Cho Su, the look of unflinching determination in her beautiful eyes causing Cho Su to stare blankly. *Xiao, a sword-like attack suddenly shot out from the void, cutting through the space between Cho Su and Tang Yu Xian. The sound of something being cut rang out. Tang Yu Xian, who was bound in the air, let out a sigh of relief as the huge pressure on her body disappeared at this moment and her body regained its freedom, falling straight down. With a flash of blue light, 3 figures appeared mid-air like ghosts, each of them wrapped in a bone-chilling aura. "Who's there?" Cho Su and Xiao Li's faces changed drastically as they shouted at the same time. The Transcendent Realm cultivator below also hurriedly turned their eyes towards the three figures. All of them wore dull expressions. In the next moment, cries of surprise rang out. "Little Lord!" Yang Kai nodded gently and looked down. Familiar faces flashed in front of his eyes. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Ingjiu, Ji Li, Shao Shun, Yan Lingxing, Wu Ju, most of the masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall were here. "Is Yu Xian all right?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. "It's just a minor injury, little Lord doesn't need to worry." "That's good." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Who are you?" Cho Su frowned, quietly stood beside Xioli and asked in a stern voice. Chapter 932. He didn't know why, but when these three people appeared, Cho Su couldn't help feeling a sense of horror, as if the aura of death was approaching him, causing him to shudder. If he didn't stand with Xioli, he didn't feel any sense of security. "Were you the one who said that a transcendent can't fight a saint?" Yang Kai turned his head and stared at Cho Su coldly. "Yes, may I ask who your excellency is?" Cho Su frowned. "Do I need to tell a dead man my name?" "Your excellency is quite arrogant, who are you?" Cho Su's expression became cold, also realizing that these newcomers had ill intentions, quietly signaling to Xioli to act according to the situation. Xioli gently nodded. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and instead turned to Li Rong. "I'll leave that woman to you too, I'll deal with this man." Li Rong nodded. "Be careful, master." She didn't stop Yang Kai, naturally knowing that Yang Kai was furious and wanted to personally kill the one-eyed man who had just bullied them. On top of that, with her and Han Fei supporting him, even if Yang Kai couldn't defeat the other party, his life wouldn't be in any danger. Two pairs of beautiful eyes stared straight at Xioli as an invisible pressure descended from the sky. The voluptuous young woman called Xioli instantly stiffened and the flow of her saint chi became sluggish, as if she had fallen into a swamp. Shocked, she finally understood just how tyrannical these two women who had suddenly appeared in front of her were, causing her tender body to tremble uncontrollably. Cho Su's complexion also changed. As soon as Li Rong and Han Fei used their saint chi, he noticed that something was wrong and couldn't help feeling shocked. Not bothering to find trouble with the blood warriors, his figure flickered and he flew towards the central capital's interior. He wanted to find Wu Zheng. Although he was dissatisfied with the benefits Wu Zheng had given him, in the end, Wu Zheng was the strongest here, a second-order saint, far stronger than him. But just as he moved, a figure appeared in front of him and the young man who didn't seem to know the immensity of heaven and earth appeared in front of him. Third-order transcendent. Cho Su saw through Yang Kai's true cultivation at a glance and was overjoyed. He thought to himself, there is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there is no door to hell. He shouted, "Boy, get out of my way." At the same time, he reached out to grab Yang Kai. He was trying to capture Yang Kai so that he could fight for a chance of survival. Yang Kai didn't move, only coldly looking at him. His expression was indifferent. Only when his large hand touched his shoulder and squeezed hard did he suddenly burst forth with the power in his body. The scorching heat wave exploded. Cho Su let out a strange cry and hurriedly retracted his hand. His face suddenly changed color and he was somewhat in disbelief. This young man opposite him was only a third-order transcendent, but the aura radiating from his body was actually purer and more vigorous than his own. The scorching yuan qi penetrated the meridians of his palm, rampaging through his physique and meridians before penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs in an attempt to destroy his vitality. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Cho Su hurriedly pushed his saint chi to suppress this scorching heat, causing his body temperature to soar and his blood to show signs of boiling, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot. Before he could recover though, a golden spear pierced through the air towards him. This spear exuded a shocking energy fluctuation, as if it was capable of tearing through space, breaking through the shackles of distance and rapidly enlarging in Cho Su's eyes. Cho Su was horrified as he felt the destructive power contained in this spear and hurriedly dodged. Xiao, the heaven-punishing spear hit thin air and flew several dozen kilometers before it gradually dissipated into specks of light and disappeared. One heaven-punishing spear after another was formed in Yang Kai's hands and he stood mid-air, throwing them out without pause. Like a swarm of locusts, the sky was filled with flashing golden lights. Cho Su was in a difficult situation, only able to dodge these 9 heavens' divine skills, unable to resist at all, his face pale. Dodge, keep dodging, let's see how long you can hide. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pushed his strength to the limit, imitating Cho Su's sarcastic tone as he taunted him like an ancient god. The heaven-punishing spear continued to stare at Cho Su as golden light shot out from it. Cho Su didn't have time to respond, simply dodging these attacks was already exhausting him, causing his expression to become extremely ugly. Aren't you a saint? Go all out and fight, why are you afraid of a mere transcendent? Come, show me all your means, today this young master will let you see how a transcendent can kill a saint realm master. Yang Kai grinned coldly, following up with the heaven-punishing spear, the profound heavenly sword and imprisoning heaven chain also burst forth one after another, the 9 heavens' divine skills shining brilliantly. Down below, Tu Feng and the others were dumbfounded, unable to calm down for a long time. They had been trained by Yang Kai in the past and had broken through to the transcendent realm long before Yang Kai left, standing at the peak of this world. In the 10 years since Yang Kai had left, all of them had diligently cultivated. Now, basically every blood warrior had seen the hope of breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm and had set this as their goal. But a few months ago, a group of enemies that they were no match for suddenly appeared and took control of the central capital's 8 great families. Today, this one-eyed man named Cho Su had chased her all the way to the heavens and earth, and now, Tang Yuxian was about to be crushed to death by him. The young master came out of nowhere and beat Cho Su so hard that he covered his head and scurried away like a rat. He didn't even have time to answer. The blood warriors' hearts were filled with excitement as a sense of pride rose within them. Looking at the previously domineering Cho Su's miserable appearance, each of them couldn't help feeling happy. Li Rong and Han Fei were also watching from the sidelines, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on their faces. Although the two of them knew that Yang Kai was very powerful, ever since they had followed him here, they had never seen Yang Kai fight against any master, so they didn't know what his bottom line was. Just now, the two women had secretly decided that if Yang Kai was in a difficult situation, they would immediately step in to help. However, the situation was completely different from what they had feared. A first-order saint in front of Yang Kai didn't even have a chance to put up any resistance. The two of them were even certain that Yang Kai could easily kill this opponent. Because Yang Kai hadn't used his demon god transformation yet and was only fighting with his own strength. At this moment, the two women finally relaxed and began putting pressure on Xiao Li so she couldn't rush to their aid while paying close attention to Yang Kai's battle. Father will fight with you. While dodging in a sorry state, Cho Su suddenly let out a loud shout, and a large bell flew out. The bell emitted a loud sound that seemed capable of stealing souls. Layers of light rippled, and the sound waves formed a shockwave that spread out in all directions. The heaven-punishing spear and profound heavenly sword flying towards him suddenly slowed down and their attacks weakened significantly. As for the blood warriors who were watching from below, when they heard this bell ring, each of them showed a look of extreme pain, their bodies trembling as their blood began to boil and their faces flushed red, as if they would explode at any moment. Li Rong waved her hand and dispersed the pressure on their side, allowing the blood warriors to regain their composure and turn grateful looks towards her. Cho Su's divine sense burst forth as he controlled the giant bell artifact and stimulated its full power while he hid behind it and used it to resist Yang Kai's attacks as he desperately rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to make a last stand, hoping that he and Kai Yang would both suffer heavy losses. If he could capture Kai Yang, that would be even better. A spirit-grade top-rank artifact. Yang Kai grinned, ignoring the impact of the devilish sound. Not only did he not retreat, but instead rushed forward fiercely. True Yang Kai's Yuan Qi erupted and Yang Kai was like a blazing fireball, rampaging through the sound waves. A moment later, a loud noise rang out. The sound of a huge bell reverberated throughout the central capital, causing everyone's blood to boil and their hearts to feel uncomfortable. Cho Su, who was hiding behind the giant bell, was hit by a huge force and was sent flying like a paper kite, coughing up blood midair as his face paled and his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. This third-order transcendent youth had actually used his own body to collide with his artifact, not only blocking its attack but also sending him flying. Cho Su only managed to stabilize himself after taking a dozen steps back. Just how tyrannical was this youth's physique to be able to collide with his artifact? It wasn't until this moment that Cho Su completely understood that his combat strength was on a completely different level. Although this youth's cultivation was lower than his own, he was a monster capable of fighting above his own realm. Cho Su's eyes dimmed as he flew backwards and roared, "Wu Zheng!" Yang Kai grabbed the giant bell in his hand and tossed it away, his figure flickering as he caught up with Cho Su, grinning fiercely as he shouted, "It doesn't matter who you call out, today you'll die." A stream of pure Yuan Qi was sent by Yang Kai into Cho Su's body. Cho Su tried to resist but was unable to do so. His body rapidly heated up as his blood boiled like boiling water and huge blisters appeared on the surface of his skin, Hong, Cho Su's body exploded. In midair, a beautiful flower of blood bloomed. His death was extremely miserable. Xiao Li's tender body trembled as her heart filled with panic. She had watched the entire battle from beginning to end, but even now she couldn't figure out how a Saint Realm cultivator could be so easily killed by a mere transcendent. This scene completely subverted her understanding of the strength of a cultivator. Staring at the young man's terrifying back, Xiao Li couldn't help feeling terrified. "Master, how should we deal with this woman?" Li Rong asked softly. "Kill her." Yang Kai responded faintly. "Understood." Han Fei responded, her tender body flickering as she arrived beside Xiao Li, her jade white hands casually patting her body a few times. The next moment, the surface of the enchanting woman's body was covered with a layer of ice crystals. Gradually, she was frozen like a lifelike ice sculpture. The panicked expression on her face was clearly reflected through the layer of ice. The ice sculpture fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, shattering into pieces. This enchanting woman also died without leaving behind even her bones. "Who dares commit murder here?" A roar came from the distance and a moment later, an old man with a ruddy complexion appeared, his expression extremely angry as he glanced around. After seeing Yang Kai's face, this old man couldn't help paling, "Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master?" "Little Lord." All the blood warriors looked at him excitedly and called out. Yang Kai glanced over at them and nodded, "It's fine, let's head back first." "Good." By the time Yang Kai arrived at the Yang family mansion, Li Rong had already finished cleaning up. Most of the people Wu Zheng had brought here had been gathered in the Yang family mansion, so she had directly cleaned them all up. After hearing the whole story from Li Rong, many of the Yang family's direct descendants were happily waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. Fourth Master Yang and his wife were even more anxious, Dong Suzhu constantly wiping her tears, feeling extremely gratified. A moment later, the figures of Yang Kai and the many blood warriors appeared in their field of vision. Dong Suju ignored the fourth master's attempts to stop her and rushed over to Yang Kai. "Mother!" Yang Kai called out eagerly. Dong Suju looked him up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was unharmed. After confirming that her son wasn't injured in any way, she hugged him tightly. Yang Kai couldn't breathe. Li Rong watched this scene of mother and son reuniting with a strange expression. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to call out to her just now, she would have thought that this seemingly young woman was Yang Kai's older sister, never having expected that she was actually her master's mother. "Good, everyone is waiting, why are you hugging Kai, so tightly?" Fourth Master Yang saw that there was no movement from the other side for a long time and couldn't help but come forward and remind her. "I don't care about them, this is my son." Dong Suju burst into tears, feeling extremely wronged, as if someone was trying to snatch Yang Kai away from her. "Father!" Yang Kai grinned and greeted Fourth Master Yang. Well done." The Yang family Fourth Master nodded his head heavily, the corners of his eyes revealing an expression of relief. Yang Kai had been away from home for more than 10 years without any news, so naturally he and Dong Suju were most worried about him. Now that they had not only confirmed their son's safety but also learned that it was Yang Kai who had led people to rescue the central capital, the Fourth Master couldn't help feeling a sense of pride. After a while, Dong Suju's mood gradually calmed down and she let go of Yang Kai. "Wait for the evening, we'll talk again as a family." Yang Kai patted her hand and comforted her. Yang Kai stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the family's elders and his 7 brothers, greeting them one by one. Everyone was in a good mood. "Ninth brother." The other brothers also couldn't help but stare at him. Yang Kai was the youngest of the 9 brothers, but now it seemed that he was the one with the highest achievements. In comparison, no matter who it was, they all felt a little ashamed of their inferiority, but also a little happy for him. "Second brother, how do you feel about being the family head?" The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Sheng and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng both died in battle and the entire Blood Warrior Hall was beaten to a pulp. The Blood Warrior Hall was the most loyal institution to the Yang family and the place where all the masters the Yang family had cultivated gathered. When danger came, they would naturally do their best to resist. Yang Kai had an impression of Hall Master Feng Sheng and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng. After all, he had dealt with them before, but he hadn't expected that they would be killed in this foreign invasion. Tu Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling as he choked out, "Chu Gao Yi, Ji Li, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Fu Tsong, they're all dead." Yang Kai's body shook. The names of the blood warriors Tu Feng reported were all those who had followed him during the Inheritance War. During the final stages of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had gathered 13 blood warriors and created 13 transcendent realm masters. This was especially true for Chu Gao Yi. He and Ningjiu had followed Yang Kai from the very beginning and were extremely loyal to him. Both of them were the 2 most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall. Hearing that all these familiar names had passed away, Yang Kai's heart clenched. "Yes, ninth brother, now that you've come back, are you not leaving?" All the brothers began to ask questions at once. Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Suju, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, paled and couldn't help grabbing Yang Kai's hand and whispering, "Kai, do you still want to leave?" Yang Kai smiled, "I'm leaving, but this time I'm taking all of you with me." "Together?" Yang Zhao frowned. "I hope all of you can come with me to Tongxian realm and give up on the central capital." The hall suddenly fell silent. The central capital was the foundation of these people, and Yang Kai telling them to give up with just a few words made them feel somewhat reluctant. Yang Kai naturally understood their feelings, standing up and saying, "In the past, my Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families and one of the top forces in the world, but now the situation is different. The passage between this world and Tongxian realm has been opened. This time Wu Zheng came, next time someone else may come. It is not safe for all of you to remain in the central capital. Someone else will come? Many people's faces changed, none of them realizing the seriousness of the situation. They thought that with Wu Zheng dead, they would be safe, but the reality was far from what they had imagined. According to Yang Kai, this place had become a piece of delicious cake that all masters wanted to take a bite out of. If that's the case, then it's time to make some plans. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Ninth brother, second brother wants to ask you a few questions." Yang Kai nodded. "If we leave the central capital with you and go to that Tongxian realm, with our strength, can we live in peace?" Second brother is not belittling himself, but after this incident, we have indeed recognized our own short-sightedness and shortcomings. I still have some weight over there and can say a few words. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. Then what about a place for us? Is there a suitable location? I've already found a place, you don't have to worry about that. Yang Zhao asked again, what about cultivation materials? We can obtain them here, but once we reach the other side, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to obtain cultivation materials, right? Yang Kai chuckled, what I don't lack the most right now is cultivation materials. I have so many crystal stones that I can't even use them all up. I also have a variety of spirit grade and saint grade materials, far more than you can imagine. I guarantee you that when we reach the other side, you will have everything you need. There is absolutely no need to worry about cultivation materials. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tu Feng hesitated, Little Lord, I've heard of spirit grade, but what kind of grade is saint grade? Above spirit grade, Yang Kai explained. Then what are crystal stones? Tang Yuxian also asked. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled before walking out together with Han Fei. With her eyesight, how could she have noticed that this girl named Xiao Yimeng was looking at her master with a strange look in her eyes? That kind of longing and obsession was simply impossible to hide. She had deliberately stayed behind because she wanted to be alone with Yang Kai for a while. Elder sister Qiu, I'll also go out, Luo Xiaoman whispered and followed behind Li Rong and Han Fei. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was a bit strange as Qiu Yimeng just stared at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, looking at your clothes and appearance, it seems you've never married. You're not young anymore. I was waiting for you. Qiu Yimeng raised her head, revealing her slender white neck. Don't joke around, Yang Kai laughed dryly. Do I look like I'm joking around? Qiu Yimeng coldly snorted, suddenly grit her teeth and said, I know you have another woman in your heart, and I don't expect you to like me. The gap between you and me is too big, I have some self-awareness. Yang Kai stared at her helplessly. But since you've come back, I'll be frank. You said before, you don't want to talk about love with me, just play around. Did I say such a thing? Yang Kai was stunned. You did. Qiu Yimeng said angrily, biting her red lip and glaring at him, so you know those words were too much, I thought you didn't know. Ah. I was young and frivolous, it doesn't matter, let's play around. I don't expect to be together forever, that's too unrealistic, and I don't want to continue to wait, suffering day by day, I just want to be together once. Are you serious? Yang Kai was dumbfounded, secretly shocked by Qiu Yimeng's bold words. I don't care what you think of me, just wait until we reach Tongxian realm. After everything is settled, I'll let you know just how fierce I am. Saying so, Qiu Yimeng's tender body flickered as she rushed up, and regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her red lips against his. Kai Yang let out a pitiful cry and reached out to touch his lips. There was a burning sensation of pain. Qiu Yimeng turned around and walked away, her silvery bell-like laughter ringing out, "That's just interest. When we reach Tongxian realm, I'll make sure to collect both principal and interest." Yang Kai couldn't help thinking. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai walked out of the hall with a serious expression on his face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were waiting outside, glanced over at him before quickly averting their eyes, both of them wanting to laugh but not daring to, their shoulders trembling as they struggled to hold back their laughter. "Laugh all you want, isn't it just being bitten by a woman?" Yang Kai rubbed his mouth, feeling like he had lost face. "That girl is actually quite good." Li Rong said seriously, if she had been born in Tongxian realm, her current cultivation would definitely not be too low. And this world restricts their development. Han Fei also agreed. "That's why I want to take them away from here and experience a wider world." Yang Kai's eyes became deep. This world is too small, although there are more dangers there are also better conditions. The two women nodded slightly. After a while, Yang Kai ordered, "You two stay in the Yang family and guard this place for the time being to avoid any unexpected situations." Li Rong was surprised. "Where is Master going?" "I still have 2 places to visit." "Then, why don't I accompany you or let Han Fei accompany you?" "No need, I'll be fine by myself, there's no need to worry about my safety. With the Flying Heavens shuttle, no one can catch up to me, so this world isn't dangerous." Li Rong thought about it for a moment and didn't insist, simply saying, "Then Master must be careful." Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan's faces suddenly dimmed, the smiles on their faces converging and their expressions becoming gloomy. Yang Kai's heart sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Grandmaster, he passed away 5 years ago." Auntie Xiang turned her head away, her eyes red as she whispered. Yang Kai froze in place, his heart filled with an uncomfortable feeling, as if he was being overturned. He suddenly remembered that the reason Grandmaster Shao had publicly accepted him as a disciple was because he realized that he did not have much time left, so he was so anxious. But unexpectedly, he had passed away 5 years ago. "Grandmaster." Yang Kai opened his mouth. His wish has come true. Auntie Xiang suppressed her sad emotions and took out a jade box from her sleeve. Just 7 days before he passed away, he spent the last of his vitality to refine a spirit pill. This is what he was refining at that time. Yang Kai took this spirit pill and felt its weight in his hand, as if what he was holding was not a spirit pill, but a human life. Opening it, the spirit pill was round and full, the aura was dense and the medicinal efficacies were pure. Even an excellent spirit-grade alchemist would not necessarily be able to refine such a good pill. Grandmaster passed away peacefully. Auntie Xiang wiped the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile, "So we don't need to feel sad for him." However, Grandmaster said that spirit grade is not the highest peak of alchemy, there must be a higher grade above it. Yang Kai's body shook as he secretly felt surprised by Shao Fu Sheng's vision. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to understand that the reason Shao Fu Sheng was so eager to refine a spirit pill was not because he wanted to make a breakthrough in his own alchemy technique, but rather because he wanted to break through the shackles of this world with his own strength. He had done it. A spirit-grade pill that had never been seen before in this world had been refined by him. "Where is Grandmaster buried?" Yang Kai looked up and asked. Auntie Xiang got up and said, "Come with me." Hidden Cloud Peak, in a very remote valley, a single mound of dirt stood alone, not too far from the peak. It was hard to believe that such a simple grave was actually the burial place of the world's #1 alchemist. Everything was done according to Grandmaster's last wishes before his death. There is no Grandmaster's body here. After Grandmaster's bones were burned, they were scattered into the river. Here are only a few of his belongings." While Yang Kai was paying his respects, Auntie Xiang stood to the side and explained. "If Grandmaster knew that a registered disciple like you could come to see him, he would definitely be very happy." Auntie Xiang covered her mouth and sobbed as she spoke. Auntie Lan's eyes were also red as tears flowed down her cheeks. "It's my duty," Yang Kai nodded gently. Half a day later, at the top of Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai said goodbye to Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan. "I also kicked him. The Shadow King Master won't settle accounts with me, right?" another beggar cried out. The nearby cultivators all cast sympathetic gazes at him, their expressions saying, "You're dead meat," causing the person who spoke to become even more terrified. "Fortunately, when I passed by him last time, I threw some money to him. Fortunately, I have a kind heart, ha 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 ha," another beggar said. Some were sad, others were happy. Because of the revelation of this beggar's identity, everyone's expression was different. The Lightning Flash Shadow King, along with the Thunderbolt Beast King, Annihilating Poison King, Profounding Ghost King, Tyrannical Force King, and Beguiling Demon Queen, were known as the 6 Great Evil Kings. Before the appearance of the Demon Lord, the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land was under the jurisdiction of these 6 evil kings. When the catastrophe of the central capital arrived, the 6 Great Evil Kings, under the leadership of Demon Lord Yang Bai, rushed out to kill the central capital. But in the end, Yang Bai died in battle and the 6 Great Evil Kings also suffered heavy losses. Besides Shan Qing Luo, who remained unscathed, 4 of the other 5 evil kings died. Only the Lightning Flash Shadow King managed to escape from the central capital by relying on his own speed. Since then, there had been no news of him. Some people said he had died, others said he had changed his name and lived in seclusion in the mountains. After all, there were many masters in the central capital, so if he dared to show himself, he would likely be targeted. No one could have imagined that he would actually disguise himself as a beggar and hide in Fragrant City, enduring humiliation and dragging out an ignoble existence. If Yang Kai hadn't come to Fragrant City today to find Shan Qing Luo, his identity would not have been exposed. He could hide from others, but he couldn't hide from Yang Kai's perception. A second-order transcendent was already the highest level of existence in this world, so it was difficult for Yang Kai not to notice him. "Yang family little brat, I am no longer the Lightning Flash Shadow King, nor am I an enemy of the central capital 8 great families. Why are you still being so overbearing?" Shadow King yelled harshly. "Then why are you hiding your identity and hiding in front of Shan Qing Luo's palace? Do you want to harm her?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Harm her?" Shadow King froze for a moment before shouting, "Are you misunderstanding something? I can stay in front of her palace because she agreed to it. If not for that, do you think I would have stayed here? She agreed to it?" Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand, sending a golden rope flying towards Shadow King and binding him. "Bind. Yes or no, we'll see later. If the truth isn't what you said, you'll definitely die today." Shadow King struggled for a moment but soon found that this Yuan Qi rope was not something he could break, and after being tied up like this, he couldn't use his full strength. The fact that he had Shan Qing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body was something no one knew about except for him, so Shadow King should have known about it. Luo had mentioned it to him. What about Bai Luo? She was also taken away. Yang Kai sighed, at a loss for what to do. He hadn't expected that the Dragon Lady would actually leave the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land in order to find him and even declare that she was looking for a higher-level world. He didn't know whether she had found him or not, but if she had, it would mean that she was also in Tongxian realm, so why had she not come to see him? Yang Kai had completely lost track of her. Feeling somewhat lost, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. When the dragon lady was pestering him, he couldn't wait for her to scram far away and not appear in front of him. She had appeared before him, but now that he had really lost her, Yang Kai felt somewhat melancholy. Suddenly, he felt like he was being cheapened. I've said everything I need to say. Since I've fallen into your hands today, if you want to kill me or cut me into pieces, do as you see fit, Shadow King coldly snorted. Just like before. In addition to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, there were 2 other maids in the palace, so Yang Kai took them all together and flew to the central capital. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the Yang family. Seeing Yang Kai bring back 5 beauties, the expressions of Li Rong and Han Fei suddenly became strange. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain things to them and simply asked the Yang family 4th master to make arrangements for Yun Li and the others. Before Shan Qing Luo appeared, these 5 women would remain in the Yang family as maids. 4th Master Yang nodded. Yang Kai. Cousin. 2 voices called out from nearby, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and see Dong Qing Han and Dong Qing Yen running towards him from a short distance away. Dong Qing Han was no longer fat, as if he had lost several dozen kilograms, becoming tall and powerful. His cousin Dong Qing Yen had also grown into a slender and elegant woman, large where she should be and small where she should be, quite pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned. When he returned a few days ago, he had seen many of his old friends, but he hadn't seen anyone from the Dong family until today, when these 2 cousins appeared in front of him. Dong Qing Yen rushed over, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Yang Kai as she smiled. Cousin, I haven't seen you in more than 10 years, you've become much more handsome. Your little mouth is quite sweet. Yang Kai was very satisfied, but Dong Qing Yen just grinned meaningfully and stretched out her hand to Yang Kai. Cousin, do you have any reward for me? Yang Kai was stunned. Dong Qing Han smiled at Yang Kai, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. I'll give you this. Yang Kai took out a piece of crystal stone and handed it to Dong Qing Yen, saying seriously, take good care of this, it's a precious treasure, it contains a huge amount of energy that can be directly absorbed and transformed into Yuan Qi, whether it's for recovery or cultivation, it'll be of great benefit. Dong Qing Yan's eyes lit up, her hands tightly gripping the crystal stone as she couldn't help praising, this thing is so clear and beautiful, it's like a huge gem, are you really giving it to me? What's the point of taking back something you've already given away? Thank you, cousin. Dong Qing Yen was very happy, solemnly placing the crystal stone into her purse, a look of satisfaction on her face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were standing nearby, couldn't bear to see this little girl being deceived by Yang Kai like this, but were too embarrassed to say that this crystal stone wasn't anything precious, slowly shaking their heads and laughing. Little sister, go play somewhere else, I have something to discuss with Yang Kai. Dong Qing Han winked at Dong Qing Yen. Acting so mysterious, it's definitely not something good. Dong Qing Yen snorted and ran off. Leaving behind only the 2 cousins, Dong Qing Han's expression became serious as he asked, I heard you're taking the Yang family to a place called Tong Xian Realm. What's your Dong family's plan? My father and mother should have sent you a message already, right? I received a message from aunt and uncle, so I hurried over. The Dong family is now packing up and preparing to advance and retreat together with your Yang family. Dong Qing Han's expression became serious as he quickly asked, but is this reliable? If it wasn't, would I let my entire family follow me? I'm not someone who doesn't have a plan. Yang Kai raised his brow. Of course I know that. It's just that I have to leave my hometown all of a sudden and head to an unknown place. Isn't that a little terrifying? You'll get used to it slowly. Yang Kai comforted, when I first arrived there, I was also confused, but there were many more wonderful things and opportunities there, suitable for young people. Ah. Dong Qinghan laughed. I was just asking casually, but since Chiu Yimeng chose to go with you, it shouldn't be a bad idea. To put it bluntly, I believe in Chiu Yimeng's vision more. Yang Kai was speechless. When does your Yang family plan to leave? As soon as possible, the journey is too long. From here to our destination, it will take at least 3 or 4 months, and if there are any delays along the way, it will only take longer. So long? Dong Qinghan's face changed. The vastness of Tongxian realm is far beyond your imagination, so your Dong family doesn't need to come to the central capital to meet with the Yang family. You can send a message back to High Heaven Pavilion. I will take the Yang family there. Good. Dong Qinghan nodded. I'll arrange it. Huastars laughed dryly. It's not that I'm worried about them, it's just that after all, we've all lived together in the central capital for so many years, suddenly leaving like this makes me a bit reluctant. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about them. Come, young Master Kai, I'll introduce you to my 15 concubines and main wives. They're all very interested in you and want me to introduce you to them. Yang Kai's face went black. Forget it. With more than a dozen wives, it would be troublesome to even greet them. What if they asked him for a meeting gift? How can that be? If you don't meet them, they'll definitely come to me tonight to settle accounts. Huastars shouted. Yang Kai felt extremely helpless, but just as he was about to agree, he suddenly frowned and turned his head towards a certain direction, his expression gradually becoming dignified. Master! Li Rong shouted from the side. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded and hurriedly said, Brother Hua, Chiu Yimeng, you two continue leading the team, I'll be right back. Saying so, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Li Rong and Han Fei both glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Chiu Yimeng and Huastars were stunned, not knowing why they had all suddenly run away. Where did Kai go? Dong Suju quickly walked up and asked. I don't know, he seemed to have discovered something. Chiu Yimeng said thoughtfully. Is there any danger? Dong Suju asked worriedly. Don't worry, Auntie, Yang Kai has 2 masters protecting him. Although I don't know how strong those 2 are, they should be very powerful. Chiu Yimeng smiled and comforted. Hearing her say this, Dong Suju also breathed a sigh of relief. 4th Master Yang laughed and said, Your son is all grown up, why do you always care about him? Let him do what he wants. Kai has a sense of propriety. The team continued to move forward, and except for a few people nearby who noticed that Yang Kai had left, no one else was aware of this. 100 kilometers away from the team. A beam of bloody light and a beam of black light were flying towards them at high speed. The speed of these 2 lights was extremely fast, obviously their strength was not low, and as they flew, they unscrupulously exuded a shocking evil chi. Wherever they passed, trees withered, as if they had been eroded by the flowing time Great Emperor, their vitality drained away. All the creatures who perceived this terrifying evil chi trembled and curled up in place, those with poor psychological endurance directly dying of fright. This kind of terrifying evil chi was not something the cultivator of this world could withstand. Oh! A cry of alarm came from the black shadow, and immediately after, the black shadow stopped mid-air, revealing a tyrannical body. As soon as he appeared, he exuded a mountainous momentum. The blood-red light also stopped beside him, revealing a slim and graceful figure. Impressively, it was a woman. Someone actually got here before us? "Shueli, if you dare to stop me, don't blame me for disregarding our many years of friendship." What happened back then was a great shame to Mungo, something that had always been stuck in his throat. Now that he saw the culprit, Yang Kai, how could he restrain himself? He couldn't wait to skin Yang Kai alive, grind his bones, and scatter his ashes. That strand of divine clone was something he had cultivated for many years. After it was killed, he had not been able to cultivate another strand of divine clone until today. Yang Kai's actions back then had caused him to suffer a great loss. "If you want to kill him, you'll have to pass through me first." Shueli refused to be outdone and firmly declared. Yang Kai smiled as he watched the two demon general quarrel. Even Li Rong and Han Fei, who had followed him here, couldn't help shaking their heads. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but the two demon general were already fighting amongst themselves. It was quite laughable. Shueli and Mungo stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. As their eyes met, it was unknown what kind of exchange occurred, but both of their anger was suddenly extinguished. Mungo nodded. "We'll deal with this human later, first we need to deal with these two women." "That's what I was thinking," Shueli nodded gently before turning her eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei. The two great commanders of the ancient demon clan raised their eyebrows and stepped forward without fear. "Go, there's no need to show mercy," Yang Kai ordered faintly. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded at the same time. Mungo laughed. "Little brat, your tone is quite big, aren't you looking down on our demon general too much? Do you think these two women can win against us? Last time we were in too much of a hurry and didn't get a chance to experience your skills properly. This time, let's compare notes carefully." Shueli also stared at Li Rong coldly, directly targeting her. "Good." Li Rong gently nodded, her tender body suddenly transforming into a series of afterimages. After condensing, she had actually appeared beside Shueli and gently struck out with her palm towards her chest. Shueli's pretty face changed dramatically as a bloody aura burst from her body, spreading out in all directions with her as the center. Li Rong's face was quickly covered in strange demon crests, and her delicate palm smashed through the barrier of Shueli's blood qi with unstoppable force before landing on her tender body. Crying out in alarm, Shueli avoided her vitals and fled 1,000 meters away. Li Rong didn't pursue her and simply stood in place, staring at her indifferently. "Your cultivation." Shueli's expression fluctuated as she muttered in disbelief. Last time, Li Rong had used her demon god transformation and gone all out to fight Shueli to a draw, but this time, as soon as she attacked, Shueli felt a great deal of pressure. This kind of pressure was similar to the one her demon commander master was giving her. This caused Shueli to be at a loss. Shueli couldn't help having an illusion that if she fought with this woman again this time, the result would be certain death. Thinking so, Shueli's tender body trembled as she shouted, "You shouldn't have broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm, right?" Li Rong nodded, "Yes." Shueli's face drained of all color, becoming somewhat pale. As a demon general, she knew better than anyone just how powerful and strange those who had served great demon god were. They had all obtained the demon god transformation personally taught to them by great demon god, allowing them to fight those above their realm. When she was a second-order saint, this woman named Li Rong could fight her to a draw, but now that she had broken through to the third order, she had no hope of winning. Hurriedly turning her head to look at Mungo, Shueli sucked in a cold breath, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. While she and Li Rong were fighting, the other woman had already faced off against Meng Gu. A bone-chilling ice domain swept across the surrounding several dozen kilometers, transforming the surrounding area into a world of ice. The ground was covered in frozen earth, and large snowflakes began to fall from the sky, dyeing the ground white. This kind of cold was so cold that even the two demon general had to circulate their saint chi to resist it. Mungo, who had been acting very arrogantly just now, was now being entangled by this woman who exuded a frigid aura. The evil chi which had emerged from his body had been frozen, forcing him to fight with a look of helplessness and annoyance. Even if this woman's strength wasn't as good as Mungo's, it wasn't far off. If Mungo wanted to capture her or take her life, it would be impossible for him to do so. Xue Li's heart trembled as she realized the situation was hopeless. She and Mungo had completely underestimated the other party's combat effectiveness, causing them to lose the initiative in this battle. The other party daring to come here so unscrupulously obviously had some skill. Xue Li, it seems we should go. Mungo also realized this and glared hatefully at Han Fei, grinding his teeth as he spoke. Let's go. Xue Li decisively shouted, transforming into a bloody streak of light and fleeing. Mungo's body flickered, and then he turned into a black cloud and followed Xue Li like a wisp of a ghost. His murderous aura filled the sky. The two demon generals were all bark and no bite. They shouted for a while, but in less than 10 breaths of time, they retreated one after another. No need to chase, Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei heard this and stopped, dispelling their demon god transformations and restoring their original appearances. The other party was a top master at the Third Order Saint Realm, so if they wanted to escape, Li Rong and Han Fei wouldn't be able to stop them. Returning to Yang Kai's side, the two of them stared solemnly in the direction the two demon general had disappeared. That direction seems to be a place called the Great Yen Kingdom, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. In this world, the only place he was familiar with was the Great Han Dynasty. He had been to the nearby Tian Lang Dynasty once, but he wasn't familiar with the Great Yen Kingdom at all. Master, there were actually two demon general here, could they have come from? Li Rong said worriedly. They didn't come from High Heaven Pavilion. There should be another passage in this world that leads to Tongxian Realm, and it's actually connected to the demon land. With the methods of the demon race, I'm afraid the people there have already been wiped out. What should we do now? It doesn't matter. They probably came here this time to go to the central capital, but they didn't expect to run into us halfway. After suffering such a loss, I don't think they'll try to go to the central capital again. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, let's go back. He wore an extremely gaudy cloak with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Standing behind this middle-aged man were Demon General Xue Li and Meng Gu. Both of them stood behind this middle-aged man, their expression serious, and when they stared at his back, there was even a trace of fear and respect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a storm rose in the depths of his heart. Chapter 942. Before seeing this scene, Yang Kai had thought that Xue Li and Meng Gu were unwilling to accept this humiliation and had called the other demon general to help, but after seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately determined that this plain-looking middle-aged man was not a demon general. Silently crying out in alarm, Yang Kai tried to maintain a calm expression as he stared deeply at the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with fear. The middle-aged man wearing a gaudy cloak had a plain appearance, but his eyes were bright and filled with a brilliant light, making it difficult to look straight at him. His aura was also vast and unfathomable. Tilting his head, he swept his eyes over the crowd before focusing on Yang Kai, a warm smile like a spring breeze appearing on his face as he asked, Yang Shengzhu? He had never met Yang Kai before, but he had still been able to accurately identify him among these several thousand people, demonstrating just how sharp his eyesight was. Yang Kai gently nodded and called out, Demon Commander? The middle-aged man raised his brow and laughed loudly, praising, Yang Shengzhu's eyesight is quite good, actually seeing through this senior's identity in an instant, admirable, admirable. He hadn't expected Kai Yang's eyesight to be so good, and there was no one who could remain so indifferent after knowing his true identity. Everyone who recognized him would panic, as if they were facing a great enemy, or directly attack him. Yang Kai, however, was different. Although there was a trace of fear in his eyes, he did not lose his composure and remained calm. He truly admired him. Yang Kai lightly snorted. He was able to recognize this man's identity because he had inferred from Xueli and Meng Ji's attitude. These two were demon general, their strength reaching the heavens, and besides the current demon commander, there was no one else who could make them willingly stand behind him and show such awe. Yang Kai had fantasized countless times about what kind of person the current demon commander was. Perhaps he was as strong as a bear. Perhaps he had a sinister and cunning face. Or perhaps they were free and unrestrained. But he had never thought that the current demon lord would actually have such a plain and ordinary appearance. If it weren't for the gaudy cloak he was wearing, even if he walked in the crowd, he wouldn't attract the attention of others. When others looked at him, the only thing they cared about was his clothes, not his person. Was this the demon lord who had sealed Meng Wuya's strength? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. Yang Xingzhu, there is no need to doubt, this senior is indeed the current demon commander, Zhang Yuan. Yes, Xueli and Mungo can prove it for me. The demon sovereign was still smiling indifferently. I don't doubt it. Yang Kai took a deep breath. I just don't understand. Why aren't you guarding the demon land? Why did you come all the way here? There doesn't seem to be anything here that's worth a trip for you, right? Perceiving Yang Kai's hostility and rejection, Zhang Yuan rubbed his nose and smiled. This senior said that I came here to talk to Yang Xingzhu about something. What do we have to talk about? Yang Kai frowned. There is. Zhang Yuan insisted, glancing around for a moment before saying, this isn't a good place to talk. Yang Xingzhu, can you arrange a quiet place for us to talk? Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile. Master. Li Rong, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, stared at Zhang Yuan with dread in her beautiful eyes and quickly said, be careful of his schemes. Don't agree with him. Han Fei also interjected. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. I'll talk to him. From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to have come here looking for trouble. It seems he really has something he wants to say to me. If he had come here looking for trouble, or to avenge Meng Gu and Xueli's humiliation, with Zhang Yuan's strength, there would be no need for him to speak too much nonsense, he could just start a fight. Although he might not be able to do anything to Yang Kai, if a third-order saint were to fight here, the thousands of people gathered in High Heaven Pavilion would likely suffer a calamity. This was the best way to retaliate against Yang Kai. Please come in. Yang Kai shouted, stretching out his hand and motioning for them to enter High Heaven Pavilion, leading the way. Many thanks for your hospitality. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and followed behind Yang Kai with Meng Gu and Xueli. After the group of 6 gradually disappeared, the thousands of people present breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive aura just now had almost suffocated them. Who was that guy just now? He seemed very powerful. Brother Yang called him the demon commander. What's a demon commander? Shi Kun, old man Chang Mo, how much do you know about this matter? Ling Tai Su and 4th Master Yang walked up to Shi Kun and asked. None of them knew much about this place called Tongxian Realm. Shi Kun's face was pale as he heard the whispers of many people around him, smiling bitterly as he muttered, ignorance is bliss. Demon Commander. Even he had never seen such a thing before, but everyone here was discussing what the Demon Commander was. If this name was mentioned anywhere in Tongxian Realm, it would cause an uproar, but here, it only aroused the curiosity of many people. The Demon Commander can be said to be one of the strongest masters in Tongxian Realm. As for how strong he really is, let me give you an example. Do you think I am strong? The group of people gathered around Shi Kun nodded vigorously. Half a year ago, no one here knew what a Saint Realm Master was. The blood warriors of the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall had personally experienced the huge difference between a saint and a transcendent. In front of them, a Saint Realm Master was of course strong, and they could not resist such earth-shattering means. Shi Kun smiled bitterly. In your eyes, I am indeed strong, but even if there were 100 of me, I would still die against the demon commander. He could crush me to dust with a single finger. Everyone paled as they finally understood how tyrannical the demon commander was. Then, isn't Kai in danger? Dong Suju screamed. Shi Kun scratched his head, not necessarily. The demon commander didn't come here to fight. Moreover, the lady named Li Rong next to Holy Master is not weak either. With her protection, the demon commander may not be able to hurt Holy Master. You mean, that lady is as strong as the demon commander? Everyone was surprised, as if they had only just realized Li Rong's strength. I don't know. Shi Kun shrugged his shoulders, unable to give a definite answer. Chapter 943. Inside the hall, Yang Kai smiled lightly while Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's expression remained calm. Standing behind him, Shueli and Meng Ji's eyes bulged as their bodies trembled slightly, a look of disbelief appearing on their faces. Demon Commander Master actually wanted them to apologize to this hateful human being? They could hardly believe their ears as they stared at Zhang Yuan in a daze, wanting to confirm this but not daring to ask. Zhang Yuan snorted and said unhappily, "What's wrong? Are you too deaf or mute? Didn't you hear this senior's words? Do you want this senior to personally apologize for you? We don't dare." Meng Gu and Shueli trembled as they noticed Zhang Yuan's anger and no longer dared to hesitate, hurriedly cupping their fists and gritting their teeth as they said, "We have offended you many times before, we ask Yang Xingzhu to forgive us." Although they had been forced to apologize to Yang Kai by Zhang Yuan, anyone could see that as long as they found an opportunity, they would definitely seek revenge for this humiliation. Zhang Yuan's coercion had not only failed to resolve the grievances between the two sides, but instead deepened their hatred and anger towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained indifferent and did not say anything. Zhang Yuan laughed loudly, seemingly very happy. "That's right, since you've done something wrong, naturally you have to apologize. Good, let's not hate each other in the future. I also want to make friends with Yang Xingzhu." "I don't want to," Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Zhang Yuan's expression became bitter as he said, "Not giving me this little bit of face, Yang Xingzhu is simply too unreasonable." The two of them exchanged a few words, and although there was no trace of blood or knife between them, everyone standing behind them couldn't help trembling in fear, fearing that the two of them would really start fighting. However, the two of them both wore genial smiles on their faces and seemed to be in a harmonious atmosphere. Meng Gu and Shueli's mood was like a tidal wave as they felt uncomfortable. Last time, Shueli had broken into human territory without permission and was injured by Chu Ling Xiao, forcing her to hurriedly return to the demon land without telling anyone. A month and a half ago, she and Mungo met Yang Kai by chance. After a fierce battle, she left in a hurry. Originally, she wanted to keep this matter a secret, but Meng Gu was different from her. He was loyal to the demon commander. After returning to the demon land, he reported what had happened here. When demon commander Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately set off from the demon capital and rushed here, saying that he wanted to see this Yang Xingzhu. With things having come to this point, Shueli could only helplessly lead the way with Mungo. Originally, they thought that the demon commander was going to help them regain their face and take revenge, so they were secretly looking forward to it. On the way here, the two of them had been thinking about how they would make that human boy suffer if he fell into their hands, so that they could vent the hatred in their hearts. Who would have thought that the demon Lord Master would have such an attitude towards this human brat? The two demon generals' hearts were filled with bitterness. "Zhang Yuan, enough nonsense, tell me what you want to do." Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked the question in his heart. Speaking in riddles with such a master, the one who was destined to suffer was himself, so Yang Kai decided to get straight to the point. Zhang Yuan sighed, not intending to conceal anything. it seems that Yang Xingzhu has also guessed that this senior has come here for some other purpose. I came here this time mainly to confirm one thing. Confirm what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, I want to know if Yang Xingzhu is the successor of Great Demon God. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. Li Rong's eyes flashed coldly as she glared towards Zhang Yuan. Mungo and Xueli couldn't help opening their mouths in shock. The words Great Demon God had an unparalleled impact on anyone from the demon race. Yang Xingzhu doesn't need to deny it. Before Yang Kai could speak, Zhang Yuan raised his hand and interrupted him. Originally, this senior only had some suspicions, so he hurried over to confirm. After all, if you left here and returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even this senior wouldn't dare trespass into human territory. Now it seems that Yang Xingzhu really is the successor, and, absolutely. Zhang Yuan's expression and tone were very certain, but Yang Kai didn't deny it, simply curling his lips and asking, why are you so certain? Because these two ladies are loyal to you. Zhang Yuan turned his eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei, a trace of envy flashing across his eyes as he faintly said, I have a lot of ancient books in my possession, each of which contains a great deal of information that is unknown to the world. Besides this senior, no one else knows about these things. One of the ancient records recorded the matters of the bloodline that served the great demonic god. They called themselves the Ancient Demon Clan and were close confidants of Great Demon God, vowing that they would only ever serve and be loyal to Great Demon God. Unfortunately, before Great Demon God Master fell, they went into hiding and no one knows where they went. Rumor has it that they were exterminated because they controlled too much power. Great Demon God Master was worried that after his fall, no one would be able to control them, so he personally destroyed them. But I know that these rumors are false. Great Demon God Master sealed them away in order to leave this power to his successor. These two ladies are from the Ancient Demon Clan, and since they are willing to pledge their loyalty to you, Yang Xingzhu's identity is clear at a glance. Because it is impossible for the Ancient Demon Clan to be loyal to anyone else, even this senior wouldn't place them in his eyes. As Demon Commander Zhang Yuan spoke, Yang Kai just listened quietly, not interjecting. After he finished speaking, Yang Kai nodded lightly. It seems that Demon Commander Master knows many secrets that others don't. His expression was firm, so even if Yang Kai wanted to deny it, it was useless. Zhang Yuan nodded proudly. I also know why Great Demon God Master sealed the Ancient Demon Clan and why he wanted to leave this power to his successor. All of this was left behind by Great Demon God many years ago. Why? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious, but as soon as he spoke, he realized something was wrong. Silently, his thoughts had been led by Zhang Yuan and he had suddenly lost the initiative. This discovery made him feel so depressed he wanted to cough up blood. Zhang Yuan tried to maintain a calm state of mind as he stared at Yang Kai. This senior came here in person this time with sincerity. It stands to reason that your identity as Great Demon God's successor is enough to control the entire demon land. After all, the demon land was established by Great Demon Master many years ago. This senior also believes that as long as you are given enough time, you can grow to the same height as Great Demon God, a height that even this senior cannot hope to reach. As soon as this statement came out, Meng Gu and Xueli couldn't help gulping as a trace of dread appeared in their eyes. Perceiving the hostility in their eyes, Li Rong and Han Fei secretly condensed their strength, preparing to attack at any moment. Qiu Yimeng was suddenly overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Give it to me quickly, if I'm not satisfied, I'll teach you a lesson." "You'll definitely be satisfied." Yang Kai smiled and patted Qiu Yimeng. What are you doing? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, then glanced at the place he patted and found that there was no trace of it left behind. Just now, I spent a great deal of effort to help you improve your current realm. Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Feel it carefully. Do you feel anything special? Qiu Yimeng stared at him suspiciously, obviously wary of his words, but when she tried to sense them with her heart, her pretty face suddenly filled with astonishment as she muttered, "Oh. I feel like I'm about to break through. Quickly find a place to comprehend the mysteries of this place. The surrounding 50-kilometer radius is all safe." Yang Kai waved his hand. Qiu Yimeng didn't dare delay in the slightest and quickly disappeared. So easy to deceive, Yang Kai sighed softly. Li Rong and Han Fei both smiled to the side. The relationship between the two sects could be traced back to a very long time ago. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion were both extremely powerful sects a long time ago. Their status in the human domain was even higher than today's Nine Heavens Holy Land. However, for some unknown reason, a pair of top masters from Twin Spirit Pavilion disappeared along with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. Since then, the two sects had lost their most powerful inheritances and gradually declined. The relationship between the two sects had always been good, and over the years, their relationship had become closer and closer. Our Dragon Phoenix Palace is in a better position. Sun Yu has lived up to our expectations and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, inheriting the Dragon Emperor's mantle. As long as he can find a suitable Phoenix Empress, my Dragon Phoenix Palace will surely regain its former glory. But Twin Spirit Pavilion, we still haven't heard anything about their inheritance, Chen Zhou sighed and said with some relief. Sun Yu, who was standing to the side, lowered his head, not daring to speak. Twin Spirit Pavilion? After listening for a long time, Hu Jiao'er finally reacted and asked with a slightly excited expression, "What kind of sect is Twin Spirit Pavilion?" Chen Zhou chuckled, "It's a very special sect. Because this force only recruits twin brothers and sisters, the disciples of this force always go out in pairs. And this is somewhat similar to our Dragon Phoenix Palace, but they are born from the same body while we cultivate male and female dual cultivation, so our natures are quite different. A force that only recruits twins?" The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. And the feeling their disciples give off is very similar to the two of you. After cultivating their secret art, the aura, yuan qi, and life fluctuations of a twin brother and sister will gradually become identical. When the two of you join forces, their power is infinite. However, the two of you seem to be even more powerful than them. I have been to Twin Spirit Pavilion many times and have seen many of their disciples, but in this regard, they are inferior to you. Senior, do you know what kind of secret art they cultivate? Hu Jiao'er asked anxiously, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Yang Kai glanced at her and knew she had some suspicions. The secret art they cultivate seems to be called the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art, but a large part of it is missing. Although it has been repaired by later generations, it has never been able to restore the glory of their ancestors, Chen Zhou casually said. Although a sect's secret art would not be casually passed on to outsiders, the name of the secret art wasn't a secret, so it wasn't a big deal to reveal it. Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art. Hu Jiao'er's tender body trembled, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Elder sister. Hu Mei-er also covered her mouth and muttered incredulously, "Isn't that the secret art we obtained?" "You obtained it?" Chen Zhou exclaimed, staring at the Hu sisters in shock. Hu Jiao nodded. The secret art we two sisters cultivate is the twin chi shared spirit divine art. Could it be related to Twin Spirit Pavilion? How could it not be related? Chen Zhou looked excited. That must be the lost inheritance of Twin Spirit Pavilion. I never expected it to be obtained by you two. No wonder your auras are so similar. After speaking for a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. If Wu Fei and Wu Tian knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so excited they wouldn't be able to sleep. Wu Fei and Wu Tian. Yang Kai was stunned. Oh, the two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion are called Wu Fei and Wu Tian. They are a pair of twin brothers, Chen Zhou quickly explained. This name. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. It was really a cheap name, but this name was too arrogant, it would easily attract hatred. If some bad-tempered master encountered them, they would teach them a lesson about what it meant to be truly lawless. So that secret art came from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Hu Jiao's expression was complex, her beautiful eyes faintly shining. Since she and her sister obtained the twin chi shared spirit divine art, their paths in life seemed to have changed. The two of them improved their strength at a speed several times faster than ordinary people. In just a dozen years, they had broken through to the transcendent realm, becoming one of the few masters in the great Han dynasty. Towards this secret art, they were very grateful. Towards the senior who left behind this secret art, they were naturally in awe. Now that they knew the origin and sect of this cultivation technique, the two of them had the same idea at the same time, to go to the Twin Spirit Pavilion and take a look at the sect that this cultivation technique came from. They wanted to see their twin brothers and sisters who cultivated the same cultivation technique as them. Chen Zhou explained. Yang Xingzhu asked the two of you to return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with him first. I also sent a message to Twin Spirit Pavilion, so if Wu Fei and Wu Tian want to find you, they must go to Nine Heavens Holy Land. With Yang Xingzhu's relationship with them, Wu Fei and Wu Tian will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. On the contrary, they will regard you as the future hope of the sect. On the other hand, if the two of you go directly to Twin Spirit Pavilion, the situation may be different. Hu Jiao thought about it for a moment and also felt that this was reasonable, her beautiful eyes faintly glancing towards Yang Kai in front of her and curling her lips. He's so crafty. He's also doing this for your own good. Chen Zhou nodded and smiled ambiguously, as if he had seen through something. After 3 months of continuous trekking, the thousands of people were finally about to reach their destination. When the news spread, everyone was excited and looked forward to the future. After such a long time, the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty was also exhausted. After experiencing the initial curiosity and novelty, they couldn't wait to find a place to settle down and enjoy the rich world energy and the gifts of this world. This world was many times better than the cultivation environment of the Great Han Dynasty, so everyone was secretly looking forward to what kind of development they would have in the future. Nearly 100 kilometers away from the Nine Peaks, a group of figures quickly flew over from Nine Heavens Holy Land. When they arrived, all of them cupped their fists and saluted, "Holy Master." The several elders of the Holy Land had come out in full force, none of them missing, their eyes wandering around the thousands of people, full of curiosity. Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "Is everything ready?" Great Elder Su Hui replied, "Everything is ready." In response to Elder Shi Kuan's message, as early as a few days ago, we have refurbished the former site of War Spirit Temple and can now move in at any time, but there are still some places that need to be repaired. No problem, Yang Kai nodded, expressing satisfaction. Nine Heavens Holy Land already had 3,000 disciples, and Yang Kai had brought 4,000 to 5,000 people this time. There was no way the Nine Peaks could accommodate all of them, and even if they could, with so many people gathered in one place, the supply of world energy in the future would become a problem. As such, Yang Kai had already thought of a place to settle everyone. The former sites of Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple were good choices. The places where these two sects had been established were also filled with rich world energy and beautiful scenery, making them very suitable for long-term residence. Most importantly, the buildings there were ready-made. However, the entrance to Star Field had now appeared in Shattering Mystical Palace, so Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable settling all of the Great Han Dynasty's people there, so he had stuffed them all into the former site of War Spirit Temple. Elder Shirkuan had also set off more than a month ago to rush back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to convey Yang Kai's instructions. Now, everything had been arranged. All that was left was to wait for the people Yang Kai had brought to move in. War Spirit Temple was not far from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, and the most valuable thing was that it was located between the Holy Land and Netherworld sect. This way, no matter who wanted to harm them, they would have to go through either Nine Heaven's Holy Land or Netherworld sect first. The safety of the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator was strongly guaranteed. While on the road, Yang Kai had also told everyone about this matter. Yang Zhao, Qiu Yimeng, Hua Stars, and the other leaders of the various forces all expressed that there was no problem. Living in the former site of War Spirit Temple, if they wanted to find Yang Kai or come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land in the future, it would be extremely convenient for them. As the huge team moved forward, Yang Kai introduced the elders of the Holy Land and the leaders of the various forces of the Great Han Dynasty, allowing them to familiarize themselves with each other. Towards the people brought by Yang Kai, Su Hui and the other elders showed great humility, causing some of the younger generation leaders to feel flattered. They all knew very well that with their insignificant cultivations, if it weren't for their relationship with Yang Kai, these Saint Realm masters wouldn't even spare them a glance. But now, these masters who had lived for hundreds of years were treating them with great courtesy. For a moment, a subtle sense of excitement welled up within them as they deeply understood the extraordinary status of Yang Kai in this world. Yang Xingzhu, since we've arrived, we'll take our leave first, Chen Zhou suddenly came to Yang Kai's side and said. They had been away from Dragon Phoenix Palace for several months now, so it was time for them to return. Palace Master Chen must be tired after such a long journey. Please return to the Holy Land for a few days so I can show you some hospitality, Yang Kai said sincerely. Along the way, they had indeed encountered a lot of trouble. With several thousand people traveling together, there were always some people who didn't have eyes and tried to cause trouble. If it weren't for the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace properly handling the situation, Yang Kai would likely have already killed them all. Chen Zhou and the others had also done their best to escort Yang Kai, but now that they had arrived at their home, Yang Kai had no choice but to extend his greetings. This. Chen Zhou hesitated. Senior Yang has invited us, let's not refuse, Sun Yu interjected. Chen Zhou smiled bitterly, you little brat. Nodding, Chen Zhou cupped his fists and said, then I'll have to trouble you. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Sun Yu sneakily came over to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice, Senior Yang, when will you tell Palace Master the truth of this matter? Every time I see them treat me so respectfully, I feel a sense of guilt. How about this, after this matter is settled, I'll go find someone, and when I find that person, I'll go to your Dragon Phoenix Palace and explain everything. Really? Sun Yu was overjoyed. Is the person Senior Yang is looking for the Phoenix Empress? Sun Yu guessed casually. However, Yang Kai nodded and admitted, yes. It was time to find Su Yan. She had stayed in Ice Sect for more than 10 years and had been separated from Yang Kai for 7 years. Now that everyone from High Heaven Pavilion had come to Tongxian Realm, it was time for her to return to the sect. After finding her and inheriting the Phoenix Empress inheritance, presumably her cultivation would reach a new height. Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to it. After an hour, the huge team passed through the 9 peaks and, under Yang Kai's orders, Su Hui personally led the group from Dragon Phoenix Palace into 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Everyone else continued to move forward towards the former site of War Spirit Temple. Yang Kai had already asked Su Hui to send some pills to Dragon Phoenix Palace as a thank you gift, so presumably Su Hui would be able to handle this matter well. After another hour, everyone finally arrived at the former site of War Spirit Temple. From a distance, Tribulation, the wizard of Netherworld sect, flew over and cupped his fists. Yang Shengzhu, long time no see. Sect Master Wizard, how come you've come to help? Yang Kai was a little surprised. Wizard Tribulation chuckled meaningfully, I had nothing better to do so I brought some disciples to help. Are these people from Yang Shengzhu's hometown? Quite a few. Saying so, Tribulation glanced behind Yang Kai, secretly surprised. And, they will live here from now on, not far from Netherworld sect, I'll have to trouble Sect Master Wizard. Rest assured, as long as my Netherworld sect does not fall, no one can cross my sect's line of defense and bully this place. Wizard Tribulation patted his chest and vowed. Listening to what they said, it seemed that the Third Order Saint was being held captive in Soaring Heaven sect at this moment, which made Yang Kai feel somewhat puzzled. Capturing a Third Order Saint wasn't a simple matter. Wearing a puzzled expression, Yang Kai did not say a word. Following the 4 martial uncles through Soaring Heaven sect, Yang Kai soon arrived at the foot of a mountain peak. At the base of this mountain peak was a hidden entrance that led the group into a mountain corridor. Along the side of the corridor, bright torches flickered, giving off a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. Feeling the pressure on his body, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Fei Yu took the initiative to explain, there is a large spirit array here that has a restraining effect. It is a place my Soaring Heaven sect uses to imprison powerful enemies, but this place was generally empty until a few months ago when it was opened. That master is being held here? The situation is very strange, we don't know how to explain it, it's best if you see it with your own eyes, Zhang Yan nodded. All the way down, Yang Kai felt the pressure on his body grow larger and larger, as if an entire mountain was pressing down on him, causing his breathing to become heavy. This was obviously the residual power of the spirit array. Although it was not specifically targeted at Yang Kai, it still made him feel some pressure. If it was specifically targeted, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of person would be able to withstand such pressure. After descending 1,000 meters or so, the group finally arrived at a dim stone room. Inside this stone room, bright lines of light flickered and gathered together to form a huge and complex pattern. At the center of this pattern was a humanoid figure that was bound. Chu Lingzhao's demon sealing chain was firmly wrapped around the humanoid creature's body, constantly releasing a scorching hot power that incinerated its body. At the same time, the humanoid creature's hands and feet were firmly bound by some unknown artifact. A terrifying murderous aura spread throughout the stone room. That's him. Zhang Yan pointed to the front and said, Little martial nephew, look carefully, if your 9 Heavens Holy Land encounters such a creature in the future, you must be careful. We still can't determine which race he belongs to. Yang Kai looked towards the humanoid figure and his eyes suddenly shrank, calling out in horror, Bone race? What? The 4 martial uncles all turned to look at him. Yang Kai frowned and quickly stepped forward, arriving in front of the humanoid figure and carefully examining it, becoming more and more certain of his judgment. The one bound here was actually a member of the Bone race. Little martial nephew, do you know this race? Zhang Yan asked anxiously. I've seen it before. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Where did you see it? Not much. Yang Kai shook his head. All I know is that if we want to completely obliterate him, it's best to burn his bones to ashes, otherwise, once he fully recovers, he'll be very difficult to deal with. Indeed, this old master has never heard of such a strange race before, but I do know a thing or two about that ice sect. I didn't expect their bloodline to still be alive. Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Ancestral founder knows about ice sect? Yang Kai was surprised. Of course, that endless snow mountain range was where ice sect was founded a long time ago. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. However, this also explained why the bone race had appeared here. The decline of ice sect was inextricably related to the bone race. Presumably, a long time ago, they had fought with the bone race here and then chased them to that ice world, where they had been stationed. There, they had not appeared for a long time. Chapter 950. Soaring Heaven Sect. In a secret room at the bottom of a mountain peak, Yang Kai released his true Yang Yuan Qi and condensed it into a true Yang flame that burned towards the bone ray skeleton. Chu Ling Xiao and his four martial uncles stood nearby and watched quietly, a look of dread filling their faces. Yang Kai's true Yang flame was not an ordinary flame, it was the crystallization of his cultivation, extremely condensed and vigorous. Very few things could resist its burning power. The bone ray skeleton, bound by the demon sealing chain and various artifacts, remained motionless, as if it was truly dead. However, the demonic qi emanating from its body only grew stronger and stronger. Asterisk qi qi qi, asterisk a series of ear-piercing explosions rang out in the secret room as the bone ray skeleton and the meridians attached to it were gradually burned to ash at a rate visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, two green lights lit up from the bone ray skeleton's eye sockets, like two gloomy eyes or two ghostly flames, flickering erratically. An even more violent demonic qi suddenly burst out. Asterisk roar, asterisk an angry roar suddenly sounded from the bone ray skeleton's divine sense, penetrating everyone's knowledge sea, allowing them to clearly feel its unwillingness and fury. This roar was mixed with an inexplicable divine sense attack, causing everyone's knowledge sea to tremble. Everyone paled, Yang Kai increasing the output of his Yuan Qi. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk the skeleton gradually shattered and turned to ash. The violently pulsing ghostly flames in the bone ray skeleton's eye sockets also quickly dimmed and soon lost their luster. After an incense stick worth of time, all that was left of the skeleton was a cloud of black dust. Everyone looked at each other, speechless for a while. He really didn't die, his vitality is so tenacious. Fei Yu said with a look of fear. With only a skeleton left, how could he possibly survive? Zhang Yan also felt a little incredulous. Perhaps he was originally just a skeleton without any flesh or blood, or perhaps his skeleton was his life essence. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. What little martial nephew means is that as long as his skeleton remains, he won't die. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. In any case, this race is completely different from the known races on the continent. They are also extremely dangerous. If we encounter them in the future, we can't let our guard down. Don't worry, if I ever see him again, I'll definitely crush his bones into dust. Rimaru secretly swore. Is there such a strange creature on the continent? Chu Ling Zhao's brow furrowed deeply. With his knowledge and experience, if it weren't for Yang Kai's coincidental arrival today, he wouldn't have been able to figure out the identity of this bone race youth he had captured. At that time, he had gone to the snowy mountain to investigate. Following the source of the murderous aura, he found this skeleton under 1,000 feet of snow. Sensing that his condition was strange, he casually brought him back. Fortunately, I had the foresight to seal him here. However, ever since that day, this old master has felt that this world has become somewhat different, Chu Ling Xiao solemnly said. What ancestral founder means is. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Chu Lingxiao pondered for a moment before saying, your cultivation is not high enough, so you cannot clearly feel this change, but I believe that all third-order saints in this world will feel the same as this old master. The world seems to have become brighter than before, and at night, many stars that were previously invisible can now be seen. Yang Kai's expression changed. This old master doesn't know why this is, but it seems that the world is about to change. Chu Lingxiao sighed faintly. Just as they returned, Su Hui, who had heard the news, reported, Holy Master, 2 days ago, someone came to the Holy Land and asked to see you. Who? Yang Kai asked. They said it was the pavilion master of Twin Spirit Pavilion, called Wu Fa or Wu Tian. Su Hui reported, after which he couldn't help laughing, obviously thinking that these two people's names were too arrogant. Oh? They came in person? Yang Kai raised his brow. While leading this group of cultivators to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master Chen Zhou had sent Elder Shaoling to Twin Spirit Pavilion to report to them. Now that a few months had passed, Twin Spirit Pavilion had received word that they would indeed take action. However, the fact that the two pavilion masters had come in person showed that they really attached great importance to the Hu sisters. This made Yang Kai very satisfied, at least they had shown enough sincerity. Does Holy Master want to see them? Su Hui asked. Of course I want to see them. Where are they now? They're in the Holy Land. Good, continue to entertain them, tell them I'll be back soon. Su Hui nodded and quickly left. After he left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and searched War Spirit Temple, a moment later finding the location of the Hu sisters. His figure flickered and he quickly rushed over. War Spirit Temple covered a large area, and Blood Battle Gang was located in the northwest corner of War Spirit Temple. There was a complex of buildings there that could accommodate the Blood Battle Gang's disciples. At this moment, the Hu sisters and gang leader Hu Man were working with the disciples to take care of this new residence. They were repairing the damaged house and cleaning the floor. They were extremely busy. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Hu Man walked over with a hearty smile and cupped his fists. Nephew Yang has come. The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes also lit up as they smiled like blooming flowers. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, what do you think of this place? Are you satisfied? Hu Man quickly said, how could we be dissatisfied? Nephew Yang has already arranged everything and sent us a lot of cultivation materials. All we need to do is live here and cultivate in peace. We are completely satisfied with our current cultivation environment. There is nothing to be picky about. That's good. Good, if you have any needs, just tell the Holy Land's elders, they will do everything possible to satisfy you. There is nothing we need. Hu Man laughed and changed the topic, but if Nephew Yang is free and can take the time to teach my 2 daughters, then this Hu will be very grateful. It would be best if you could teach them day and night, there is no harm in teaching them personally. This Hu will be very relieved, heh 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 heh. Father, if you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Hu Jiao Er's face turned red as she glared at her father. Since coming here, Hu Man had been constantly talking about Yang Kai in their ears. How could the Hu sisters not know what he was thinking? Now that he was saying such things in front of Yang Kai, Hu Jiao Er couldn't bear it. His intentions were clearly written on his face. You talk, you talk. Hu Man laughed dryly and tactfully left. Don't pay attention to him. Hu Jiao walked over to Yang Kai's side, her face still red. He is used to talking nonsense. What business do you have with us? Hu Mei asked. The people from Twin Spirit Pavilion have come, Yang Kai replied seriously. The Hu sisters' tender bodies trembled as they stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes. The 2 people who have come are the 2 pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Their intentions are obvious and they are sincere. Now it is up to you to decide. The two sisters glanced at each other, seemingly unable to make a decision. After a moment, Hu Jiao'er said, "Whatever you say, we will do as you say." They handed the choice to Yang Kai. "Do you want to go?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. The two sisters nodded together, Hu Jiao'er saying, "I want to see what kind of sect it is." Yang Kai could understand their mood, just as when Yang Kai learned that Dragon Phoenix Palace was the source of his and Su Yan's inheritances, he couldn't help but associate it with himself. Giving Sun Yu such a great opportunity and being kind to Dragon Phoenix Palace was also for this reason. If you want to go, then go. There, you may be able to find some people you can share a common language with. Moreover, if you go there, you may have even greater gains. Chen Zhou had vouched for Wu Fa and Wu Tian's character, so with this layer of protection, even if the Hu sisters went to Twin Spirit Pavilion, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Wu Fa and Wu Tian would only treat them as treasures. When do you want to leave? Yang Kai turned to look at the Hu sisters. Hu Jiao'er hesitated for a moment before replying, "It depends on the two seniors' intentions." Wu Fei couldn't wait any longer, "Let's set off now, the journey to Twin Spirit Pavilion is long and will take at least 1 to 2 months. All right. Hu Jiao'er nodded before turning to Yang Kai, "Help me inform my father that we will be going to Twin Spirit Pavilion first and will be back soon. Tell him not to worry." Understood, Yang Kai nodded. How should I address these two young ladies? Wu Fa and Wu Tian had already come up and inquired about the Hu sisters' names. They would be living in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a long time in the future, so it was natural to ask for their names first. The Hu sisters quickly replied. The four of them chatted happily and the atmosphere was harmonious. The two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion wore relieved looks as they looked at the Hu sisters with kind eyes. The only way to destroy them was to burn them directly or tear them apart violently. With Yang Kai's current strength, dealing with a first-order saint cultivator wasn't a problem, but facing a bone race master was a different story. Throughout Blue Water City, there were 4 or 5 such auras, one of which was even a second-order saint. Things weren't quite right. At that moment, a familiar life aura suddenly appeared in the range of Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai quickly flew up into the sky and looked over, quickly discovering that Shui Ling of Water Spirit Temple was fleeing under the protection of a saint cultivator. This saint realm cultivator's strength wasn't low, and a rich and soft water aura flowed from his body. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s and his robes were stained with blood. His saint chi was fluctuating erratically, clearly indicating he had just experienced a difficult battle. As soon as he appeared, the 4 or 5 bone race masters in Blue Water City immediately noticed him and shot out beams of blood-red light from all corners of Blue Water City towards him. To the bone race, he seemed to be a delicious meal that had aroused their interest. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 bone race masters rushed to his side and surrounded him, their ghastly eyes staring at him with great interest, clearly harboring malicious intent. Shui Ling, who was being protected by this middle-aged man, couldn't help shivering as her pretty face went pale. The middle-aged man wore a dignified expression as he turned to Shui Ling and said a few words. When Shui Ling heard this, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she shook her head repeatedly. Be obedient. Seeing her like this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but shout. Shui Ling's expression froze for a moment before she nodded. A resolute expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he released a soft water aura from his body, causing the surrounding water attribute world energy to suddenly become violent. Crystal-clear water droplets suddenly appeared around the middle-aged man, tens of thousands of them seemingly endless. Immediately after, these water pillars shot out like arrows from a bowstring, bombarding the bone race soldiers from all directions, each containing a tyrannical power. Retreat! The middle-aged man shouted as he formed a series of seals with his hands, causing the water droplets to converge mid-air and form a series of water arrows. The bone race people gathered around the middle-aged man remained indifferent, allowing the water arrows to penetrate their bodies. The only reaction they had was to shift their bodies due to the huge force behind the water arrows. By the time these water arrows were formed, Shui Ling had already turned into a mist and disappeared from this world. She possessed the water spirit body and was born with this divine technique. Yang Kai had also suffered many losses under this technique, and in the end, he had to rely on Old Demon to subdue Shui Ling. However, Shui Ling still couldn't escape. One of the bone race masters suddenly stared towards a certain spot in the air and released his spiritual energy, sending out an invisible attack. Shui Ling screamed miserably as her disappeared figure reappeared and fell from the sky, blood flowing from her mouth and nose. A burst of strange laughter came from the mouths of the bone race masters, but because they didn't have much flesh and blood left, their voices sounded like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, extremely harsh to the ears. One of the bone race masters stared at Shui Ling with greedy eyes, obviously very interested in her flesh and blood. The water spirit body allowed them to recover faster than the flesh and blood of an ordinary cultivator. Suddenly, a blue light flashed and intercepted Shui Ling before she could fall to the ground. Chapter 954. I've caught a cold, so I feel dizzy and uncomfortable. 10,000 kilometers away from Blue Water City, inside a mountain valley. Yang Kai put down the middle-aged man and Shui Ling he had rescued, the three of them looking at each other silently, their expressions heavy. Shui Ling was still a little weak. Just now, she had been hit by a bone race divine sense attack and had suffered some injuries. The middle-aged man hurriedly took out some pills from his universe bag and fed them to Shui Ling. Watching Shui Ling meditate to restore herself, the middle-aged man gradually relaxed, turning to Yang Kai and cupping his fists. Many thanks for little brother's life-saving grace just now, this one can't thank you enough. You're too polite, Yang Kai gently nodded, it was nothing more than a slight effort. Little brother and Ling know each other? The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai smiled faintly, not answering the question directly. Are you the temple master of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Yun? Shui Yun nodded. How should I address little brother? Father, he is the Yang Kai I told you about. Shui Ling interjected. Shui Yun's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise, exclaiming, my apologies, it turns out you are the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This Shui's eyes must have been blind. After knowing Yang Kai's identity, Shui Yun immediately changed the way he addressed him. In this world, no one dared to despise the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. It was easy for Yang Kai to recognize his identity. There was only one Saint Realm Master in Water Spirit Temple, and that was Temple Master Shui Yun. Coupled with his concern for Shui Ling, Yang Kai was naturally able to determine his identity. Yang Kai, why are you here? Shui Ling asked while looking at Yang Kai. I was just passing by, Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice, where did the Bone Race people in Blue Water City come from? Bone Race? Shui Yun was startled. Those skeletons that can absorb the essence of flesh and blood. Yang Shengzhu knows about them? Shui Yun was shocked and asked eagerly. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know much about them, but I've seen them in the past and recently. Does Senior Shui know where they came from? Shui Yun's expression dimmed as she sighed, we don't know where they came from. A year ago, an iceberg that was about to melt drifted near the Water Spirit Temple and the disciples found a skeleton inside. Out of curiosity, they took the skeleton out but didn't find anything of value. Everything was peaceful until a few months ago. For some reason, the skeleton suddenly came to life. Shui Yun explained briefly, and Yang Kai listened quietly. Only then did he learn that after the Bone Race had come back to life, they had gone on a rampage in the Water Spirit Temple. After absorbing the flesh and blood essence of the dead, his strength rapidly recovered. With the combined efforts of all the experts of the Water Spirit Temple, they had paid the price of over a dozen casualties to capture and imprison him. But no matter what they did, they couldn't kill the Bone Race. In the end, they had no choice but to burn it. This method was correct, allowing him to die completely. After a few months of peace, a few days ago, many terrifying skeletons appeared from all around the Water God Temple, and the entire Water God Temple fell in an instant. Those skeletons. The Bone Race is very strong, they have many Saint Realm Masters among them. Even the weakest among them is a Transcendent, not a single Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Moreover, after they kill someone, they can absorb the flesh and blood essence of the dead. They use it to restore themselves and shape their own bodies. Chapter 955. The star field was vast and its pressure was terrifying. If one's physical strength wasn't high enough, no matter who it was, they would die here. At the very least, one needed to be a third-order saint to be able to resist the pressure of the star field with their saint chi. This was a legendary place that very few people could actually set foot in. The legendary great demon god of that era was even rumored to have died while exploring the mysteries of the star field. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, it was certain that there was a great danger in the starry sky. If ice sects people thought it was just an ordinary void corridor entrance that led to some mysterious small world and rashly rushed in, it was likely they would not survive. Besides ice sect master, Xianxia, who had the strength to resist the pressure of the star field, no one else would be able to escape. Yang Kai's heart was in a mess as he stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do for a while. It wasn't until he caught a glimpse of a few pale white bones floating around him that Yang Kai finally recovered his senses. Those bones were floating not far away from him. They were quiet and did not move at all. Yang Kai's big hands trembled as he picked up these bones and carefully examined them, letting out a deep breath. These bones should have belonged to a member of the Bone Race who had rashly entered the star field and were unable to withstand the huge pressure and had been crushed to pieces. This further confirmed Yang Kai's previous guess. The people from Ice Sect should have really fled here, and the Bone Race cultivators, in order to pursue them, had accidentally come here as well. As a result, they had been crushed by the pressure of the star field and died tragically on the spot. There were many bones scattered around, so several Bone Race cultivators should have died here. But if this was the case, then what about Ice Sect's people, Su Yan, and the others? There were no traces of their deaths here, it was as if they had magically disappeared from the star field. His mood gradually calmed down. Yang Kai crushed the bone in his hand and controlled the shuttle of flying Apsara to search the vast star field for clues. Releasing his divine sense to the greatest extent possible, Yang Kai fantasized about suddenly discovering Su Yan's whereabouts and discovering her safe and sound hiding in some corner of the starry sky under the protection of Ice Master Xianxia, waiting for his arrival. He was greatly disappointed. With the star field gate as the center, he searched the area within a radius of 10,000 miles several times, but he couldn't find any clues. Time passed. After an unknown number of days, he once again returned to the void corridor through which he had passed. He turned his head back and gazed deeply at the star field dotted with stars before entering the entrance. After returning to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai went directly to Water Spirit Temple. In this world, if there was anyone who knew the whereabouts of Ice Sects people, it would be the Bone Race, but for news of Su Yan's whereabouts, Yang Kai had to find out. Water Spirit Temple, the largest island in the Central Plains. This was originally the island where Water Spirit Temple's headquarters were located, but since the destruction of Water Spirit Temple, it had been occupied by the Bone Race. At this moment, all the Bone Race clansmen had gathered here. Every clansman now had their own complete fleshly body, unlike before when they were just skeletons without a trace of flesh and blood. They looked no different from the humans of Tongxian realm. The only thing that distinguished them were their pairs of green eyes. Nearly 200 Bone Race clansmen had gathered here, each pair of flickering green eyes exuding a gloomy aura, making the atmosphere of the entire island seem gloomy and frightening. They rejoiced and celebrated, celebrating their recovery after thousands of years. Every Bone Race clansman's face was brimming with elation. The sound of this celebration spread far and wide along with the sea breeze. They were gathered in a circle, and at the center of these Bone Race clansmen was a huge blood pool filled with dark red blood and chunks of flesh. Huge bubbles constantly emerged from the blood pool, bursting and sputtering out a bloody mist, causing a bright red cloud to condense above the blood pool. Many pale bones and unknown herbs floated up and down in the blood pool. Bright lines flashed from time to time at the bottom of the blood pool, converging into a complex spirit array. Master Koluo, it's about time, a Bone Race clansman walked over to a middle-aged man and reported softly. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, his expression indifferent, and immediately stood up. The noisy Bone Race clansmen quieted down in an instant as they stared at him expectantly. Koluo glanced around and shouted, "Thousands of years ago, my clan inadvertently came to this place, thinking it was a good opportunity to expand our territory, but we were stopped by a top master here. My clan suffered a crushing defeat, all of our masters dying in battle, and the rest of our clansmen had no choice but to flee to the remote ice world and hibernate there. But now, we have awakened. The master our clan's masters could not defeat has long since died. This world belongs to my clan, no one can stop us." The Bone Race clansmen cheered excitedly, their voices growing louder and louder. Koluo stretched out his hand and suppressed the crowd's voices. "Tonight, new clansmen will be born, we must contribute our strength to help them wake up." Many Bone Race clansmen nodded. In the next moment, everyone began to move, pouring energy filled with the life essence of their Bone Race clansmen into the blood pool. The blood pool began to bubble as if it was boiling, the bones and herbs floating up and down even more rapidly. Along with the sounds of wailing and howling, many human faces with blurry facial features emerged from the blood pool. Those human faces were bound in the blood pool like ghosts, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape from the binding of the blood pool. All the Bone Race clansmen stared excitedly at the blood pool, their eyes overflowing with expectation. All the floating bones suddenly sank, and with a series of cracking sounds, the countless bones inside the blood pool began to fuse and intertwine, seemingly undergoing earth-shaking changes. Suddenly, accompanied by a crashing sound, a complete skeleton stood up from the blood pool. Two balls of green light suddenly appeared in its originally dark eye sockets. However, compared to the Bone Race clansmen beside it, these two green lights were very weak, like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. This skeleton looked a little confused, as if it was still unaware of its situation. Although the other party hadn't explained it clearly, he had heard some unusual information. This star shuttle was actually specifically used to travel through the star field, no wonder its speed was so fast. Most importantly though, Yang Kai was able to spy on another piece of shocking information. Looking at Kaluo with a dignified expression, Yang Kai quickly asked, "Are you not from Tongxian realm?" Kaluo laughed, "When did I say I was?" Chapter 958. Along the way, Meng Wuya cursed angrily. It was obvious that he was still holding a grudge against Zhang Yuan for using the spirit array to deal with him. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, secretly thinking that if he had known Treasurer Meng cared so much about this matter, he wouldn't have asked so many questions. Now he was suffering so much, it was as if he had lifted a stone to smash his own foot. A few days later, the demon capital came into view. Looking from a distance, the entire demon capital looked like a wild beast crawling on the ground, exuding an ancient desolate aura. Even from a few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai could feel waves of tyrannical demonic qi coming from the other side. This was the aura of the masters of the demon race who lived in the demon capital. Although there were only 5 third-order saints in the entire demon land, there were no less than a dozen Saint Realm Masters in the demon capital. Demon Commander Zhang Yuan spent most of his time in retreat comprehending the heavenly way and martial Dao, not paying much attention to the affairs of the demon land. It was rumored that he wanted to break through his current shackles and reach the heights great demon god had reached in the past. Unfortunately, even after several hundred years, his cultivation seemed to have not made any progress, remaining stagnant at his current realm. Even so, he was still the number 1 master in the demon land, far more powerful than the 4 demon general. The cities of the demon race were quite different from those of the human race. Not only was this reflected in the architectural style, but the buildings here were also quite rough, giving them a wild sense of beauty. On top of that, the demon race cities had no one guarding their gates. Anyone could enter and leave freely from the city gates, unlike the human race cities where there were guards standing in front of the gates and one needed to pay crystal stones to enter. The group of 4 didn't bother concealing their faces and simply walked into the demon capital from the city gates. In an instant, countless eyes shot towards Yang Kai, sizing him up with great interest. Human? Heh heh, interesting, there's actually a human who dares to break into my demon capital. This little brat's courage isn't small, isn't he looking down on the demon race too much? The demon race cultivator who had been walking through the demon capital all grinned towards Yang Kai, cold murderous intent flashing across their faces. Many of them even stealthily approached Yang Kai, wanting to teach him a lesson. Meng Wuya coldly snorted, sweeping his majestic eyes around. Every demon race cultivator who was targeted by him stopped in their tracks, a chill rising from the depths of their hearts, as if they had been plunged into an icehouse. Wuya with the demon race with the demon race, with the demon race to the end of the world. Is there anyone I can talk to? Yang Kai glanced around and asked loudly. The many demon race cultivators just stared at him, none of them answering. Yang Kai suddenly turned his eyes to a certain spot in the crowd where a second-order Saint Demon race cultivator was striding over, his expression extremely cold and his demonic qi fluctuating erratically. When he saw the 3 people standing behind Yang Kai, his eyes filled with dread. The other demons didn't have eyesight and couldn't see the strength of Meng Wuya, Li Rong, Han Fei, and the others, but this demon was different. These three people, no matter who they were, gave him a great deal of pressure, so naturally, he knew they weren't nobodies. However, these three top masters were actually following behind a single human youth. Just who was this human youth? Who is your excellency? What business do you have with my demon capital? The demon stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and stopped, not daring to approach any closer, shouting from a distance. Now, more than 10 years had passed, and the demon commander's vision was sharp enough to see the old demon's future worries. Yang Xingzhu, although this senior has made some mistakes, this brother's body is the body of a demon general of my demon race. It stands to reason that this senior, as the master of the demon race, should take back this body. It is for this reason that this senior wants him to surrender, but since he is one of Yang Xingzhu's people, how about we call it quits? This body will be given to Yang Xingzhu and Yang Xingzhu will no longer bother with me for torturing him. Zhang Yuan said sincerely. Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at the old demon. It's up to you. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll help you tear this demon capital apart. As soon as this statement came out, Zhang Yuan's face changed greatly. Yang Xingzhu, don't joke around. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at him coldly. Do I look like I'm joking around? Meng Wuya, Li Rong, and Han Fei all looked at him with hostility. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a great pressure. Although he was strong, had a profound cultivation, and had earth-shattering means, Meng Wuya and Li Rong were already difficult for him to deal with. If the two of them attacked together, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. If they really fought, the demon capital might really be torn apart. In an instant, Zhang Yuan's face became heavy as he stared at the old demon slightly nervously, fearing that he would agree. Many thanks for young master's good intentions, but for today's humiliation, this old master will repay it himself. There is no need for young master to intervene. The old demon grinned. Zhang Yuan's expression suddenly relaxed. Yang Kai nodded and no longer said anything. This senior will send someone to deliver some supplements, Zhang Yuan said before quickly leaving. As a demon commander, how many years had it been since he had been threatened by others? When had he ever been so vexed? If it weren't for the fact that he needed to use the demon mystic tome in Yang Kai's hands to unlock the secrets left behind by great demon god, he wouldn't have swallowed such humiliation. A demon commander naturally had his own pride. A short time later, a maid from the demon palace delivered some rare precious treasures to help the old demon restore his vitality. The old demon was extremely satisfied and talked with Yang Kai and the others about his experiences over the past 10 years. After coming to Tongxian realm with Meng Wuya and the others, the old demon separated from the three of them. He had occupied the body of the demon general and it was too dangerous for him to act in the human race's territory, so he had come to the demon land alone. Over the next 10 years, he had hidden his identity and cultivated diligently to improve his strength. After all, he had the foundation of a top-level master and the body he had occupied was the body of a top-level master. Everything was ready, all he needed to do was accumulate world energy into his body and when the time came, his strength would naturally improve. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. After more than 10 years, his strength had been restored step by step to the peak of the First Order Saint realm. But no matter how careful he was still discovered. Someone recognized him as the missing demon general and reported this matter to the demon commander. The demon commander personally took action and brought him back to the demon palace, ordering him to swear allegiance to him. The old demon refused and was nailed to the stone pillar by the demon commander. A few months later, Yang Kai came here. After listening to his story, Yang Kai and Meng Wuya looked at each other, both feeling a little surprised. Neither of them had expected the old demon to be so principled. "Young master, how is your situation? How did you find this place?" The old demon began to ask about Yang Kai's experiences. Chapter 960. The old demon was a remnant soul. Before, Yang Kai didn't know which era he was from, but as he grew in power and came into contact with more and more secrets, he was able to determine that the old demon was at least a few thousand years old. Because Yang Kai had found him in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The Heaven's Cave inheritance had something to do with Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion. The inheritances of these two great forces had been broken thousands of years ago. That era belonged to the great demon god. In other words, the old demon and great demon god were from the same era. It was possible that he had dealt with the bone race, but his memory loss was so severe that he couldn't even remember his own name, only vaguely remembering how he addressed the old demon. He didn't know much about the bone race. If there is a bone race, is there a race with a single horn on their head? The old demon seemed to recall some clues and asked. "You mean the monster race?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. With a single horn on their head, it was very likely they were monster race. No. It's a race called the Horn Race." The old demon frowned, unable to recall much about it. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai let the old demon rest. For 5 days, Yang Kai and the others stayed in the demon palace. Zhang Yuan's hospitality was impeccable. Every day, there would be a variety of exotic delicacies, all of which were unique to the demon land. Not only were they extremely delicious, but they could also improve one's cultivation and refine one's physique. However, Yang Kai didn't come here to enjoy life. Many times he spoke to Zhang Yuan about the secrets left behind by great demon god. Zhang Yuan simply brushed him off, telling him there was no need to rush and that he could enjoy himself in the demon capital for a few days before discussing this matter again. Yang Kai knew that Zhang Yuan was aware that with his strength alone, there was no way he could compete with Meng Wuya and Li Rong, so he had probably already sent a message to the 4 demon general to ask them to come help. It wasn't that he wanted to fight, it was just that no one knew what the secrets left behind by the great demon god were, and it was likely that there were some great benefits to be had. If the moment came, Zhang Yuan wouldn't be polite and would definitely lead the 4 demon general to snatch these benefits. Understanding Zhang Yuan's concerns, Yang Kai no longer pressed him. A few days later, Kai Yang, who was wandering around the demon capital, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky, a pensive look on his face. "The 4 demon general have arrived." Meng Wuya grinned wickedly. This old master knew Zhang Yuan was waiting for them. That old boy's vigilance is quite heavy, thinking we're after the secrets left behind by great demon god. It's only natural for him to have scruples. Yang Kai snorted. "Let's go back, I don't think he'll refuse this time." Saying so, Yang Kai led the group towards the demon palace. On the streets, countless demons cast curious glances towards Yang Kai. The demons living in the demon city all knew that this human youth was a guest of the demon commander's master, so when Yang Kai was wandering around these past few days, none of them dared to cause trouble. They were only curious as to why the demon commander's master would so warmly entertain a human. In front of the demon palace, Yang Kai and the others had just arrived when a demon walked up to them and cupped his fists. "Yang Shengzhu, demon commander's master invites you in." Yang Kai and Meng Wuya glanced at each other and smiled knowingly. "Lead the way." Yang Kai nodded lightly to the demon. The demon didn't say a word, simply turning around and leading the way. Inside a certain palace, Zhang Yuan and the 4 demon generals sat down, waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. If it was just to see this dilapidated ship, why would he come all the way here? Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai confirmed that there was nothing else here except for this dilapidated ship. The profound mysteries are hidden on that ship, find them for me. Zhang Yuan seemed to have recovered and waved his hand as he shouted. The four demon generals glanced at each other before rushing towards the dilapidated ship. I'll also take a look. Meng Wuya grinned wickedly, his figure flickering as he also rushed towards the dilapidated ship with the four demon generals, obviously not wanting to give any benefits to others. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't join in the fun. Chapter 962. In the blink of an eye, the four demon generals and Meng Wuya arrived in front of the big ship and were just about to set foot on it when suddenly, a thick demonic chi burst out from a certain part of the ship. The four demon generals only felt a strong pushing force hit them head-on and all of them let out strange cries as they tumbled backwards. Even Meng Wuya was pushed back, tumbling through the air a few times before landing beside Yang Kai, staring towards the broken ship with a look of dread. On the other side, a pitch-black energy suddenly appeared. This energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. It floated in the air, constantly changing and wriggling. Great Demon God's aura. Yang Kai shouted, a look of vigilance filling his face. Is this the aura of Great Demon God Master? Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with fanaticism as he let out a burst of laughter. This senior knew there was more to this place than just a broken ship. Saying so, he stared at the mass of energy with a burning gaze, hoping to discover something from it. As long as he could find something, this trip would have been worth it. Feeling the tyrannical pressure from this aura, everyone became vigilant. A moment later, the wriggling dark energy transformed into a humanoid figure, and although it was very vague, Yang Kai was still able to make out the image of Great Demon God from its outline. The figure only paused mid-air for a moment before pouncing straight towards the crowd. As it approached, everyone felt as if their strength had been imprisoned, unable to move at all. With a look of horror, all of them watched as this figure passed through their bodies, exploded into a cloud of black mist, and disappeared. At the same time, everyone felt as if something had appeared in their minds and involuntarily closed their eyes to investigate. Inside the vast expanse of white space, everyone stood motionless, each of them using their divine sense to examine the traces left behind by the black shadow passing through their bodies, their expressions gradually becoming more and more brilliant. It was the same for Yang Kai. After he immersed his mind, he suddenly realized that his soul was no longer in his knowledge sea, but in a vast star field. Stars dotted the sky, and there was nothing under his feet. A master covered in golden light was flying fast in the star field. His eyes were firm, his body was tough, and his face was dignified. He didn't use any secret treasures to protect himself, nor did he circulate the power in his body. He just relied on his body's defense to wander in the star field. It was the great demonic god. Yang Kai was greatly shaken. He immediately understood what the black shadow had instilled into his knowledge sea. This was clearly the experience of the great demonic god when he explored the star field. The legendary figures of that generation had left behind their experiences in the star field for future generations. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was just an outsider. He could only quietly watch everything that happened to him, unable to intervene at all. He believed that the others were the same. Immediately, Yang Kai focused on observing, not wanting to miss a single detail. This scene could be connected to the patterns in the corridor. After countless years of loneliness, the great demonic god finally embarked on the path to explore the star field. He had no goal in mind, just like a fallen leaf, drifting with the wind in the vast star field. He encountered the storms of the star field but managed to rush through them unscathed. His strength was astonishing. He encountered an asteroid sea and sat cross-legged on one of the asteroids, allowing it to carry him through the star field. After an unknown amount of time, the great demonic god sitting on the asteroid sea suddenly opened his eyes and stared blankly in a certain direction. Following his gaze, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He saw a huge ship sailing through the star field, one that was basically the same as the broken ship he had seen before. The great demonic god's eyes lit up, and after the big ship left, he followed it without saying a word. His original intention was to let this big ship take him to a more mysterious world where he could pursue a more profound martial Tao. But to the great demonic god's surprise, this star field ship seemed to have a problem and seemed to have lost its way in the star field. The great demonic god followed it for a few years without any gains and continued to wander the star field. Until one day, the star field ship seemed to have discovered something and suddenly changed direction, heading towards a certain planet. The great demonic god had returned. After following the star field ship and arriving at the planet, the great demonic god suddenly discovered that this was the Tongxian realm he had left. After wandering the star field for who knows how many years, following this star field ship, the great demonic god had finally returned to the place he had left. The big ship was anchored somewhere in the demon land. From the big ship, many guests from outer space walked down. Some of these guests had green eyes like ghost flames, some had a single horn on their forehead, which was very strange, and some had a pair of long ears, but most of them were no different from humans. Each of them was extremely powerful, with the weakest among them being a transcendent. The leaders of this group had even surpassed the Saint realm. As soon as they appeared, the entire demon land was engulfed in the flames of war. The demon general had come to stop them, but the peak Third Order Saint Demon General was as weak as an ant in front of these star field guests and was easily killed by a green-eyed cultivator, not even his bones remaining. On a high peak, these masters from the star field stood atop, overlooking Tongxian realm, all of them in high spirits, feeling that with their strength, they could completely enslave this weak world. The great demonic god did not decline and led the entire demon race to fight against these invaders. The scene changed, and on a hellish battlefield, the great demonic god's golden body was bathed in blood as he killed one enemy after another, sending them flying in all directions. On this battlefield, blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. There were ancient demon clansmen with demon crests on their faces who swore to follow the great demonic god, using their bodies and lives to block one attack after another for the great demonic god. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of Dragon Phoenix Palace teamed up to fight against the powerful bone race, Long Feng Qingxiang. There were also many masters from Ice sect who, with a single thought, could cause snowflakes to fall and freeze the world. Chapter 964. Yang Kai's explanation was reasonable and was exactly what most of the people present had been thinking about for the past month. All of them nodded in agreement. I understand. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he said thoughtfully, I understand what Great Demon God's soul clone meant. Great Demon God Master's soul clone? Zhang Yuan was startled and quickly asked for more details. Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and simply explained how he rescued Meng Wuya. When I finally left, Great Demon God's soul clone told me that this world had been sealed for too long and it was time to see the light of day again. At that time, I thought he was referring to that strange mysterious small world, but it turns out he was referring to Tongxian realm. He asked me to come to the demon capital because he had left a message here. The seal had been lifted, the mysterious small world had opened, and all of Tongxian realm had once again appeared in the star field. This was what Great Demon God meant by seeing the light of day again. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that ancestral founder Chu Ling Shao had said that the current star field was somewhat different from before, and many stars that could not be seen before could now be seen. This was also because Great Demon God's seal had been lifted. Now that the seal had been lifted, the world had become much brighter, and naturally, many stars that could not be seen before could be seen. So, Meng Wuya's expression became strange, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Tongxian realm becoming like this is the responsibility of this old master and little Yang Kai. Exchanging a glance with Yang Kai, both of them also wore blank expressions. The lifting of the seal is your responsibility, but the revival of the bone race has nothing to do with you, although the timing is somewhat coincidental, the old demon frowned. It may have something to do with it. The great demon god left behind a seal and his aura covered the entire continent, so the bone race did not dare to awaken, but after the seal was lifted, the great demon god's aura disappeared. The bone race sensed it and dared to come out. Yang Kai pondered, this is just my guess, but it is very likely to be true. The 5 masters from the demon race all glanced at each other before Zhang Yuan said, if that's the case, then Yang Shengzhu has an unavoidable responsibility for this World War II catastrophe. You are also duty-bound to stop them. What do you mean by that? Meng Wuya squinted at Zhang Yuan and sneered, do you want to stay out of this? Yang Kai said that the bone race has several dozen Saint Realm masters and that they can use their corpses to create new clansmen. Once they are given enough time, they will never be able to kill them all. The bone race was like a spark, and although the current fire was small, it could start a prairie fire. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly, of course not, the great demon god master was able to exhaust himself and die for the sake of the entire continent. My demon race is his descendant, so naturally it is impossible for me to disgrace him. And, my demon race will also assist Yang Shengzhu. Although he said so, everyone could see the reluctance in his words. Yang Kai glanced over at him before standing up and saying, I already understand what happened and the truth of the continent. Whether your demon race wants to intervene or not is up to you. If you want your descendants to be enslaved by the bone race forever, you can also bide your time. Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and walked straight out of the hall. Meng Wuya and the others quickly followed. Zhang Yuan's face changed as he shouted, Yang Shengzhu, wait. What is it? Yang Kai turned around. Chapter 965. Thunder Dragon Great Senior said in a bitter tone. Yang Kai glanced at him and immediately understood that Thunder Dragon was interested in this dragon lady, solemnly saying, let's get down to business. The expressions of the 3 great seniors also became dignified. Words alone won't be enough, 3 seniors should take a look with your own eyes. Yang Kai quickly said. Take a look with our own eyes? Thunder Dragon raised his brow, somewhat puzzled as to what Yang Kai wanted them to see. If 3 seniors trust me, release the defenses of your knowledge seas. As Yang Kai spoke, he condensed a white ball of light at his fingertips. This ball of light exuded his soul aura and was obviously a part of Yang Kai's memories. The 3 monster race great seniors looked at each other and nodded. Yang Kai then pointed his finger at the foreheads of the 3 great seniors and sent this ball of spiritual energy into their knowledge seas. The 3 great seniors' bodies shook slightly before they slowly closed their eyes and carefully examined the information sent by Yang Kai. This information not only included everything they had seen in the demon capital, but also what Yang Kai had seen in Water Spirit Temple. After a long time, the 3 monster race great seniors slowly opened their eyes. their expressions extremely solemn. They all deeply understood just how difficult it was to deal with the bone race. I didn't expect this matter to have something to do with great demon god, Thunder Dragon muttered to himself. On top of that, my monster race's seniors also fought against those starry sky invaders. You frowned slightly, but why is there no record of this? Almost all of my monster race's seniors died in battle, such a glorious past should have been recorded. Above the Saint Realm is the Saint King Realm? Since ancient times, only great demon god has reached this realm? Earth-splitting divine ox shouted, it's really incredible. What do you want us to do? Thunder Dragon looked at Yang Kai seriously. Help. Yang Kai said concisely, according to my observations, the bone race doesn't have a single Saint King Realm master. The most powerful one among them is only a third-order saint, and there are only a few of them. What's most frightening is that they can create new clansmen using a special method. They seem to be invincible, but that's not the case. If the humans, demons, and demons can join forces, it won't be difficult to destroy them. Thunder Dragon nodded, if we want to make a move, we have to do it quickly. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. That's what I thought too. Old Cow and you, what do you think? Thunder Dragon turned his eyes to the other two great venerables. After all, this concerns the entire monster race. This king cannot make a decision alone. I'll listen to you. You handed the decision over to Thunder Dragon. Earth-splitting ox shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Thunder Dragon grinned, Zhang Yuan has already intervened in this matter, how can my monster race remain uninvolved? If news of this were to spread, wouldn't the world laugh at the demon clan? Count us in as well. Yang Kai shook his head and nodded firmly, good, I knew Thunder Dragon Great Senior would be easy to deal with. Thunder Dragon shook his head, this isn't helping you, it's just that my monster race is seeking a way to survive. Tongxian Realm is not the territory of those bones, this is our territory. After the three great seniors agreed, they immediately began to convene the monster race masters. The Beast Sea jungle wasn't too far from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, so once the gathering was complete, they would soon be able to meet up with Yang Kai, much faster than the demon race. Both the monster and demon clans had already expressed their willingness to intervene in this matter, but what made Yang Kai feel slightly disappointed was that the great forces of the human race had yet to respond. With the exception of some forces that had a close relationship with Nine Heaven's Holy Land or Yang Kai, most of them maintained a wait-and-see attitude. All of them took it for granted that the situation wasn't too bad and that even if the disaster spread, it wouldn't affect them. The ambiguous attitude of these great forces made Great Elder Su Hui so angry that he couldn't stop cursing, but there was nothing he could do. One day, an old man and a young man arrived at Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The old man had white hair and gave off a sage-like aura while the young man had red lips and white teeth. His appearance was handsome enough to make many women feel ashamed of their inferiority, secretly hating how such a handsome man could be born. Master, we've arrived. The handsome young man looked towards the 9 peaks and took a deep breath. That guy is doing quite well now, actually occupying such a large piece of treasure land. The old man stroked his beard and smiled, there's no need to envy others, you and I, master and disciple, have traveled the world and gained many things. What master says is right, the young man nodded respectfully, but master, why did you suddenly want to come here? The old man chuckled, I heard there was an alchemy grandmaster here, so master naturally wanted to meet him. How could there be an alchemy grandmaster that can compare to master? The young man sneered, apparently not taking this seriously, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he muttered to himself, does master not want to embarrass the human race? Since you know, why say it out loud? The old man sighed slightly, the world situation is worrying, how many people can he call upon at such a young age? The demon race and the monster race have already taken action, only the human race is still divided. This old master has not appeared for a long time, but now it's time for him to show his face. I knew this was Master's true intention. The young man grinned meaningfully, as if he had long seen through the old man's intentions. Good, there is a disciple guarding the mountain over there, go and inform him. The old man waved his hand to the young man, who quickly stepped forward and said a few words to the Holy Land disciple guarding the mountain. After hearing this, the disciple quickly said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go and report to Great Elder." Inside the Holy Master Court's alchemy room, Yang Kai was refining pills with his little senior sister and the 5 grandmasters when suddenly the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Frowning, Yang Kai put down the things in his hands and quietly left the room. Outside the door, Su Hui was waiting. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. "Someone outside the peak is asking for an audience." "Who is it?" According to the disciples' report, the person who asked for an audience called himself Zhai Yao. Zhai Yao? Soaring Heaven Sect, Dragon Phoenix Palace, Twin Spirit Pavilion, and Bold Independent Union have all sent word a few days ago that they will be bringing people over as soon as possible. How many masters can these sects with close ties to little friend Yang possibly gather? When the time comes, I'm afraid the monster race and demon race will become laughingstocks. Currently, my human race is the most powerful force in the world, and this matter is happening in our territory, but in the end, it is the monster race and demon race that are mobilizing all of their forces. What kind of scandal is this? There's no other way, I can't force others to do this kind of thing. Yang Kai also felt helpless. Does little friend Yang know which force is the largest in this world? Li Lao suddenly asked with a smile. The largest force? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before thinking about it carefully. My 9 Heavens Holy Land has developed quite well and can be considered one of the top forces in this world. My sect Soaring Heaven sect is also doing well, but how can we compare? And, there are many holy lands in this world where some of the top masters don't appear for a long time. No one knows whether they are still alive or not, He Feng also echoed. Li Lao, which force are you talking about? Du Wan asked curiously. Li Lao laughed but didn't answer directly, instead slowly saying, "Little friend Yang, the development of your 9 Heavens Holy Land is something this old master has heard about. It is said that because of a mysterious alchemist, 9 Heavens Holy Land's status has rapidly risen, gradually surpassing what it once was." Yes. Yang Kai nodded, his eyes suddenly lighting up, understanding what kind of force Li Lao was referring to. A mysterious alchemist was able to make all those cultivators come here to beg for pills. What if all the alchemists in the world were included? The Alchemist Guild! Yang Kai shouted. Li Lao smiled and nodded. If the Alchemist Guild were to step in, I believe those great forces and masters in the world would make the right choice. Li Lao, did you come here today just for this? Yang Kai looked at him excitedly. Since becoming famous, this old master has begun to play with the world, not caring about worldly affairs. For the past 1,000 years, I have not done anything for this world, but now that countless people have worshipped this old master's heart is uneasy. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, this old master will naturally not let it go. And, although I have not appeared in the world for a long time, I believe this old master still has some face. Li Lao smiled and nodded. Then I'll go to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters now and have them come forward to negotiate. Hong Fong hurriedly stood up. There's no need, Master has already spoken to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters before coming here and has also contacted some old friends I haven't contacted for many years. Zhai Yao smiled confidently. I believe it won't be long before many people come here. Chapter 968. The sky was dim and the earth was groaning, as if the end of the world had arrived. The masters from the 3 clans flew over a city and spread out their divine senses, but after noticing that there were no signs of life in this huge city, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This was already the 10th dead city they had seen so far. These cities were originally bustling with noise and excitement, but now they had all been reduced to rubble, with dark blood stains everywhere, and the bones of the dead nowhere to be seen. After leaving 9 Heaven's holy land, after traveling for more than a month, a few days ago, as they gradually approached Water Spirit Temple, the masters from the 3 clans found that the situation was much worse than they had imagined. The Bone Race's expansion had been rapid, and with Water Spirit Temple as its center, the surrounding several tens of thousands of kilometers had become empty. Even the birds that were normally seen here had disappeared. This area of several tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have become a dead territory, with not a single living creature to be seen. On the human race's side, at least 100,000 people had disappeared. How many more Bone Race clansmen could be born from these 100,000 corpses, no one could calculate clearly. In front of them, a blue light flashed and Yang Kai's figure appeared, his expression dignified. "What's the situation?" Chu Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. Because Yang Kai had a star shuttle, he had gone ahead a few days ago to inquire about the situation and had only returned today. Not optimistic. Yang Kai shook his head and glanced over at the many masters behind them. The Bone Race now has at least 3,000 clansmen, none of whom is below the transcendent realm. As soon as this statement came out, everyone paled. When Yang Kai had first encountered the Bone Race, they only had a few dozen saints and over 100 transcendents, numbering no more than 200. But after just half a year, their number had actually exceeded 3,000. This kind of crazy growth was almost impossible to accept. And these 3,000 people were all masters whose strength had surpassed the transcendent realm. Such a force was enough to sweep across the world. We only have a little over 1,000 people, but their numbers are 3 times greater than ours, Chu Ling Xiao called out in amazement, even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as him feeling somewhat pale at this moment. Zhang Yuan, Thunder Dragon, and the others also realized the seriousness of the problem. Yang Kai nodded slightly. There are bad sides and good sides. Although there are quite a few of them, most of them are transcendents, the number of Saint Realm Masters has not increased by much. I estimate that there are only about 20 more than half a year ago. On the other hand, we have 200 saints on our side. In this regard, they are inferior to us. But the remaining transcendents are also a big problem, Meng Wuya frowned. Yang Kai grinned, "Leave those transcendents to me." Everyone looked at him in surprise, not knowing why he was so confident. Even Meng Wuya and Chu Ling Xiao didn't dare say they could deal with 2,000 to 3,000 transcendents, let alone a rising star like Yang Kai. We should rejoice that we only managed to delay for less than half a year. If we had given the Bone Race another year, no one in this world would have been able to defeat them, Yang Kai said with a look of lingering fear. The Bone Race's development speed was simply too fast. This time, the 3 clans joining forces should be able to destroy the Bone Race, but if they had been given another year, or even half a year, the outcome would have been uncertain. All of them are now occupying several islands near Water Spirit Temple, less than 500 kilometers from here. Everyone has been on the road for so long, let's rest for a while and set out again in 2 days, Yang Kai shouted. No one had any objections. They were about to arrive at Water Spirit Temple and a great battle was about to break out. Naturally, they needed to maintain their peak state. In such a large-scale melee, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Immediately, many masters flew down to the ground and found a place to meditate and restore themselves. In the Water God Temple, the islands were already covered by a thick blood cloud. It was bright red, and even the surrounding seawater seemed to be affected. The originally blue seawater was now a deep red, as if it had been injected with blood. In the middle of the island, there was a huge pool of blood. The thick blood seemed to be boiling, constantly rolling and bubbling. Many pale white bones and countless herbs floated up and down in this pool of blood, just like the scene Yang Kai had seen before. The only difference was that this blood pool was much larger than the one Yang Kai had seen before. It occupied almost half of the entire island's surface area and was incredibly deep. Around the blood pool, many Bone Race clansmen had gathered, pouring their life essence into it to help new clansmen be born. Countless ferocious faces, like strands of serene soul, were trapped in the blood pool, struggling and roaring, filling the island with a gloomy atmosphere. Kuluo sat at the highest point on the island, overlooking the blood pool, a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, a Bone Race clansman hurried over and reported, "Master, the masters of this world seem to have been attracted to this place. They are currently resting not far from here." Kuluo's ghastly eyes flickered as he grinned, "They've finally come, but it's too late." Saying so, Kuluo stood up from his chair and declared, "The creatures of this world are really stupid, actually giving my clan half a year to prepare. If it weren't for this half-year buffer, even if my clan had recovered, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything, but now it's different. Since they dared to come, we will make them pay the price and turn them into our companions." His voice was loud and filled with confidence, causing the Bone Race clansman who came to report to feel his blood boil, as if he could already see his clansmen dominating this world and enslaving all of its inhabitants. "Pass down my order, tell our clansmen to stop pouring their life essence into the blood pool and have the newly born clansmen absorb the energy in the blood pool as soon as possible to shape their bodies." "Yes." The Bone Race clansmen immediately retreated and hurried to the blood pool to pass down the order. A moment later, the Bone Race clansmen gathered around the blood pool stopped what they were doing and began to absorb the energy in the blood pool. The skeletons who originally had no physical bodies gained their own bodies in a very short time.